Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the gay white Christmas musical Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, it is our particular pleasure to bring you Paramount Pictures' delightful musical Holiday Inn, with its great score by Mr. Irving Berlin. As the lovely leading lady of the piece, you will hear Miss Martha Tilton. Mr. Jerome Cowan appears as the agent Danny, who handles the careers of Ted Hanover and Jim Hardy, played respectively by Mr. George Murphy and myself. And so for the next 45 minutes, come with us and have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
Looking back, I see that each of the moments I treasure and remember was a melody. Because for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. Happy Holiday takes me back to the beginning. 1 year ago, Christmas time. I was working in a florist shop, and all of a sudden the door opened, and Ted Hanover walked in. He was whistling. Oh, was I surprised. The most famous dancer on Broadway doesn't walk into a shop every day. I just stood there with my mouth open.
Excuse me, do you usually go around like that, or are you waiting for someone to throw in a fish?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanover. I just never expected to see you.
Oh, you know who I am.
Oh, yes, I know who you are, all right.
Well, I'd like some orchids, the finest in the house.
A corsage?
No, I want a dozen, so she can pin them any place she wants.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you know that song, huh? We're using that in our act.
Well, I only know the beginning. Happy holiday, happy holiday.
While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing, happy holidays to you. If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road, come to Holiday Inn. If you're laid up with the breakdown, throw away your vitamin. Don't get worse, grab your nurse, come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday to you. Holiday Inn. That's a wonderful sound. It's too bad there isn't any such place.
Ah, but there is, way out in the wilds of Connecticut. You see, my partner Jim Hardy just bought it. That's why he wrote that song. It's going to be open just over each holiday, and he's going to have a big floor show that ties in with that season.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Why, sure it is, if you have an affinity for the carrot and the field mouse. Personally, I loathe the country. Say, how about the orchids?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hanover. I'll have them wrapped in just a minute here. Mr. Hanover, as long as you're in the shop and you have such a kind face...
And now, look, young lady, look. I'm getting married tomorrow. The lady is waiting. And at the moment, she's engaged to my partner, and we have to explain things to him so he'll understand, you see? And we also have a show to do in an hour, so please make with the package if you don't mind.
Well, I am, but I can talk while I'm rapping. You see, this is really just a part-time job.
Oh.
Actually, I sing and dance. Mr. Hanover, I want...
I know. You studied dancing since you were a little child. You spent long, weary hours in every theatrical agency on Broadway, but just now I have to get back to the club and get on with the
How
next...
did you know all those things about me?
My dear, that's the story of every star and would-be star on Broadway. Forget it, kid. Marry the florist and raise little orchids. Then you won't get your heart broken.
Well, okay. Here's your package. That's $36. Special rate because you bought by the dozen.
Oh, thank you. Here. You may keep the change. Say, if you really want a job, why don't you take a run up to Connecticut and see Jim Hardy? Our act's folding tonight, and he'll be up there tomorrow.
Well, thanks, Mr. Hanover. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. I didn't realize then how much that song would come to mean to me. The next day, I invested a little money in a train ticket and went up to Connecticut and knocked on the door of Holiday Inn. Jim opened the door.
Well, hello. Santa Claus is a day early this year, I see. Come in.
Mr. Hardy?
Yep. Here, let me help you out with those things.
Thank you. It was a cold ride up from the station. I'm Linda Mason, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Linda.
I happened to run into Ted Hanover, and he suggested I come to see you about maybe getting a job in the show.
You dropped the wrong name, lady. Ted Hanover's about as popular around here as measles.
Oh. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. You see, I work in a florist shop, and yesterday Mr. Hanover walked in and asked for a dozen orchids.
Yeah. And today the girl that I was going to marry yesterday is wearing them. Oh, that beautiful Lila.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I'll get over it. I'd rather she made him unhappy than me.
Well, when are you going to open the inn?
New Year's Eve. Did that wolf in tap shoes tell you the idea of the inn? You see, I've written some special music for each holiday.
Why, no. I had no idea you were a composer, too.
Well, I had hoped to get the inn open tonight. I'd written a special song for the occasion, but I just couldn't make it by Christmas.
Oh, I'd love to hear the song.
You would? Well, fortunately, I happen to have a piano handy. I live for moments like this. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be Hello, Linda.
Hello, Jim.
Would it be all right at this early date if I said Merry Christmas?
Well, it is rushing the season, but it sounds beautiful.
You know, I like your voice. Maybe... Oh, pardon me a moment, Linda. Hello.
Oh, hello, Jim. This is Ted.
Goodbye, Ted.
No, Jim, wait a minute. Don't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been through.
Nothing trivial, I hope.
Jim, look, I want to read you a wire that just came. You remember Lila, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember Lila.
Well, the wire's from her. I was supposed to meet her at the license bureau at City Hall, but she sent a Western Union boy in her place.
Well, congratulations. I hope you two will be very, very happy.
Now, Jim, look, don't joke. This is the wire. She says, sorry, darling, but flying to Texas tonight to marry the most wonderful millionaire in the world. Hope you find a new partner soon. Love, Lila.
Well, that's life.
No, that's Lila. Jim, look, I'm coming to Holiday Inn. See, I'm going to help you open the place up. Now, we'll get it open fine by New Year's Eve. We'll put on a big show.
Now, take it easy. No, thanks, Ted. I've already got my show lined up.
Oh, but Jim...
So long, Ted. I'm sorry, Linda. That was just a fellow who got the wrong number. Linda, would you like to open here with me on New Year's Eve?
Oh, thank you. You know I'd love to. Maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Well, could it be me?
Well, Ted Hanover did send me here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. It's the first good turn he's ever done me.
Oh, it's going to be such fun to be a part of Holiday Inn.
You're right. 'Cause if you're burdened down with trouble, and if your nerves are wearing thin,
pack your load down the road.
Come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Well, here we are starting on that last week just before Christmas, the week that's likely to get pretty frantic for a lot of us. There's that shopping that hasn't been done yet, and the gift wrapping, and the last-minute Christmas mailing, if you didn't follow the good, sound rule of mailing early. And then there's a lot of decorating and a lot of preparing for Christmas dinner and, a dozen or two other things that have to be done. Yes, it takes a lot of planning, as well as a lot of doing to get ready for Christmas. It started weeks, even months ago. The producers began to turn out their materials, the manufacturers to make their goods, the merchants to stock their shelves. And all through that process, you'd find railroads doing their indispensable part, bringing the raw materials together at the place of manufacture, hauling the fuel and bringing in the food and the other supplies needed to keep the work going, distributing the product, delivering the goods all over this land. Now, during all these weeks and months, you might not have been on a train. You probably didn't go into a railroad freight house. But just the same, the railroads were working for you, all to the end that so far as transportation is concerned, you might lack nothing, which could help to make this a Merry Christmas. And now back to Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday.
Yes, for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. On New Year's Eve, Holiday Inn was jammed with people. After the first floor show, Jim and I went out in the kitchen and helped dish salads onto plates. I remember looking at Jim and thinking, this really is the beginning of a new year in my life.
Any for those thoughts?
Oh, well, I was just thinking, it's almost the new year.
Yeah, those old hands are practically straight up, aren't they? 1 minute to midnight, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to say goodbye before we say hello. Let's start the new year right, 12 o'clock tonight. When they dim the light, let's begin kissing the old year out, kissing the new year in. Let's watch the old year die with a fond goodbye and our hopes as high as a kite. How can our love go wrong if we start the new year right? Hey, that sounds like it. Come on. Let's get out on that dance floor.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody!
Hello, Jim, old pal, old friend, old pain in my neck.
Hey, Ted, what are you doing out here at Holiday Inn?
Happy Happy New Year! Hiya, baby, hiya.
Good evening, Mr. Hanover.
Now, look, Ted, you're a little the worse for alcohol. How about going upstairs and lying down?
Oh, no. I don't want to go upstairs. Come on, little girl. Come on. How about a little dance with old Ted Hanover, huh?
No. Come on, Linda.
It's all right, Jim. I don't mind.
Oh, listen to that music. Just listen and get with it. Oh, that's a baby. Just glide it.
Hey, there's Ted Hanover and his new partner.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hanover. Jim.
He's okay, Linda. I'll take care of him.
Whether he's sober or not, I never danced with anyone like that.
Hey, that's a great finish to that number, Hanover.
Yeah, it's a great finish to a lot of things.
Happy holiday.
Oh, no, not that. Who's making that awful noise?
I am, Ted. It's me, your agent, Danny. Open your eyes and look at me.
Oh, no, I'm afraid to. It might make me ill. Danny, what do you want? 10% of this headache?
I don't need it. I got one of my own. I was with you last night.
Well. Is Junior coming, too?
Oh, hello, Jim. Jim, where did you get that extra head?
Oh, I always wear it in case one goes out on me.
Oh, Danny, boy, where am I?
At Holiday Inn.
Well, where are you?
Who, me? I'm at Holiday Inn, too.
Jim?
Me, too. I'm right here with the rest of you.
Huh. Crowded, isn't it? Hey, how did I get here?
Well, I'll tell you a long story. Last night was New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes. Now it comes back to me. Now I remember.
You know, that's too bad about Lila, but on the whole, I think you're better off doing a single.
Oh, no, boy. Boy, I got to have a partner.
Well, aren't you tired of getting partners and falling in love with them and losing them?
I don't know why you didn't tell me you had a new girl on the leash.
A new girl?
Yeah, the one you were dancing with last night. She was terrific.
Now, wait a minute. Was I dancing last night?
Why, you got the best hand of your life.
No kidding.
I couldn't get close enough to see the girl's face, but her figure.
Yeah? You didn't get close, though.
No. The closest I was when she was leaving the dance floor. I only saw her then from the back. She was about this. I mean, she has a... Well, if I ever saw her from the back again, I'd recognize her. You saw her, Jim. You describe her.
Who, me? Well, I wasn't watching very closely. She was medium-built sort of girl with a medium face. She had an evening gown on with a medium kind of belt in the back.
Just a medium girl.
Yeah, built like a former girlfriend of mine named Consuela Schlepkiss. Yeah, that Consuela was all right. Used to play the pinball machine a lot down at the corner drugstore. Why, I remember one time she was high man 3 weeks in a row.
Oh, that's dandy. Thanks. That helps a lot.
Oh, I'm happy to help you out any time, Danny. I'll do as much.
I want to tell you something, boys. She'll be back. A chance meeting in the night. Destiny drawing two pairs of feet together. No woman could pass up a chance like... She'll be back next holiday, and I'll be here waiting.
Oh, you will, huh?
Yes, I will, huh?
Okay. It's your time. Waste it. I'll see you later.
Hello, Jim. Well, I've got my overnight case packed. All ready to go back to the city and the florist shop.
Linda, I've been thinking about that Lincoln's birthday number. I've decided we better do it in blackface.
Blackface?
Mm-hmm. You and I, the chorus, and everyone in blackface.
I went back to New York. A whole lot of things all mixed up in my mind. The excitement of dancing with Ted Hanover and the excitement of singing with Jim. And most of all, the excitement of just being around Jim. I could hardly wait for Lincoln's birthday, but at last it came, and once more I was with Jim on the stage of Holiday Inn, in blackface.
There's a man who's the pride of this great nation, the man who's the cause of this celebration. born. A tiny baby boy was born. Abraham, Abraham. When he growed up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham, oh, Abraham. In 1860, he became the 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, the most respected gem. That is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham, Abraham.
The country's going to the dogs to shout it loud and long. Then from a cabin made of logs, the right man came along.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
What's his name?
Abraham.
Abraham.
She gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham.
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham.
Abraham.
When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night, he answered, go see if you can't get all my generals tied. That's why we celebrate this blessed February day.
Abraham.
He was a real fine man.
That was Lincoln's birthday, Jim and me in blackface. And let me tell you, even with charcoal all over his kisser, he was something to start a girl dreaming. I couldn't wait to get back to the inn on St. Valentine's Day, and I was there early in a brand new dress, wearing my heart on my sleeve.
Hey, you really look like something dreamed up for the occasion.
Oh, thank you. Oh, the inn looks beautiful.
You like those cupids? I posed for them myself.
I thought they looked familiar.
Come over to the piano. I've got a valentine for you.
What is it?
Well, you just stand there by the piano and listen. This is for you, from me, honey. And I mean every word. Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
Oh, Jim.
It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you, but you never returned. So remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
Be careful. It's my heart.
Oh, fine, fine.
Mr. Hanover.
That's not my watch you're holding. It's my heart.
How in the world did you get out here again?
Now, just keep playing, Beethoven. Just keep playing. Come on, baby. Let's finish that dance we started New Year's Eve. You know, I've been hunting for you ever since New Year's Eve.
You have? Well, I've been right here.
You have? Jim?
Jim?
Okay. Two of you finally got together. And I'm sure neither one of you need me anymore.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, don't be such a churl. Whatever that is. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just jealous because I always take his girls away from him. Now, can I help it if he isn't attractive to women?
I can't believe Jim would act like that.
Say, wait a minute. Where have I seen you before? I mean, before New Year's.
I sold you some orchids.
Of course, you're the girl in the florist shop. Well, it's a small world, isn't it, huh? Well, come on. We'd better start practicing. You and I are going to dance together tonight. Tonight and every night from now on.
From that moment, things changed between Jim and me. Oh, we went on doing shows together at Holiday Inn, but from that day I was dancing with Ted, not singing with Jim. The holidays were far from happy then. Easter was a bust. May Day was dark and rainy. June, the month of brides, was completely grim. And then came the 4th of July. Ted kept asking me to start out on the road with him with our numbers, but I didn't want to leave Holiday Inn. Finally, I decided to ask Jim what was wrong.
Wrong? What could be wrong? Everything's just dandy. Look, you better get in your costume. It's almost time for your number.
Something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Well, look, once I was in love with a girl. We were planning to get married, and all of a sudden a big change set in. She decided Ted was what she wanted, and that was that. And once is enough for that to happen to me. I'm not sticking my fingers in the fire anymore.
Do you think I'm like that?
Well, I haven't noticed any indications of you being any different.
Well, I'm very happy to know what you think of me.
Now, listen, kid. This is a big night in your life. Danny has one of the biggest directors in Hollywood in the audience. And you and Ted are practically on your way west right now.
Oh, maybe they won't like us.
Oh, they'll like you. You're great, together or separately. And when they see that ballroom number and that 4th of July solo of Ted's, all you have to do is make your reservations on the Super Chief. And, by the way, that's all right with me, too.
Well, okay, that's all right with me, too. The show that night was sensational. It closed with Ted doing his solo, and the way it went over should have impressed even the toughest Hollywood director.
That was really great, Ted.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, Ted, you were sensational. You too, Linda.
Thanks, Danny.
Folks, I want you to meet Hollywood's greatest picture director, Mr. Howard Dunbar.
How do you
Mason, Hanover, it's nice to meet you.
And Mr. Dunbar, this is the greatest dance team in the business. Hanover and Mason.
Yeah, that really was a show.
Oh, this is the owner of Hollywood Inn, Jim Hardy. Say, Jim, is there some place that's quiet where Mr. Dunbar and I can discuss business?
Well, you can go right over there in my office.
Well, as a matter of fact, Danny, it's Mr. Hardy I'd really like to talk to.
Hey, Jim has a great voice, hasn't he, Mr. Dunbar?
Well, his voice is fine, all right, but it's the idea of Holiday Inn that interests me. I think there's a picture in it. And we could do a story around 2 guys and a girl and use all the special songs you've written, Mr. Hardy.
Hey, that's a sensational idea.
Well, now, Mr. Dunbar, of course, considering the originality of the idea, we've got to get a pretty good price.
Now, wait a minute, Danny. Don't let your 10% run away with you. Thanks for the offer, Mr. Dunbar, but I'm not interested in selling.
Not interested? Jim, are you out of your mind? It's the heat, Mr. Dunbar. Heat. He hasn't been himself all day.
The ideas are natural for pictures, Jim.
Well, of course, we'd star Mr. Hanover and his partner in the picture.
I'm not interested in selling.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Don't be in such a
Jim,
hurry.
will you be decent for once in your life and let somebody else around here have a chance?
You had to louse this up for me, too, didn't you, Ted? Whether it's a girl or an idea or a song or even a new hat, as soon as I get it, you want it. And you usually get it, too, don't you?
Oh, now, Jim, you're my best friend.
Yeah, I always have been. But you always seem to wind up my worst enemy. Well, okay, you've wrecked everything now anyhow. Take the idea, take the music, take Linda, take the whole darn thing. And both of you do me a favor, will you? And stay away from me from now on.
Okay, Mr. Sorehead, if that's the way you wish it.
Well, Mr. Hardy will want you in Hollywood, too, to write the music.
No, thanks. I'll write the music here and send it to you.
Jim, if you'd only listen to me.
What do you want now, Linda? Shall I throw in my shirt, too?
Happy holiday. There's the next show.
Happy holiday. Yeah, happy holiday. And many of them.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Earlier this evening, we were talking about the planning and preparation which goes into making the Christmas season what it is. For a lot of us, one of the high spots of that season will be a trip, for Christmas is the traditional reunion season of the year. It's the time when all members of the family gather happily together in one home, enjoying to the full the warm, friendly spirit of Yuletide. That's why weeks and months ago, railroads began to plan and prepare for the increased travel which Christmas brings. It was necessary first to figure ahead as closely as possible how many of you would travel, and where, and when. The next step was to line up the extra cars and the extra trains that will be needed. And that means also lining up the extra people that will be needed to run them, and making the necessary arrangements in busy terminals to get the trains in and out promptly, and to take care of the crowds. Many of these things can be planned ahead on the basis of experience and expectation. But then there comes along sometimes the unexpected. Weather, for example, a storm, snow, fog, icy roads would mean that a good many of you who plan to travel some other way might change your minds when the time comes to go and decide to go in the warmth and comfort and safety of the train. And if that should happen, the railroads will do their best to take care of you, too. So the railroads are making ready to carry you and your family on your Christmas journeys, and they hope that many of you will ride with them. But no matter how you go, they wish you a safe journey and a joyous reunion at journey's end. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now to Act 3 of Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The heart with which so willingly I part, it's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart. And so Ted and I went to Hollywood, and Jim stayed at Holiday Inn. I was lonely in rooms crowded with people. I was impatient with voices that dripped with compliments. I was heartsick and completely without heart. Nothing mattered very much.
Linda, you know, we're getting to be quite an item in the gossip column.
Are we, Ted?
You bet we are. How about giving them something really concrete to write about, like, say, a wedding date?
I'm not in love with you, Ted.
But I'm in love with you.
You always fall in love with your dancing partners.
I've never been in love like this before. Why don't you marry me and let me try to make you happy? We go so well together. We dance well, we talk well, we look well.
It all goes to show you how deceiving appearances can be, doesn't it?
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my...
Ted, stop singing that song.
Oh, there's no use living in the past, Linda. The past is over. You might as well put your mind and heart in the future.
I know you're right. I know it's the sensible thing to do. I haven't even heard a word from him.
Come on, make a new life for yourself, Linda. Marry me.
You really want to marry me knowing how I feel?
Yes, I'm sure that you'll get over how you feel now, Linda. Every torch burns itself out eventually.
All right, Ted. All right.
Christmas?
Christmas?
Marry me Christmas Day.
All right. All right, Christmas Day. And so Ted and I planned a wedding for Christmas Day. And back at Holiday Inn, Jim sat alone, listening to a record he had made of a Thanksgiving song. He sat by himself, talking back to the record.
Okay, sing it good, Pappy, and cheer me up.
I've got
got plenty to be thankful for.
Are you kidding?
I haven't got a great big yacht to sail from shore to shore. Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Hey, you're really loaded, Dad.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
So? Like what?
No private car, caviar, carpet on my floor.
Nothing.
Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Why don't you go out there and tell her you love her, you jughead?
I've got eyes to see with,
You need glasses.
ears to hear with,
Big enough to fly with.
arms to hug with, lips to kiss with, someone to adore.
You're a little flat.
How could anybody ask for more?
You're not getting anywhere sitting here.
My needs are small, I buy them all at the 5 and 10 cent store.
Worst you could do is say no.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Get on a train, you chowderhead. I've got plenty to be thankful for.
On the night before Christmas, we shot the last scene of Holiday Inn. I walked on the set, and there was the inn, just as it had been on the day I walked in and asked Jim for the job. There was the Christmas tree and the piano. There was everything, just as it was. All the props were there. Only the people were different. I wandered around, touching things, until the director said,
All right, darling. Now you come in with the sleigh, and we'll follow you on the boom from outside into the inn. And when you get there, go to the piano and do your song. You just make me cry when you sing it, and I'll get you out of here early so you can start getting ready for that wedding.
"Yes, Mr. Dunbar."
All right, ready for a run-through.
I'm going to
Linda's
marry
my girl.
Jim, Ted. I'm going to marry Jim. I'm sorry, but it's the only right way for this story to end.
Well, it's very nice of you to let me know.
It's the only way the three of us can ever be happy together.
Oh, well, I bow to the inevitable, gracefully saying the appropriate, the seasonal thing. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday. Happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special thank you to George Murphy, Martha Tilton, and Jerome Cowan for guesting with us tonight. And to our splendid supporting cast, Jack Edwards and Jess Kirkpatrick. Holiday Inn was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. Well, next week the show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song. And by the way, tonight we'd like to say welcome to a brand new show which follows us on ABC and will be heard each Monday night hereafter. It's Henry J. Taylor, the famous author and commentator, in his program, Your Land and Mine. And I'm sure you're going to like it. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Holiday Inn was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production The Paleface, starring Bob Hope and Jane Russell. George Murphy appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
Friends, this is Gordon MacRae again. All of us who helped to bring you the Railroad Hour join with our guest stars and the American Railroads in sincere wishes that you will have a Merry Christmas and a truly happy holiday season.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the first air performance of Song of Norway, starring Marina Koshetz as the Countess, Melva Niles as Nina, Gilbert Russell as Rick, and your host, Gordon MacRae, as Edvard Grieg. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae. Tonight, as the composer Edvard Grieg, I shall tell you how he found greatness in his concerto. On an enchanted hill called Trollhaugen in Norway, I used to play when I was a child. With me would be Nina and Ricard, my two dearest friends. And we were pledged together in the solemn bond of the very young. But Nina went away. Years passed. Rick began to write his poems, I my music. And even then, the urge began within me to compose something that expressed the beauty and spirit of my land, a song of Norway. Then one day, Nina returned to Rick and to me, and we three had a warm reunion back in our beloved Trollhaugen.
Say, we missed you, Nina. It's putting it lightly.
Thank you, Rick. And you, Edvard. You wrote so seldom.
Nina, never judge a man by the letters he didn't write.
Oh, well, the main thing is that you're home again. And you know, I used to tell people I was from Norway, but they'd look at me as if I were a savage.
To the outside world, we're still Vikings. People of mountains and ice.
Oh, come now, Rick.
Oh, you, Edvard, could do so much. A man whose music is as Norwegian as a fjord.
You see, Nina, Rick's still waving his flaming sword. Sword, fjord. I've made a rhyme.
You're not supposed to. Rick has always been the poet, ever since we were children.
And you were always the princess, Nina.
And you, the minstrel, Edvard.
Again we stand on Youth's green hill. The poet, the minstrel,
the princess still, and who will swear that no matter where fortune takes us or how we fare,
we will be free.
I will.
And I will.
place in the sun with you to guide me.
I will guide you.
My darkest battle is won if you're beside me.
I'm beside you.
We're weaving a million schemes here by our hill of dreams. Soon we'll bring them all so beautifully through.
If I have you,
And we're I'll climb every height unclimbed.
I'll rhyme every rhyme unrhymed.
I'll find a height unshining and fair.
and you'll be there.
And you'll be there. Closer For a whole month, Nina, Rick, and I were happy in our friendship. Then on Midsummer's Eve, one of our gayest Norwegian holidays, Rick met a strange gentleman in the square.
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I am Count Pepe de Lou of Paris.
My name is Ricard Nordrak.
Charmed. You see, monsieur, the Countess, my wife, is an opera singer. And you know opera singers, very temperamental. She insisted on coming here for the celebration. And when my wife insists, she insists.
What's that?
That is either my wife or a factory whistle.
What a quaint place! Pepe, you may present me to these charming people.
Oh, with pleasure, my dear. The famous diva Louisa Giovanni, also the Comtesse in private life, when there is a private life.
Oh, how I love this place. Such charming simplicity.
Quite different from your Grand Opera Countess.
Poof, Grand Opera, pretense and tinsel. Grand Opera and I met and parted. From now on, I live, laugh, and love only for today. No, no, not tomorrow, but no, I have my heart desire. No, never mind about how I take the piper's side. My heart wants this moment. I never taught my heart what no. Love, how I covet you now, but all is trick and no good not forever, but now I'm yours. But you know, but all is true, and you can know. lovely music coming from that house. Who is playing?
That's Edvard Grieg.
Grieg? Grieg? Who is he?
He, too, is interested in music.
How nice. Beautiful.
It must be new. But then, you know, Grieg is always writing little songs.
Lovely. Lovely.
Bravo! Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, young man, you simply play entrancingly.
Well, thank you.
And for that, I'm quite willing to look up to you, but not indefinitely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shall come right down.
Pepe!
Yes, my dear.
We stay here.
But your concert in Amsterdam.
Cancel it. Where I like it, I stay. Poof!
But the Queen is expecting you.
Poof to the Queen.
But, Louisa, you can't poof the Queen.
Pepe, go cancel Amsterdam.
Louisa, I tell you. Yes, Louisa, I cancel.
Young man,
Yes, madame?
tell me about this Edvard Grieg.
He's a man of rare genius who one day will be one of the greatest composers that...
He's one of the first attractive geniuses I've ever met.
How do you do? I'm so glad you like my music.
Oh, Edvard, this is Madame Louisa Giovanni, the famous singer.
You're quite handsome.
Well, thank you. Again.
Edward, I must call you Edward, n'est-ce pas? Edward, I'm a person of great impulse. As an artist, you must understand.
Oh, I do. That is, I think I do.
Like that. I left that stuffy opera for the glitter and excitement of the concert hall. Does that interest you, Mr. Grieg?
Me? Well, I don't quite understand.
I had not as yet selected my accompanist, but just now, when I heard you play, I decided. Poof! There he is.
Edvard!
Oh, thank you very much, but I really...
Good. I will tell Pepe I have discovered another protege. He will be furious.
Edvard, this is wonderful. Your chance to be heard.
But, Rick, our work together, the music for your poem.
Oh, you can do that when you come back.
Oh, Rick, I just can't.
Shh, Nina. We must tell her.
Tell me what?
Well, Nina, a lady came here today, a rather overwhelming lady.
I know. The opera singer. She's the talk of the entire village.
Oh, Nina, she wants me to go with her on a concert tour as her accompanist.
That means being away a long time.
Nina, you must realize the opportunity.
Yes, it is an opportunity.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, you must go, Edvard. You will travel and meet great people of music. And they will hear your music.
That's the important thing, Nina. They will hear Edvard Grieg's music.
Yes, Rick. Go tell her Edvard will accept.
Oh, gladly.
Nina. Oh, Nina. Here in our lovely northern twilight, I'm seeing you as if for the first time.
Edvard, darling.
And with the sight of you comes music. Can you hear it?
Yes. Edvard, perhaps the Countess will sing one of your songs.
My songs are only for you, Nina. Here, see this one I wrote only today.
Oh, let me look at it. Oh, Edvard, it's beautiful. What do you call it?
I love you. Now, there's a new name for a song.
What better name could there be? I love you too, Edvard Grieg.
Nina, will you marry me?
Yes, Edvard.
Oh, darling.
Edvard, it's all settled.
Oh, Pepe! Yes, Louisa. So, Edvard, you will be my new accompanist. Oh, what is that music?
Festival is starting, Countess.
La, 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 la.
Friends! Nina, may I tell them?
Yes, Edvard.
Friends, Nina has consented to be my wife.
Yes, Louisa.
We cannot cancel Amsterdam. Her Majesty is expecting me. I must appear.
But Louisa.
We must leave at once. Edward, you must pack immediately.
But Louisa, can't we go tomorrow?
No. No.
Not tomorrow, but now.
I am sorry, my dear Nina, but the life of an artist is like that. So come, Edward. We must be going.
Goodbye, Edvard.
Goodbye, Rick.
You'll never be too far from me, Edvard, darling. I'll always have the song you wrote for me today.
Ringing clear, song of songs sublime, songs that climb to heaven above. Oh, dear, let me hold you near, while we treasure every measure, so that time may never change.
Did you ever stop to think of the railroads as a special sort of highway? Well, that's just what they are. And because we have railroads, it is not necessary to burden our other highways with a lot of extra large and extra heavy vehicles. The sort of vehicles which interfere with the convenient use of the roads by ordinary motor vehicles, and which overstrain and break down the highways with excessive loads. Because we have railroads, it is not necessary to do this to our highways. But just the same, Mr. Thomas H. McDonald says that's what we're doing. And Mr. McDonald knows because he's the United States Commissioner of Public Roads and one of the great friends of highway transportation. Talking to a road builders conference recently, Mr. McDonald said, and I quote, "We are overloading our highways in their traffic volume capacity and in their structural capacity," end of quote. And he added that the results are reflected in the accident record and in what he termed skyrocketing maintenance and reconstruction costs. Describing the increase since 1931 in truck traffic, and especially the increase in heavy axle loadings, Mr. McDonald said that the effect has been, and I quote, that prior to the war, damage had reached alarming proportions. With the marked increase in heavy loads since the end of the war, the damage has become even more alarming, end of quotation. Mr. McDonald went on to say that insofar as the great majority of trucks were concerned, there was no problem of critical overloads. And he added that every proposal to increase truck sizes and weights beyond the recommendations of the American Association of State Highway Officials should be rejected summarily. But something which Mr. McDonald did not say, but which is likewise true, is that further increases in truck sizes and weights are not necessary, because we have a special sort of highway which can carry efficiently and economically the largest and heaviest loads, the American railroads. Now back to Song of Norway, starring Marina Cochet, Melva Niles, Gilbert Russell, and your host, Gordon MacRae, as Edvard Grieg.
My concerto, Our Hill of Dreams, and Trollhaugen seemed far away during the months that followed. Paris, London, Vienna, all a weird symphony of trains, concerts, and the inevitable tea party. Louisa, as usual, took complete charge of things, and soon I found myself on a concert tour of my own. And so the country boy from Norway became the lion of the salon. We ended in Copenhagen. My recital was a great success, and I saw the proud faces of Nina, Rick, and the audience. And they had brought my mother with them. There was a reception in my honor the next day at the Royal Conservatory. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Edvard,
Nina.
I brought Rick with me.
Rick, I'm sorry. I've hardly had a chance to talk with you.
Oh, I only came yesterday. I know you've been so busy.
I'm the one to complain. He's been here a week, and I've scarcely seen him.
Well, you understand. Preparing for last night's recital.
I sat with Rick, and when you played music we remembered from Trollhaugen, we were too excited even to applaud.
Oh, those little pieces. They're good, but they're so, well, rather native.
Edvard.
You know, it's remarkable how one's point of view changes. Now I want to reach for something more important than just folk music.
And have you found something more important, Edvard?
Oh, come, Rick. You take everything too seriously.
Edvard,
Yes, Nina?
Rick has completed his poem.
Good, Rick. Fine.
It's as beautiful as Norway itself.
I'm sure it sings with your words, Rick.
Not yet. It needs your music, Edvard.
Oh, Edward, darling, I have the most exciting news. I have trapped a second line for the reception.
Louise, you remember my friends, Miss Nina?
Oh, yes, the little girl from Norway. Edward, do you know whom I brought with me? Henrik Ibsen.
Ibsen?
He's here to talk to you about writing the music for his new play, Per Gynt.
My music in an Ibsen play? Nina, Rick, did you hear?
Ibsen has become world famous. It's a great honor, Edvard.
Yes, another rung upward.
Exactly, my dear girl. This would have happened if he'd buried himself in that silly little village of yours.
Edvard Grieg would have written great music no matter where he lived.
Poof! Those simple little folk songs? Nah, when we were in Vienna...
Louisa, Monsieur Ibsen is waiting on the terrace.
Be quiet, Peppy.
Yes, Louisa.
In Vienna, dear Nina, my Edward wrote a song, especially for me, a gay, happy song.
Yes?
I love to sing it. Peppy, I said I love to sing it.
Oh, yes, Louisa, dear, please sing.
Oh, no, Peppy.
Oh, please do, Louisa.
Very well. If you insist.
I insist.
Among them I adore. My first love is to know. Another love is to sing. My third and greatest is my And now we shall go to meet the famous Henrik Ibsen. Come, Peppy, Edward.
Nina, will you excuse me, please?
Yes, Edvard.
And Rick?
Of course, Edvard.
It will be an historic moment.
Nina, I'm afraid the music to my poem will never be written.
It will, Rick. It must. Edvard promised. And you know he'd never break a promise made on Trollhaugen.
There you are, children.
Oh, Mother Grieg.
Rickard, I've had a letter from your father.
My father? What did he say?
He said that you shouldn't have made this trip, that the doctor forbade it.
Rick, you never told me you were that ill.
I'm not. Everyone worries too much. Come, let's have some tea.
In a little while, Rickard. I want to talk with Nina.
Oh, then please excuse me. I'd like to meet Henrik Ibsen.
Oh, I worry so about Rick. And about you, too, Nina.
Me, Mother Grieg?
Nina, when are you going to marry him?
Well, I don't know.
You should. You two have been engaged for a long time.
But Edvard has been traveling so much.
Yes, that is something the Countess is always careful to arrange.
She has helped him.
Nina, we are simple people. Such a woman does not think as we do. Edvard needs you, Nina. Now more than ever.
Attendez, everyone. Edward Grieg will compose the music for Henrik Ibsen's Per Gynt. He will go to the Italian Riviera where he will work with Herr Ibsen. And every so often, I shall drop in on Edward to inspire him.
Nina, you heard?
Yes, Rick.
Nina, we've lost him.
Oh, Mother. Nina, Rick. Isn't it wonderful? I'm going to Italy to write with Henry Gibson. Well, have you nothing to say to me?
Yes, Edvard. As from a dream come the hopes of the past, unfortunate vagrants, shadows that stand in a once lovely land, despoiled of its fragrance. Who are ardent in youth-inspired spring, the bird and the minstrel, once made a vow that together they would sing, but where is the minstrel? The lone poet laughs as he tells the hills and birds his hopes so rhapsodic. The poem in his heart, still a thing of ringing words, and still on melody.
Goodbye, Edvard. Rick. Rick, don't go, please.
Nina, you must do something. You must.
Come, everyone, a toast to Edward Grieg. And may today's announcement bring him fame and all the things that make life worthwhile for an artist. An artist.
No, you are wrong, Countess. Love doesn't come divided. May this announcement which I make bring happiness to my one love. Edvard Grieg and I will be married 1 week from tonight.
Nina.
Nina, you've made me very happy.
Edvard, my dearest.
Congratulations, my dear. I do hope the Riviera will not be too cold for you.
We were talking a few minutes ago about what Mr. Thomas H. McDonald, the United States Commissioner of Public Roads, said about the extra cost to individuals and to the public resulting from overloading our highways. The highway user, Mr. McDonald said, and I quote, does not wish to pay for new highways to replace those destroyed by excessively heavy loads, end of quotation. And Mr. McDonald pointed out another way in which a relatively few extra-large and heavy vehicles add to highway costs, by reason of, and I quote, the reduction of the numbers of vehicles of all types that can be carried by our highways when trucks constitute an appreciable percentage of the total, end of quotation. Under certain circumstances, he said, this reduction in the traffic volume capacity of roads is as much as 1/3. So the public, the highway users, and the taxpayers are paying more than they otherwise would have to pay for their roads, and are getting less use out of the roads they pay for because of a relatively few extra-large and extra-heavy vehicles. And it is all so unnecessary when we have available railroads, specially built and specially fitted to carry just that sort of loads, and to do it with unequaled efficiency and economy. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Act 3 of Song of Norway, starring Marina Cochetz, Melvin Isles, Gilbert Russell, and your host, Gordon MacRae, as Edvard Grieg.
I went to Rome and began work with Ibsen on Peer Gynt. It was a stormy collaboration filled with quarrels and bickerings. Somehow the music for Ibsen's strange tale would not come to me. My nerves became frayed and jumpy, and the ever-present conflict between Nina and Louisa added to my distraction. I finished the music finally, and Louisa insisted on having it played for the first time before a small gathering of her village.
You hear, Edward? They're applauding for you. Soon the whole world will applaud for you. And you cannot turn from it, Edward. Nor from me. Yesterday you were a boy who wrote music in a village. But now the name of a man is heard. And you can make him great.
I know, Louisa. And I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but...
Pardonnez-moi, Monsieur Grieg. Your wife just arrived, and she wants to see you alone.
What is she doing here?
Nina here? I don't understand. She said she wasn't coming. But please excuse me.
Very well. But remember, I shall be waiting.
Nina, what is it? What's wrong?
Edvard, a letter just came for you, special post. It's from Mother Grieg.
From Mother? Well, let me have it, please. Oh.
Edvard, what is it?
It's Rick. He's gone.
Oh, Edvard, no.
This note. He left it for me.
Dear Edvard, the day is passing, and our lovely fjords sparkle with the last light of a dying sun. It is so with me in my life, for I can hear God whisper, to you, Edvard, I leave Norway, the maid so fair, like crystal to behold.
Nina, my darling, we're going home.
Oh, the Trollhaugen.
Yes, Trollhaugen. Oh, Nina, I failed you as I failed Rick. Can you still love me?
I've never doubted, nor will I ever. I hear you ask if I am yours for keeping. Shame that a doubt should ever pass your I say it waking, shall I say it sleeping?
At Christmas time, Kris Kringle is on hand. And were you good, Kris Kringle would comply with your demand. But were you bad, Kris Kringle, down your chimney would not climb. And you'd be standing empty-handed, which would be a crime. It's plain to see the thing to be is good at Christmas time.
Just think, Nina. Our first Christmas in our own home here in Trollhaugen.
Where we always wanted to be, darling. Where we played and dreamed. You and I. And Rick.
Yes, it was here on our Hill of Dreams, Nina, that you first said,
I love you,
strange
Edvard Grieg.
music in my ears. Only now, as you spoke, did it start. Strange music of the spheres, and its lovely hum is coming from my heart. Look, Nina. The mountains are asleep under the snow, like giants under white blankets.
Do you remember, Edvard, how Rick used to write about the mountains?
Tonight, I keep remembering his poem. It needs your music, Edvard, he said.
And you will find it and make it live.
Sleep, sleep on, my sleepless Norway. Thy chill dark star will yet burn brighter for thy sleep.
The words fit into this night.
Let me sit here at the piano and listen to them again, Nina. From you.
Beyond, far beyond the span and space of all place north, and before, oh, long before the face of time fell upon the fjord, the mountains loved the sky, the sun knew the earth, and the land bore spring. Listen, Edvard.
I hear it too. Rick's voice.
And there in that far-off time, and full of spring's flowing breast, children danced, even Norway danced.
Go on, Edvard. Go on.
Once long ago.
He sings with Rick's words.
Long, long ago, mid these hills dwelled a maid. Mark you well, for the maiden's name was Norway.
Here, my Christmas to be heard. Tried men were alike entranced when Norway danced. Edvard, you found it.
Rick's Dream, a song of Norway.
You kept the promise at last.
Yes, Nina, we three are together once more. And Norway will answer his song with her own. The song of Norway ringing clear through the Cochetts, Melvin Niles, and Gilbert Russell will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving his warmest thanks to the members of our supporting cast, Jerome Cowan and Myra Mars, for their excellent performances in Song of Norway, with musical adaptation and lyrics by Robert Wright and George Forrest, based on a play by Homer Curran. Song of Norway was adapted for radio by Milton Lazarus, who also wrote the original stage play. And now, here are Marina Cochette's Melvin Niles and Gilbert Russell.
Gordon, I just want to tell you how very much I enjoyed appearing for the Association of American Railroads in this exciting production of the thrilling Song of Norway.
Ditto from me, Gordon.
And from me, too.
Well, we all thank you, Marina, Melvin, Gilbert. And we hope you'll be listening next Monday night, March 7th, when we'll be bringing you Jeanette MacDonald in Franz Lehar's Merry Widow.
I will.
I will.
And I will.
That's wonderful. And the following week, March 14th, another treat. Victor Herbert's charming Irish operetta, Eileen. In honor, of course, of St. Patrick's Day.
Well, that's another date.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Song of Norway has been presented by special arrangement with its original producer, Edwin Lester, and through the courtesy of Universal International Studios, who will soon world premiere The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley. Marina Cochette's appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our summer show train with your host, Gordon MacRae. The Association of American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life, brings you the Railroad Summer Show, starring Gordon MacRae, with Lucille Norman, the sportsman, and the music of John Rarick and his orchestra. And here is your host, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads pays tribute to one of America's foremost popular songwriters, a gentleman whose music has been right up there in the hit class year in and year out since about 1928, Mr. Jimmy McHugh.
Thank you for a lovely evening. You were so wonderful. You were so sweet.
Thank you for the lovely flowers. That little thought of yours made it complete.
Oh, you're a sweetheart, if there ever was one. If there ever was one, it's you.
Oh, I know why my mother taught me to be true. She meant me for someone exactly like you.
Where are you? Where have you gone without me? I thought you cared about me. Where are you?
Yes, it was back in 1928 when America started singing those songs that said composer Jimmy McHugh. And when the whole country went crazy over a song that went like this. I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for. Gee, I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets Woolworth doesn't sell, baby. Till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love. The story of Jimmy McHugh is the wonderful American Horatio Alger type success story. Jimmy started out as an office boy in the Boston Opera House at $8 a week. He had studied music, and he was always hanging around after hours plunking at the piano. Why, even the opera stars used to kid him about it.
Jimmy, don't you know it's hours after going home time?
Yeah, sure I do.
Well, what on earth are you doing to Celeste Aida?
I was just seeing what happened when you gave it a little personality.
Are you under the impression that you can improve on the masters?
Well, I think I can bring him up to date.
Jimmy, music like that is timeless. It never goes out of date.
Yeah, sure, I know. But someday I'm going to write my own music. And it's going to be as smart and up to the minute as a girl with a real short shingle.
Then write good music, Jimmy.
Oh, I aim to. Good and hot.
He wrote it good, all right. He wrote it good, he wrote it hot, he wrote it sweet, and he wrote it blue. But back in those days, nobody sang it because nobody knew about it. Well, from his job as office boy at the Boston Opera House, Jimmy McHugh went to work as a song plugger in a music publishing house in Boston. Once in a while, he'd play his music for some of the other publishers.
You don't like my tunes, huh?
Well, don't get me wrong, kid. I like them. I think all your songs are great. I'm just saying that people wouldn't go for them. Now, forget about songwriting. I don't think it's for you.
Well, thanks for the advice anyhow.
I wonder how that music publisher felt in 1930 when the reviews came out on a show called the International Review. And anyone could read that a great entertainer named Harry Richmond had stepped out and made theatrical history with a little song by Dorothy Fields and Jimmy McHugh that went like this. Grab your coat and grab your hat, leave your worry on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear a pitter-pat, and that happy tune is your step? Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street. Jimmy McHugh's first real break came at the Cotton Club in Harlem, where he was finally hired as a composer. He wrote the music for the Cotton Club shows, and it was while working there that he and Dorothy Fields did their first Broadway show together, the memorable Blackbirds of 1928, and had their first great hit, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby. That same season, he and Dorothy Fields had 3 hit shows running on Broadway at the same time. After that, he was on his way up. From Broadway, Dorothy Fields and Jimmy McHugh went to Hollywood, where a young singer named Frances Langford and a song of theirs got together in a way the nation never forgot.
I'm not afraid if it should rain, we'll let it all. But for tonight, forget it. I'm in the mood for
And so Jimmy McHugh was famous. He was respected on Broadway, revered in Hollywood. The world was his oyster, and all he had to do was crack it. Nothing to it. He had arrived. Now he could relax and take it easy. Uh-huh.
Jimmy, I don't like to seem impatient or anything like that, but we've been waiting for that song too long. The girl is here. We've got to have it.
I know.
This is a new girl. She doesn't speak the language very well. It's going to take time for her to learn a song.
I know.
We've been patient, but our patience is exhausted. We got to have that song. We got to have it right away. Why haven't you started?
I know. I mean, I don't know.
This kid is great, and it's cost us a lot of money to get her up here. I want a great song for her. You said you'd deliver a great song.
I know.
Can't you say anything but I know?
Well, probably if I really concentrate on it. You know, it's hard to get an idea for a song. You can't turn inspiration on and off like a water tap.
Well, Jimmy, the 0 hour for inspiration has come. You'd better get inspired and fast.
I know.
Funny where inspiration finally strikes you. You can be anywhere, even in the shower.
Aye, 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 da 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 da. Aye, 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 aye.
Hey, Jimmy! That's it! You got it! That's it!
What'd you say?
I said that's it!
Look, I'm taking a shower. I'll talk to you as soon as I get out.
That was it. That was it, Jimmy.
What was what? What are you talking about?
It's a song you were singing in the shower. Sing it again.
Well, I don't remember what I was singing in the shower. Was it any good?
It was sensational.
Well, how'd it go?
We went, let's see, went something like this. Aye, 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 aye.
No. It couldn't have gone like that. Even in the shower, my songs have melody.
Well, try and think. Remember. Get back in the shower. Maybe then it'll come back to you.
Okay.
Anything coming?
No.
Aye, 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 aye.
Aye, 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 huh? Aye, 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 aye.
That's it. Now, don't forget it.
Aye, 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 aye.
Get me a pencil quick before I do forget it.
Aye, 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 aye.
And so Broadway met for the first time Miss Carmen Miranda and heard for the first time a song that went like this.
Aye, 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 aye. Have you ever danced in the tropics in that hazy, ladylike kind of crazy, like South American way?
Aye, 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 aye. Have you ever kissed in the moonlight in the grand and glorious, gay, notorious South American way?
The Latin theme of love is like a dream of love. A Latin stream of love is in their veins.
They'll buy a Jew for you, or fight a Jew for you, or drive a mule for you across the plains. Aye, 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 aye. There is melody in their music. While the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way. The Latin stream of love is like a dream of love. The Latin stream of love is in their veins. They'll buy a Jew for you, or fight a Jew for you, or drive a mule for you across the plains. Aye, 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 aye. There is melody in their music. While the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way. While the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way.
We'll be back in just a moment with the story of Jimmy McHugh and his wonderful music. But first, a
A message from the railroad.
Most of the glorious summer weather still lies ahead, and that means many of us are still drawing plans for gala vacations. Perhaps you have already bought your railroad tickets to your own favorite resort, so you are assured of a journey that will be swift, comfortable, and safe. For safety is the first rule of railroad service, and safety is an essential part of almost every other rule by which the railroads are operated. To give you some idea of just how safe railroad travel is today, the record so far this year shows that you could expect to travel by train from one coast of our country to the other more than 400,000 times, a distance of more than 1,300,000,000 miles, without running the risk of a fatal accident. This excellent and constantly improving record of safety on the railroads is not the result of the adoption of any particular device or devices. Instead, it is the result of a long-time program carried out on a broad front by railroads and by railroad men. It is due partly to improved plant and equipment. During the past 25 years, the railroads have invested each year, on the average, more than $500 million in improved facilities. And virtually every dollar of that expenditure has worked not only to increase efficiency, but also to enhance safety. But spending money on safety is only part of the story. The railroads have sought safety as well as efficiency in establishing and enforcing their operating rules, for efficiency and safety go forward together. And railroads and railroad men working together have carried on a continuous program of safety education, recognizing that the greatest of all safety devices is a safe man. No, the railroad safety record didn't just happen. It is the result of decades of investment in safer facilities, of study of safer methods, of attention to safety education and enforcement of rules, all to the end that American railroads shall continue to be the safest of all forms of transportation. And now, here is the second act of the Railroad Hour's tribute to Jimmy McHugh and his music.
Another song he wrote with Dorothy Fields.
Don't blame me for falling in love with you. I'm under your spell, but how can I help it? Don't blame me.
Can't you things you do? If I can't conceal the thrill that I'm feeling, don't blame me. I can't help it if that doggone moon above makes me need someone like you. Charms that melt in my arms, but don't blame me. Jimmy McHugh can tell a lot of stories about shows and songs and how he happened to be associated with them. Many of his stories concern his own amusing difficulties in getting started on the idea for a song. For instance, there was the time he and the well-known lyric writer Harold Adamson were engaged to write the songs for a Frank Sinatra picture.
Maybe you don't like the title, Jimmy.
No, I think the title's great, Harold. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. It's a swell title for a song. I just can't find a tune to go with it.
Well, it'll come to you.
Yeah, but when? Studio's already screaming. I've got to the point where I can't sleep a wink any night worrying about it.
Well, don't worry about it. Go to bed. Forget about it. It'll come to you.
The minutes strain past during the dark of night, and when you're tossing feverishly, praying for an inspiration, the minutes are hot, nasty little fellows who stick their tongues out as they go slowly past. You toss, you turn, you flop the pillow over, you flop it back. You get up, have a cigarette. You go back to bed and you listen to that infernal clock. And you say the words over and over.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't sleep a wink last... nuts. If I could only get some sleep. I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
Was that something? Or wasn't it? Is the tune coming? Is Dame Inspiration finally stirring?
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't sleep a wink last... Hey, that's it! Hey, where's a pencil? Some paper, pencil. Here it is. Now then, paper. Oh, no paper. Okay, I'll write it on the sheet. I gotta get this down before I forget it. Now, what was that tune?
So Jimmy McHugh wrote the whole melody down on the bedsheet. And then he pulled the sheet over his tired body and went to sleep. The next day, he rushed jubilantly to the studio to do the song. And he found he couldn't remember it. So he telephoned his home.
Now, look, take the sheet off my bed, get in a cab, and come straight out to the studio with it. Yeah, the bed sheet. No, not the clean one. Hey, you did what? Oh, no, you didn't. Harold, she sent the sheet to the laundry.
Oh, no.
What laundry? Yeah? Okay, I'll get right over there so long. Come on, Harold, we gotta run. You gotta find that sheet. Go through some more laundry bags. Go through the plant. Go through everything.
Hey, you looking for a sheet with music all over?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, mister. Keep your shirt on. Here it is.
And there it was, written in beautiful black pencil on a beautiful white sheet. Music by Jimmy McHugh, words by Harold Adamson. And I'm sure you all remember that it went like this. I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Yes, the story of Jimmy McHugh is a Horatio Alger yarn, all right. The kind of story that Americans love to hear and even repeat to their youngsters, so they can say, you too might help write the songs of a nation. Once there was a kid who started out as an office boy for the Boston Opera at 8 weeks, $8 a week, and now the whole country sings and dances to his music. Oh, yes, it's a wonderful story, the story of Jimmy McHugh, because it says if you've really got it, there's nothing that can keep you down. If you've really got a song to sing, keep singing it. And one of these days, everybody else will be singing it with you. You know, we couldn't put into 1/2 hour even one half of Jimmy McHugh's great songs. But we couldn't bring this tribute to a close without including one of the hits from Jimmy McHugh and Harold Adamson's new Broadway hit, As the Girls Go. So here's one of Broadway's current show tunes. And by the way, if you don't know it already, you'll want to know it.
Heaven smiled at me. My heart said, how lucky can you be? Things like this you can't explain. I only know that I met the love of my life when I got lucky.
And so, for his contribution to the great popular music of America, the Association of American Railroads pays tribute to Jimmy McHugh. As a lasting tribute to Jimmy McHugh and to his wonderful songs, the Railroad Hour is presenting him with a parchment scroll. And here to accept it today, which also happens to be his birthday, is Mr. Jimmy McHugh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gordon. Happy birthday to you.
Wonderful, Gordon. Thank you. It's a great thrill and the nicest birthday present I could have. Hearing you and Lucille sing all of my songs, I just brought back such wonderful memories. This has been a great day, and I'll never forget it.
Say, Jim, I bet you and Harold Adamson knew something like this would happen last year when you wrote this great tune. It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. As an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. It's a most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual, most unusual, most unusual day. Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much, and so long, Jimmy McHugh. Happy birthday to you, and keep writing hit after hit after hit in the years to come, will you? Well, folks, next week the Railroad Hour will pay tribute to the great team of writers Arthur Schwartz and Howard Dietz and their score for Bandwagon. You'll hear many, many big hits, and among them, this old favorite. Looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark. The Railroad Summer Hour is written by Gene Holloway and is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. These railroads are your hometown partners. They are an essential, dependable working part of the life of thousands of cities and towns all over America. Railroads employ local people, often buy supplies locally. They own local property and pay local taxes on it. They are responsible citizens and good neighbors in your own hometown. All aboard? Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
Gordon MacRae is now being seen in the Warner Brothers Technicolor production, Look for the Silver Lining. In tonight's tribute, the part of Jimmy McHugh was played by Barney Phillips, and Don Randolph was Harold Adamson. Now, for Lucille Norman, the sportsman, John Rarig and his orchestra, and your host, Gordon MacRae, a hearty invitation to meet us again next week at this same place on your dial. We'll have more songs and an exciting tribute to Arthur Schwartz and Howard Dietz and their wonderful score for The Bandwagon. This is Marvin Miller speaking.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Noel Coward's operetta, Bittersweet, starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae ringing up the curtain on Noel Coward's romantic operetta, Bittersweet. In writing the book, Lyrics and Music for Bittersweet, Mr. Coward fashioned an operetta of rare charm, created characters both warm and real, and gave them some of his most beautiful music to sing. As the composer Carl Linden, I'm supposed to have written most of those melodies, and in teaching them to charming Sarah Millick, we fall in love and marry. We first meet Sarah tonight as a very lovely old lady who treasures within her heart the story of a great romance. And here she is, in the person of our guest star this evening, the first lady of the screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
No matter how many years you live, the past is only a memory away. I'm over 70 now, but whenever I see young people hand in hand with a light on their faces, I see Carl and myself again, and I live once more the memories that are bittersweet. Tonight we had a party in my London home in Grosvenor Square. I gave it to celebrate the engagement of one of the young ladies of the neighborhood to a very nice young man. During the evening, I walked into the room accidentally and overheard a conversation.
I'm so utterly, utterly miserable.
Well, don't cry, Dolly. After all, you're going to marry a rich man, have rich friends. Maybe someday you'll be able to engage my orchestra to come and play for you.
How can you be so hard?
Well, I've got no money. Nothing to offer you. You'd look fine singing my songs in some cheap cabaret.
Oh, what am I to do? What am I to do? Oh, Vincent, kiss me for the last time.
Darling.
Oh, your ladyship.
Your fiancé has asked me to look for you. If the moment is inopportune, I apologize. Young man, you're the piano player in the band, aren't you?
Oh, I'm the leader of the band.
What a pity. It's not a very good band.
Oh, but...
Your ladyship, let me explain. I love Vincent, and he loves me.
Are you sure he loves you? Would he live for you, die for you?
You're laughing at us.
I laugh at almost everything now. It's only when one is very old indeed that one can see the joke all the way round.
What joke?
Life and death and happiness. Here, sit down a moment and let me tell you something. You say you're in love. I find it very hard to believe you. Your romance could not live the length of a day. You hesitate, analyze, betray your love with compromise, till glamour fades away. And all too soon you realize that there's nothing left to say. There is a call that echoes sweetly when it is spring and life is in the air. Whatever befall, respond to it completely, for it may bring you sadness and despair. What a lovely song. Yes. It was written for me many years ago by my singing teacher. It was spring, and it was the springtime of my life. I remember how I stood beside the piano in this very room, singing it. My lessons had run well over the hour.
Sang that beautifully, Miss Sarah, except that you took the high note too much at the back of your throat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Linden.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters but just these very few moments.
Why do you say that?
Because it's spring and I...
Yes?
I fear I'm talking nonsense.
Perhaps a little.
You know, when I was a youngster, we used to have festivals in the spring in my country. And the young boys and girls dance, and the old people sit around under the trees watching and remembering when they too were young and in love.
In love?
Yes. As you are in love with your handsome Sir Devon.
Oh, you. Yes, of course. Well, tell me more about your country, Mr. Linden.
There's nothing to tell, really. It seems so very far away, I've almost forgotten.
You're homesick, though. I can see you are.
Can you?
Perhaps the climate here in London is depressing.
Yes, a little. Oh, there may be beauty in this land of yours. Skies are very often dull and gray. If I could but take that little hand of yours, just to lead you secretly away. We would watch the Danube as it gently flows, like a silver ribbon winding free. Even as I speak of it, my longing grows. Once again my own dear land to see. If you could only come with me, if you could only come with me.
Oh, Mr. Linden.
Will you forgive me, Miss Sarah, when I tell you that I shall be unable to play at your wedding reception tomorrow?
Oh.
I must go away to Brussels.
To Brussels?
Yes, a concert. I have to play at a concert. It's very important.
Then this is the last time we shall meet for ever so long.
Why, no. Tonight. I'm playing tonight for your dance.
Oh, but that's different. There'll be so many people.
Yes, this is indeed the last time we shall be alone together.
Yes.
We'd better run through your exercises once more.
Yes. All right.
Now, Miss Sarah, if you please, sing a scale for me. Take a breath and then reprise in a different key. All my life I shall remember knowing you. All the pleasure I have found in showing you the different ways that one may phrase the changing light and a changing shade, happiness that must die, melodies that must fly, memories that must fade, dusty and forgotten by and by.
Learning scales will never seem so sweet again, till our destiny shall let us meet again.
The will of fate may come too late when I'm recalling the hours we've had. Why will the foolish tears tremble across the years? Why shall I feel so sad?
Treasuring the memory of these days, I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again.
I may lie heavy between, but what has been is past forgetting. This sweet memory across the years will come to me. My world may go awry. In my heart will ever lie just the echo of a sigh.
Child, your lesson should have been over a quarter of an hour ago. There's so much to be done.
Oh, Mother.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Millick.
Oh, Mr. Linden, you know my fiancé, Sir Hugh Devon.
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Lyndon.
Good afternoon.
Your mother and I have been over looking at some chairs, Sarah. Papa's giving them to us as a wedding present. They've been in the family for generations.
Oh, that's nice. Are they comfortable?
Sarah, my dear, one never sits in them.
Now, you two darling children mustn't stand here chattering. You have a fitting at 4:30, Sarah.
Well, I must be going.
Oh, Mr. Linden, I'm sure Sarah will resume her lessons with you when she's settled down in her new home.
Mother, please.
It will be an occupation. I always believe in young married women having an occupation.
I should have thought being married would be quite sufficient.
Well, naturally, Sarah will want something to occupy her mind.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But I'm afraid she will have to take her music lessons from someone else. I shall be far away in my own country.
Oh?
But each year, when spring comes round again, I shall remember what a charming pupil you were, Miss Sarah, and how, although you sang your top notes from the back of your throat and your middle notes through your nose, you always sang your deep notes from your heart.
Well, really?
This is goodbye, Miss Sarah. Except for tonight when there will be so many people. Too many people.
What a thoroughly unpleasant young man.
Oh, it's the weather. I'm sure it's the weather.
I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again.
Now, Sarah, get up from that piano. Didn't you hear me say you had a fitting?
Yes, Mother.
Then let's get on with it, Sarah. And do stop dreaming.
Yes, Mother.
Across the years will come to me.
I could hear Carl's music singing through me as I walked with my mother and my fiancé out into the street. And a cloud had come across the sun. And in my heart there was an echo of a sigh as I remembered the sound of his voice whispering.
Maybe it's because none of us now living can remember when we didn't have railroads that so many of us are inclined to take them for granted, almost as if they were a fact of nature. As a matter of fact, it's hard to realize all the work and the money which have gone into their creation and their daily operation. There are almost 230,000 miles of railroad line in the United States, and each mile represents an average investment of more than $125,000. That money has come from the savings of millions of our people. They are not the sort of people who can be cartooned as big, fat men with long, fat cigars in their mouths and dollar marks on their vests. They're just people, all sorts of people, people you know and like, probably you yourself. For even if you are not one of the hundreds of thousands who own railroad stocks or bonds directly, you almost certainly are one of the millions of insurance policy holders and savings bank depositors and beneficiaries of endowments which have invested in railroad securities. So, in all probability, you have an indirect interest, but a very real interest, in railroads and their earnings. Of the money invested in railroads, about $89,000 per mile has gone to create tracks and bridges, signals and stations, shops and yards, and the other fixed facilities that are necessary for the running of trains. And another $36,000 per mile is invested in the cars and engines which make up the trains. Running these trains and working in the yards and shops, the stations and offices, there are more than 1,300,000 railroad men and women. And it takes all these people and all this work and all this money to create and to operate the American railroads, the system which many of us are inclined to take for granted. And now the second act of Bittersweet with your host, Gordon MacRae, and his guest star, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
Yes, no matter how many years you live, the past is only a memory away. Strange, I can hardly remember what you looked like, but I remember that Carl had the kind of eyes that no girl could ever look away from, and the kind of smile that went straight to your heart, and the kind of arms that could shut out the whole world or gather it in. The night of my engagement party, I remember standing there in my blue brocade beside Hugh, looking at Carl and saying to myself, exactly as you said tonight, what am I to do? Oh, what am I to do? Carl sang a song that night, not at all the kind of song for the occasion or the company. It was a song he had written about himself and about love and happiness.
that she wanted to have me near. But I believe that since my life began, the most I've had is just a talent to amuse. Hi-ho, if love were...
Would you care to dance, Sarah?
Yes, Hugh, I suppose so. Carl has a beautiful voice, hasn't he?
Carl?
Mr. Linden.
I don't understand you, Sarah. You've been acting strangely ever since your music lesson.
Are you glad you're going to marry me, Hugh?
After all, you have your future position as my wife to consider.
And do you love me?
Sarah.
Well, do you?
Well, of course I do. What's the matter with you?
Don't look so solemn, Hugh. I'm in love.
My dear girl, that's all very well, but you really must restrain yourself.
What a stupid tune, Mr. Linden. So dismal,
Sarah!
Oh, play something gay, please, immediately.
Sarah, you must not speak like that. Have you taken leave of your senses?
Oh, leave me alone.
Perhaps this will suit you better, Miss Sarah.
Yes, that suits me much better. Play something gay for me, play for me, play for me. Set me free, I am in a trance tonight. Can't you see how I want to dance tonight? Madly, my heart is beating, some insane melody possessing me. In my brain, reeling and obsessing me. How can I leave it to call in vain? Is it joy or pain? Tell me what is love? Is it some consuming flame? Heart of the moon, heart of the sun, heart of a dream barely begun. When is the moment of breaking, waking? Skies change, nothing is the same. Some strange magic is to blame. Voices that seem to echo round me and above. Tell me what is love,
Tell me what is love? Is it a consuming flame?
Heart of the moon,
Heart of the sun,
heart of a dream barely begun. When is the moment of breaking, waking? Voices that seem to echo round me and above. Tell me what is love? Sit here with me, Hugh.
If you wish, Sarah.
I'm very sorry I was unkind and silly. Will you please forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive.
Oh, Hugh, must you be so polite? Are you always going to be like this after we're married? I mean, cold and unbending?
I enjoy being high-spirited as much as anyone.
Do you?
But there is a time and a place for everything.
Then I can look forward to our being very high-spirited when we're alone, when no one is looking. Or maybe you'll wear a funny hat at breakfast.
Are you laughing at me?
No, but I'm looking at you just as though I had never seen you before.
You, dear.
Yes, Mrs. Millick.
Your mother's waiting for you downstairs. The carriage is at the door.
Thank you, Mrs. Millick. Good night, Sarah.
Good night, Hugh.
Oh, will you drive with me tomorrow in Regent's Park?
Thank you. That would be delightful. Good night, Hugh. I remember as though it were yesterday how I stood there watching you leave. I felt stifled, trapped. And suddenly I wanted desperately to be young and carefree. So I went into the next room where my bridesmaids were watching the musicians put away their instruments. And with almost hysterical abandon, I forced them into a game of blind man's buff.
You're it, Sarah. Here, take my handkerchief and tie it around her eyes.
Well, not too tight.
Can you see anything?
No, not a thing.
All right, spin her around. 1, 2, 3.
Good night, young lady.
Watch out, Mr. Linden. We're playing blind man's buff. Oh, Sarah, be careful. You're going straight for Mr. Linden.
Oh, Sarah, darling.
He's kissing her. Oh, Carl. Carl, I've waited so long for you to hold me in your arms.
Darling,
Sarah, you're forgetting Hugh.
come with me.
Now?
Yes, now tonight. I love you, darling. I'll take care of you, live for you, die for you.
And I'll love you always.
But, Sarah, you're marrying Hugh tomorrow. Are you out of your mind?
Perhaps, but I'm happy. Can't you see I'm really happy?
Mr. Linden, I appeal to you. What are your prospects? Have you any money?
Why, no, none. But I can earn enough.
How?
I'll sing.
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah will sing and I'll play my music, and we'll make a living. Come, Sarah.
I'll get your hat and cape.
Thank you, Gloria. Oh, Carl, thank you. Thank you for coming before it was too late.
Ring far behind you the chains that bind you, that love may find you in joy or strife. Though fate may shield you and defeat you, your youth must answer to the
Just after the first act of Bittersweet, we were talking about the way a good many people are inclined to take railroads for granted. Well, one reason for that is the way railroad service goes on in all seasons in almost any kind of weather. This dependability is an outstanding characteristic of railroad service, so common, in fact, we're likely to overlook the effort, the organization, and the expense involved in maintaining it. When snow must be removed from railroad tracks, the railroads don't call on the taxpayers to clear it away. Railroad men and railroad equipment tackle the job. When floods carry away a bridge, it's railroad forces and railroad money which build a new one. When storm knocks out railroad signals, the railroad's own maintainers turn out to restore communication. And always, no matter what the trouble or the interruption, railroad men and railroad organizations are at work to keep supplies moving, to keep things going. So because we are accustomed to relying on this railroad way of meeting situations, we are likely to accept it all without much thought of the men and the organization back of it. The Railroad Hour show train will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now the third act of Bittersweet with your host, Gordon MacRae, and his guest star, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I'll see you again.
After we were married, Carl and I were ideally happy until we went to Vienna to work at Herr Schlick's cafe. Carl led the orchestra, and I was engaged both as singer and as one of the hostesses. I remember moments of blinding happiness. I remember laughter and music and tears and terror.
Oh, Fräulein Sherry, I'm glad you came early this evening. I must have a little talk with you.
Oh, yes, Herr Schleck.
Fräulein, you are losing me one of my most valued clients.
Why, I don't understand.
Captain August Lute tells me that you have repeatedly refused to dine or dance with him.
Well, I am married, Herr Schlick.
Fräulein, if one wishes to retain one's position in any establishment, one must be nice to the guests. Captain Lute is here, and he insists that you dine with him tonight. I have assured him that you will.
Sarah, darling, you better get ready. Sing in a few minutes.
Oh, I wanted to talk with you, Carl.
I will see you after your song, Fräulein Schari.
Well, Herr Schlick is all excited. There's lots of officers here tonight.
Oh, Carl, I hate this place. Let's go away.
Why, darling, what's the matter?
I'm frightened, Carl. I don't know why, but something horrible will happen if we stay here. I know it. I feel it.
I'll take it. It's all right. We'll go away then tomorrow. I hate Schlick in this place as much as you do. We'll go to Budapest and start our own little cafe.
Then tonight will be our last performance here.
Yes, our last. Now, you'd better get ready, darling. I've got to go back to the dining room and start the show.
All right, dear.
All right, men. You've been asking for this song all evening. Now, let's all sing it. Okay, the golden sunshine of a summer day. Okay, we'll bear the burden of your cares away. Here's to the love in you, the hate in you, desire in you.
Light of the sun that will walk you along, lifting you high on the wing of a song.
The dream in you, the flame in you, the fire in you. Okay,
okay. So while forgetfulness we borrow, never minding what tomorrow has to say.
Okay, the only call we all obey. Okay, okay, okay.
The golden sunshine of the summer day. Okay, we'll bear the burden of your cares away.
Here's to the love in you, the hate in you, desire in you.
Light of the sun that will walk you along, lifting you high on the wing of a song.
The dreams in you, the flame in you, the fire in you. Okay,
okay. So while forgetfulness we borrow, never minding what tomorrow has to say.
Okay,
the only call we all obey. Okay, okay, okay.
Oh, Carl, that was beautiful.
Fräulein Schari.
Oh, yes, Herr Schlick.
Captain August is at that corner table. He is asking for you.
Oh, well, it's time for me to sing my number.
Very well, then. After your number, I will take you to his table. Tonight, he will tolerate no excuses.
Don't look like that, darling. Remember, this is the last evening.
I know it's foolish, but I'm frightened.
Come on now. Let's do your number.
Gentlemen, the song I'm about to sing is the latest composition of my husband, Herr Carl Linden. It is the story of a lovely flaxen-haired princess who fell in love with a gypsy, a zigeuner.
Once upon a time, many years ago, lived a fair princess, hating to confess, loneliness was torturing her soul. Then a gypsy came, called to her by name, wooed her with a song, sensuous and strong, all the summer long, her passion seemed to tremble like a living flame. Lay to me beneath the summer moon, zigeuner, zigeuner, zigeuner. All I ask of life is just to
Good evening, Fraulein Shari. I believe this was our dance.
Captain August, I'm very tired. Will you forgive me just this once?
No, Fraulein. You have evaded me quite long enough. After all, a dance is a very small favor.
Oh, very well, Captain.
My thanks, Fraulein. Oh, you dance beautifully, Fraulein.
My husband's music sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Captain?
I am not dancing with you in order to discuss the merits of your husband. Come on, bend a little. This dance does not belong to your husband. It belongs to you and me.
Captain August, I must insist.
Don't be such a little silly fool, Fraulein. Let me hold you close, like this. Closer,
No,
closer.
no, let me go, Captain. Oh, Carl! Carl!
Take your hands off her, you filthy drunken swine!
Carl!
No one speaks to me like that, Mr. Orchestra Conductor. Get yourself a sword and prepare to defend yourself.
No! Oh, no, Captain, I beg of you. My husband is a musician, not a soldier.
Sarah, please be still. If someone will be so kind as to lend me a sword, I will answer this gentleman's insult.
Someone give him a sword.
Carl, please!
You may use my sword, Herr Linden.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Orchestra Conductor. En garde! I will show you what it is to insult an officer, Mr. Musician. There!
He's running through.
Someone call a doctor, please, quick.
Carl. Carl. Carl, can you hear me, darling?
I hear you, Sarah. Don't cry, darling. I'll see you again. Whenever spring breaks through.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't. You mustn't.
Sarah, my sweet, my love. Sarah.
Carl. Oh, Carl. I love you till I die. Goodbye.
Oh, your ladyship, that's the most romantic story I've ever heard in my whole life. Vincent, I love you. Darling, do you still want me to go away with you?
What a melody. Lord, what a melody. Do you mind if I try it with my band, your ladyship?
No, not at all.
Vincent.
That's really a great tune.
Forgotten all about me for a song.
Then go after him, child. Be there waiting when he turns away from the piano. He needs you. If you've found love, don't let it go away from you. For it only comes once. Only once.
Thank you, your ladyship. I'll do exactly that. Oh, Carl.
Whenever spring breaks through again, all my road may go wrong.
How sweet was my youth. How bittersweet my memories. I shall love you till I die. Goodbye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Jerome Cowan, Sam Hearn, Barbara Eiler, Jack Edwards, Peter Rankin, Myra Marsh, and Colleen Collins for their fine performances in Bittersweet, which was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm so glad the Association of American Railroads invited me back to do Bittersweet. It's one of my favorite operettas.
Well, Jeanette, you've chosen one of my favorites for your next appearance, The Merry Widow.
Well, I'm looking forward to doing it with you, Gordon. And next week, I'm certainly going to be listening to Patrice Munsell and Pinky Lee and Rudolph Frimmel's operetta, Rosemary.
And don't forget, on February 14th, Jane Powell and Walter O'Keefe will join me in Victor Herbert's operetta, Sweetheart.
I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, Jeanette.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye.
Bittersweet has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald is currently starring in the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, The Sun Comes Up. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Victor Herbert's operetta, Eileen, starring Cecil Kellaway, Irene Manning, Clark Dennis, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Well, the top of the evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae, ringing up the curtain on our St. Patrick's Day offering, Victor Herbert's romantic Irish operetta, Eileen. In the character of Sean in tonight's story, we have the man nominated for an Academy Award for his fine performance as the leprechaun in The Luck of the Irish, Cecil Kellaway. The lovely musical comedy prima donna Irene Manning plays Eileen. Clark Dennis adds his lilting Irish tenor voice to the role of Dinny, and yours truly plays Captain Barry O'Day. And now here is Cecil Kellaway in the role of Sean to tell you the story of Eileen.
The story of Eileen begins like any Irish love story must begin, with once upon a time. So once upon a time in Ireland, there was a boy and there was a girl. And I'm going to tell you what happened to them just as I saw them in my own eyes. It was in the days of the Irish Rebellion. And I would engage somewhat illegally with a band of smugglers. I can hear them singing now as they march back from the sea.
Come then, fill a pot to fill up and we'll drink a room. Taloo, taloo, free trade in a misty moon.
Taloo,
taloo, taloo, free trade in a misty moon.
Well, now, I've a bit of a frog in my throat tonight, but in those days I could sing so that it would make your throat ache to hear me. Well, to be on with the story, on a certain morning, we returned from a very profitable smuggling expedition. We stopped at the Black Bullion for a bit of cheer, and there in the back room we found the hero of my story, Captain Barry O'Day, a fine, handsome brother of a boy.
Sean, Dinny, how are you? You're looking fine, lads.
Barry, where have you come from? What are you hiding out back here for? Come outside and see the lads.
Well, right now there's a price in pounds in my head, and the English are at my heels.
Well, then, what are you doing in these parts?
Dinny, I hope to raise some new recruits and take them to join a French army under General Hoche. He's planning to invade Ireland from the west and march on Dublin.
Hooray, hooray, you can count on us, Barry, my boy.
Oh, lads, it's so good to be home again. To smell Irish earth and to look at Irish sky. To hear the voices that speak with the music of Ireland in them. You don't know what it can mean until you're away from it. When far from the land that I'm proud to call my own, I repine till the heart of me is sore. And I dream of the past and the happiness I've known while my soul's sore. Tell me, when shall I again see Ireland? There's no other spot I know that's half so fair. I am longing for my home, my soil, for my heart, my hope, my loved ones are there.
Tell me, when shall I again see Ireland? There's no other spot I know that's half so fair.
I am longing for my home, my soil, and for my heart, my hope, my loved ones are there. Yes, lads.
Who is it?
It's good to be home.
Who is it?
Me, Rosie.
Oh, come in, lad.
Can I be getting you a bit more breakfast, Mr. O'Day?
Well, thank you, Rosie. Will you join me, lads?
Of course we will.
Rosie, me darling,
Well, what is it now, Dinny?
I picked up a necklace last night that's just the color of your eyes. And 'tis yours for a kiss.
Thank you kindly, Dinny Doyle, but I have a necklace. I'll be in with your breakfast as quickly as possible, Captain O'Day.
Thank you, Rosie.
You're not using the right approach with that one, Dinny. Take it in your arms, huh? Don't ask her. Take her. Carry her off.
Oh, no, I tried that already, and I've a scar I'll carry to me grave.
Well, then, Dinny, take it in your arms gently and say, "Oh, Rosie, you're named for the flower that's justly famed for more of sweetness and of loveliness than any bud that blows."
Ah, spoken like a true Irishman. But if you take my advice, Dinny, you'll sing it.
Sing it, huh? Well, I could sing it better than I could say it. Although you're young and very small, you've no fear of men at all. You just let them smile and get them all to think they've won your heart. They all try to steal a kiss, but when that has gone amiss, each one cries and lies and sighs. I love you so, my little Irish rose. Ah, Rosie, you're named for the a flower that's justly famed for more of sweetness and of loveliness than any bud that blows. But sure there's a thorn in my heart when you are scorning it, for 'tis your love I'm dreaming of, my little Irish rose.
But sure there's a thorn in his heart when you are scorning it,
for 'tis your love I'm a dreaming of, my little Irish rose.
That's the way to tell her. I couldn't do it better myself.
Nor could I.
Have you ever been in love, Barry?
No, Denny. I don't intend to fall in love. I have only time for one love right now, and that's Ireland.
I've only time for one love now. Ireland. I'll never forget the day I heard Barry speak those words. It was the same day that I met Eileen. Mind closely now. And I'll tell you exactly what and how it came about. Denny Doyle and I were just about to leave Barry when there was a great commotion. We all rushed out to the window, and we saw that the mob was surrounding a carriage.
That looks like Lady Maud's carriage, Sean.
It does indeed.
You two know Lady Maud?
Well, for 2 seasons, Father.
I met her in France. She's a fine, brave woman, and she's all for the cause.
And the mob's giving her a bad time.
Come on.
But you can't go out, Barry.
They're my people, and I'll have to chance it. Are you with me?
We're with you. Come on.
Don't let them pass!
Listen to me! Listen to me! I am not an enemy. I am an Irish woman.
Let me through here. Let me through.
Get back before they close.
Stand back! Stand back!
Ladies, will you permit me to help you down?
Barry O'Day, you in Ireland.
Yes, and you know why. Come, I'll see you safely to the tower.
Oh, my niece is in the carriage. She fainted. We were driving along when these ruffians stopped us.
And I'll carry your niece in.
Who are you to push yourself up there? What traitor is this amongst us?
I'll tell you who I am. I'm Barry O'Day.
O'Day, he's Barry O'Day.
I'm back to work for the cause. Are you with me?
Yes, we are.
It looked never so bright.
Well, then we will fight.
That's the spirit I love, for the time is at hand. Glad triumphant hour, may the tyrant's power now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mind our slogan here in Schlantegal go bra.
Glad triumphant hour, may the tyrant's power now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mind our slogan, Erin Schlantegal go bra.
Hurrah for Barry O'Day!
Barry, you must do something. You're in great danger. We passed some English troops less than a mile down the road.
Come, we'll go into the Black Bull and talk a moment. I'll carry your niece.
I'll hold back the cloud. Now, that's the day I'll never forget. When I dismissed the crowd and walked outside, and there was the two of them. Barry had his arm around Eileen. He was holding a glass to her lips. He was looking at her. Yeah, faith, how he was looking at her. looking at her like she was the first woman who walked the earth. Maybe it's just because I'm Irish, but I swear there was music in that room as she opened her eyes and saw Barry O'Day for the first time. And maybe it's because I'm Irish that the words they said seem to mean an uncommon lot more than what they said.
There. You'll feel better now.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm...
This is an old friend of mine, Eileen. I've just hired him for my groom.
You've what?
It's the only way the English are coming.
I see.
I can stand by myself now, thank you. What was your name?
James.
Thank you for helping me, James.
Oh, it is a pleasure, my lady.
Company! Halt! Steve, all right.
Quiet, everyone. Let me handle this.
Well, Lady Estabrook, this is a surprise.
Colonel Lester, how nice to see you again.
Have these Irish vagabonds annoyed you?
Oh, dear, no. We just stopped for some refreshment, but we really must get home. Come, James.
One moment, please. I'm hunting for a fugitive.
A fugitive?
An Irish patriot named Barry O'Day, a very dangerous man. This man is your servant, you say?
Oh, yes.
My lady's most obedient servant.
Then I will not detain your ladyship.
Thank you, Colonel. Come, everyone. We want to reach the castle by nightfall.
Is the position of the footman still open, your ladyship?
Footman? Oh, yes, of course. Come along, Sean. Come along.
And that's how it all began, with Barry and Eileen and Lady Maud and myself riding along through the bright summer day, singing like we was angels, and everyone we passed joining in.
May the tyrants far now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mindless Morgan, care and slant to Galgobra. Triumphant power, may the tyrants far now and forevermore be broken. Hearts in sorrow tried, beat with loyal pride, mindless Morgan, care and slant to
You know how quick most of us are to take a second look at a train going by, but not many of us, if any, ever glance at what's under the train, the track on which it runs. To most of us, as a matter of fact, today's tracks look about like those we have always seen, but they only look alike. Actually, today's track does its work of supporting and guiding the trains far better, far more efficiently than the track of even a few years ago. Take, for example, the rail. To the naked eye, today's rail looks about like the rail of 20 years ago. But today's rail is not only heavier, it's better designed. This means that it's stronger and smoother riding. And that's only part of the story of improvement, for it's made of better steel, it's tougher, more durable, less likely to break. And what is true of rail is true of every other part of the structure of the track. To produce such results, many men, many industries, many institutions have cooperated in widespread and long-continued research. At the very focus of the effort has been the American Railway Engineering Association. This professional society is made up of men who are primarily responsible for the construction and maintenance of roadway, bridges, and buildings of the railroads. This week, the American Railway Engineering Association is observing its 50th anniversary. For 30 years, it has served also as a technical division of the Association of American Railroads. In the half-century of its life, research has been its field. The far-reaching railroad industry, its proving ground. Efficient public transportation, its goal. And all of us, the beneficiaries of its work. And now back to Victor Herbert's operetta, Eileen, starring Cecil Kellaway, Irene Manning, Clark Dennis, and your host, Gordon MacRae. And here is Cecil Kellaway as Sean to continue our story.
am again. I suppose you're wondering what happened to Barry and Eileen. Well, now I'll tell you all about it. Barry had to remain Lady Maud's groom, just as long as the English were in the vicinity of Lady Maud's estate. Eileen looked at Barry, and Barry looked at Eileen, but never a word passed between them except, drive me here, saddle my horse, do this errand. Yes, milady. I'll be happy to, milady, at once, milady. On the whole, it was disappointing. Until one night, I saw Barry leaning against a tree, all by himself, singing to the moon.
I'm in love with a slip of a girl, and if I should be merry or sad, I don't know. For my heart is afire, and my head is a whirl, yet I'm suffering for her. So I'm glad that 'tis so. Eileen, but my heart you have captured. 'Tis you that I love, you I adore. My soul with your charm is enraptured. Oh, lovely Eileen, Alana Astor. But my heart you have captured. 'Tis you that I love, you I adore. With your charms I'm enraptured. Oh, lovely
As Barry stood there singing to the night, you could hear all the women that have fallen in love with Irishmen through the ages sighing behind him. Yes, no woman can ever resist it, you know that now, don't you? Well, within a few years, Eileen gave every indication of a young lady whose resistance was going to the way of every other woman's. I was in the garden picking flowers when along came Lady Maud and Eileen.
Aunt Maud, is James married?
No, I don't think so. Oh, Sean, is James married? Is he?
I don't think so, ma'am. Not that I know of.
Does he interest you, Eileen?
Interest me? Good gracious, no. How could he possibly interest me?
Well, he could interest me if I were your age.
Oh, well, he's overbearing. He's rude. He's pushing, and I don't think he's a gentleman.
No, you've gone too far. You have indeed. Call him anything you like, but a gentleman he is.
You forget yourself.
No, Eileen. I think you forgot yourself. Sean, what was that old song we used to sing around the castle? Remember?
I remember it well, my lady. Someday, some way, to you and me, I know, there will surely come that happy home, just a heaven here below. Sure then, but that's when we'll show them more of the story. Is the gentleman I'll be when you're a lady.
You're right, both of you. I haven't been talking like much of a lady, have I? I don't know what's the matter with me lately. Excuse me.
Well, so that's the way the wind blows.
It seems to be, my lady. Eileen ran down to the stables. He got on a horse and rode off. Lady Maud had asked Barry not to let Eileen ride alone, so he followed her. It was about a mile from the house that Eileen's horse flew her.
Eileen. Oh, Eileen. Darling, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Did you call me darling?
Eh? Well, now where would the likes of me get off calling the likes of you darling? Darling.
Who are you?
I'm an Irishman.
Now that I think of it, there's an Irishman the English are all hunting. A certain Barry O'Day.
Yes, my lady.
How clever it would be for a man like that to take a job somewhere in plain sight. The English have never seen him, and the Irish wouldn't betray him. How clever if he were to become a groom.
And if he were to become a groom?
What a proud day it is for Ireland to have men like you, Captain O'Day.
They rode back from the ride silently, each full of questions and unspoken dreams. And that night, it was Miss Eileen that I saw leaning up against a tree all by herself, singing to the moon.
For when love at last is waking, like the dawn of a beautiful day, with a crimson sunrise breaking, as the shadows glide away, then the heart no longer lonely, but enthralled by a rapture divine, whispers love, I love you, forsaken quite, love parted from thee. I have a mind to repine, love in my soul, give away. Soul is the way. For when love at last is like the dawn of whispers love, I love you, love. Love that you will
Well, now, you must have a pretty good idea how Eileen and Barry were feeling about one another. But the course of true love never did run smooth. And the very next afternoon, I brought Lady Maud word of the approach of Colonel Lester and the English soldiers.
They're close to the house, you say, Sean?
They are that, my lady.
I've no time to get in the horse.
Oh, they'll be after you in a minute, Barry.
Well, they don't know what I look like.
Well, they wouldn't have much trouble in guessing if they saw you on a horseback.
Well, we'll just have to bluff it out, Barry.
I'm afraid it's a little late for that, Lady Maud.
Colonel Lester.
So, this is Barry O'Day. I should have known when you asked for that position as footman there was something in the wind. Strange, I thought you'd be younger.
Is it me you're looking at with an accusing eye? You think
A man your age.
I'm not.
You're not what?
I'm not as old as you think I am. I'm as old and I'm as young as Ireland. And I've lived for Ireland. And now the time to die. At least there's glory in the thought that I shall die for Ireland.
This is outrageous.
Barry O'Day, in the name of the king, I arrest you.
Oh, no. No, no.
Weep not, my lady. He is going in the manner that Barry O'Day would choose to go.
Oh, this is monstrous. Someone has betrayed us. It was you, James. I'm sure of it. You have betrayed us.
My lady, you wound me. I have betrayed no one, on my word.
Your word. You're a traitor, a disgrace to Ireland. Get off my premises at once.
Gladly. Just a moment. Perhaps you'll permit me to use this man's services.
Well, he's no good to Ireland. Take him if you want him.
You know the way to Dublin?
Like I know my prayers.
Then you shall take this dispatch for me.
But Colonel Lester sent for me, I tell you. I've got to see him.
What's that?
Oh, it's Humpy Grogan. I sent for him to identify O'Day, but that's taken care of now. Very well, James. Be off.
Thank you kindly, Colonel. And goodbye. I'll drop you all a line from Dublin.
Captain O'Day.
Yes, sir.
In recognition of your bravery, your eyes shall not be bandaged.
Thank you for your courtesy, Colonel Lester.
And you yourself shall give the word to fire.
That's very kind of you. You won't mind, I hope, if I stutter a bit.
But I tell you, I but see the Colonel Lester. Colonel Lester.
Get out of here, Humpy Grogan. How dare you come into my parlor uninvited?
Mercy, your ladyship, mercy. But I just saw Barry O'Day riding away.
Impossible. This is Barry O'Day.
Him? This one?
Don't you refer to me as this one.
This is Sean O'Sullivan. He's from the village. I'm telling you the truth. Barry O'Day is riding away from me this minute.
So, Lady Maud, you have outwitted me. Well, we'll see, my lady. The English know how to ride, too. You can go, Sean, whatever your name is.
The name is Sean O'Sullivan. In the commotion, I stole up to Eileen's room. I knocked at the door.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Sean.
I have a note for you from Barry.
From Barry?
Aye, he's gone.
The English?
Aye, the English. But have no fear. They'll not catch him. He gave the note to me last night. I may be leaving in a kind of sudden-like way, he said. And if I do, give this letter to Eileen. Well, aren't you going to read it?
Oh, yes, of course, Sean. And at the end of the letter he says, wait for me. I will return.
And you'll wait?
I'll wait.
For 50 years, the American Railway Engineering Association has been bringing to bear the combined observation and experience of men in the field and men in the laboratory upon the problem of building, maintaining, and improving railroad tracks and roadway. 50 years ago, when the association was born, there was grave fear that heavy traffic on the railroads had about reached the limit of capacity of the track structure. Today, however, the railroads are carrying traffic which averages 4 times as much per mile, and the tracks are carrying the load even more efficiently now than they were then. Such things are not the result of any one improvement. They represent the combined effort of many. But let's take a look at just one. Improvements in the treatment and the handling of cross ties have been so great in the past 50 years as to multiply the average life of a tie at least 3 times. To railroads, this means that the cost of tie renewals is at least $1,000 per mile per year less than it would be if they still had to use ties at the rate of 50 years ago. And to the nation, it means conservation of the timber necessary to produce 70 or 80 million cross ties a year. This is just another example of the result of research in railroad roadway, much of it carried on through the American Railway Engineering Association. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Victor Herbert's operetta Eileen, starring Cecil Kellaway, Irene Manning, Clark Dennis, and your host, Gordon MacRae. And here is Cecil Kellaway as Sean to continue the story.
The boy was in love with the girl, and the girl was in love with the boy. But he was gone. And I'm the only man alive that can rightly tell what happened to him. There was a big party at the castle that night. Everyone you might be interested in at all was there, except Humpy Grogan and Barry. At least, no one thought Barry was there. But Eileen was walking alone in the garden when suddenly...
Did I hear you call me darling? Darling.
Barry. Oh, Barry, what are you doing here? Oh, my darling. My darling.
I couldn't leave without holding you in my arms. Without a kiss to send me on my way.
Oh, you should never have come here. Colonel Lester's men are everywhere.
I'm sure they're not at Lady Maud's party. Eileen, I'll be coming back for you as soon as we've won.
I'll be waiting.
Barry, my boy.
Yes, Sean.
I got all the lads together like you told me.
Oh, that's good. Are you with me, lads?
You're leaving now.
Yes.
My blessings on all of you. My friends, I'm proud of your true Irish loyalty.
The true sons of Erin, loving, loyal-hearted one and all. The gifts and the joys you share in, by her side you will stand or fall. For the loved ones who surround you, they are faithful through tear and smile. By God's blessing I have found you, my good friend
What's that?
It's the Redcoats again. We're surrounded.
Good evening, everyone.
Well, good evening, Colonel.
Captain O'Day, I believe.
If you want to capture me, you'll have to fight for it.
You'll have to kill the lot of us, Barry, before you let him take you.
You'll all kindly be still and permit me to read a dispatch. I shall be most grateful. Lord Camden is recalled to the Lieutenancy of Ireland.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Hooray! Hooray!
And Lord Cornwallis takes his place.
Well, I hope he may be better.
He couldn't be worse than Camden.
Lord Cornwallis has brought with him from the King a general pardon for all persons implicated in the late uprising.
Oh, Barry, you're free. You're free.
You're free indeed, Captain O'Day. My congratulations, sir. And now I shall withdraw and leave the Irish to celebrate.
Did you hear what he said, Barry, my lad? You're free! You're free as air! Oh, it is a great day. It is indeed, it is.
You're so right, Sean.
It's a great day tonight for the Irish, for the cause we fought for and died. And the time is soon to be when you'll see old Ireland free. 'Tis the land of our love and our pride. We despise and defy our oppressors, and their tyrant laws we will fight. But as fast as they can make 'em, begorra we can break 'em. Sure the Irish have a great day tonight. 'Tis a great day tonight for the Irish, for the cause we fought for and died. And the time is soon to be when you see old Ireland free. 'Tis the land of our love and our pride. We despise and defy our oppressors, and their tyrant laws we will fight. But as fast as they can make 'em, begorra we can break 'em. Sure the Irish have a great day tonight.
There now, that about tells all the story. Eileen and Barry had found themselves. Barry had been given his freedom, and they were young, they were Irish, and the whole world belonged to them. And you know what happened after that, don't you? They lived happily ever after, as was the custom in those days.
So with
Cecil Kellaway will be with Jack in just a moment. And meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Alan Reed, Eleanor Audley, Colleen Collins, and Holly O'Toole, for their fine performances in Eileen, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Miss Jean Holloway. And now, here is Cecil Kellaway. Well, Mr. Kellaway, it was a pleasure and a privilege to have you on board tonight. Oh, I almost forgot.
It is a great pleasure to be with you, to appear with you and Miss Manningham's and Mr. Dennis. I'm looking forward to your performance next week of Rogers and Hammerstein's picture, State Fair.
Well, we're looking forward to doing it, Mr. Kellaway. And our special guest will be Joe Stafford. And I guess a lot of you know that Joe and I made a lot of records together. And in addition to Joe, another surprise. Lovely Miss Martha Tilton will be aboard to sing It Might As Well Be Spring.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Eileen has been presented by special arrangement with Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers, producers of My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and Doris Day. This is Marvin Miller speaking. Friends, the President has set aside this month of March as Red Cross Month. During this one annual appeal, the Red Cross must raise funds to carry on its important work for the entire year. The Red Cross program for 1949 includes aiding in disaster, serving the armed forces, serving veterans, promoting health and safety, serving youth, and helping the unfortunate in all parts of the world. Remember, the Red Cross is a partnership of the people. You, too, can help in these troubled times through your Red Cross. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads, which are members of the Association of American Railroads. Each one of these railroads is an independent business with its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business, working by itself. But all of them work together for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the sparkling musical comedy Girl Crazy, starring William Bendix, Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and the music of Carmen Dragon's Orchestra. Yes, tonight another great musical comedy is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour Show Train presents the gay George Gershwin hit, Girl Crazy. When Girl Crazy opened on Broadway, it features such stars as Ginger Rogers, Ethel Merman, Alan Kearns, and Willie Howard. Tonight, playing those same star parts, you'll hear Doris Day, Joan Edwards, yours truly, Gordon MacRae, and in the comedy role of Skeeter Mulligan, the New York taxicab driver, that lovable lug, William Bendix.
Dear Eloise, I take my typewriter in hand to write you this letter explaining how come I didn't keep our engagement in Brooklyn on the night of last June 29th. I was in my cab at Broadway and 48th Street, when all of a sudden a young fella throws a couple of suitcases in the back and says...
Holland Tunnel, driver. Head west and keep going.
Okay. Well, buddy, if this ain't the town you're looking for, you're out of luck, because I'm out of gas.
Now, relax, Mulligan. This is it. See that sign? Custerville, Arizona. Population male 58, female 0.
No women. No wonder the place looks dead.
Now, while I ask those cowboys over in the hotel veranda where we can get some gas, why don't you sort of mosey around and take a look at the sights?
What sights? When you've seen one grain of sand, you've seen them all.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, boy.
Howdy, boys. Howdy, stranger. Where's your gas station?
Ain't got one. Horses eat hay.
Are you, sure this is Custerville?
Sure, I'm sure. You, stopping overnight?
Yep. A good long night. 2 years, to be exact. My father owns the Churchill Ranch out here, and he decided I should have some interest other than girls.
Oh.
And with no women in this town, I see why he picked it. What do you fellas do here, anyway?
Oh, mostly we just bide our time. Right, boys?
Bide your time?
Yeah.
You call that doing something?
Yes, sir, I sure do, brother.
I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of guy. While other folks grow dizzy, I keep busy, biding my time.
Come on, Churchill. If you're going to be here 2 years, you might as well get used to it.
Well, I'll try. I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of guy I'm. Beginning on Monday, right through Sunday, biding my time. Next year, something's bound to happen. This year, I'll just keep on napping and biding my time. That's the kind of guy I'm. There's no regretting when I'm setting, biding. There's no regretting when I'm sitting here and biding my time. Sitting and biding my time.
Hey, what's that? Sounded like somebody got shot. Another sheriff, probably.
You mean somebody killed the sheriff?
Yeah, it happens around here pretty regular. Hey, looks like they caught the fella that done it this time. There, here comes the mob.
Oh, wait a minute. Let go of me. Who you shoving? Get your hands off
Why, it's
me.
Mulligan. Oh, this ought to be good.
It will be. Lank Sanders is a tough customer to tangle with.
Well, what are we waiting for? 3 or 4 of you guys get on this rope and string them up.
Now, wait a minute. This is all a mistake. I'm innocent. I didn't shoot the sheriff. Look at my face. Is it the face of a murderer? Wait a minute. Let me put it another way.
That's enough. String them up.
Look, just let me say one more word. If I could only think of a word to say.
Stop.
That's the word. Thanks, boys.
I'm, sorry to spoil you fellas' necktie party, but my taxi driver couldn't have shot your sheriff. It's less than 10 minutes since we blew into town.
Well, if that's the case, I reckon I owe him a round of drink.
No, you're talking. I don't mind hanging so long as it's over a bar. Come on, boy.
Hey, Mulligan, you better stick to ginger ale.
Hello, Jake.
Hi, Molly.
Well, this explains it. There aren't any women in this town, only angels.
Well, Molly don't live here. She just works here in the post office.
And here's the letter for you, stranger. I take it you're Danny Churchill.
That's me. A letter from Sam Mason. He wouldn't have written it if he'd known it would introduce me to the prettiest gal in Arizona. Hey, that's a thought. You deliver all the letters I get?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to have everybody in New York write to me. Tell me.
Is New York a very wild town?
Oh, New York's the most wonderful place in the world. Tell me, you managed to keep busy?
Yes, I managed to keep busy.
Well, not too busy to go to a dance once in a while or play a game of tennis, I hope.
Yeah, you got plenty to learn about the West, Churchill. Well, so long.
Jake's right. Jake's right, Mr. Churchill. You must think your father's place is one of those dude ranches.
Dude ranch? Say, that's an idea. I never thought of that.
What do you mean?
Why, I'll turn Dad's place into a dude's ranch. Girls, cocktails, dancing. Oh, you just watch what little Danny's going to do for this town. And you. No, I'm the chappie to make you happy. I'll shine your shoesies and chase your bluesies. Oh, lady, would you? Oh, tell me, could you use me?
Nope.
I'd shake the mat out, put the cat out. I'll clean the garret and feed the parrot. Oh, lady, would you? Oh, tell me, could you use me? Do you realize what a good man you're getting in me? I'm no elf or mason or woodman who gets home at 3. Now the gals who see me go soft and dreamy, but I'm a gander who won't philander. Oh, could you use me? 'Cause I certainly could use you. What do you say, Molly? What do you say?
Sorry, Mr. Churchill. But you're no cowboy, you're soft and how, boy, I feel no muscle to fit the tussle. I must refuse you, I cannot use you. Excuse me.
Well, now, give me a chance.
No nightlife for you, the birds would bore you, the cows don't know you, a horse would throw you. You silly man, you, to ask me, can you use me?
Wait a minute.
Though at love you may be a wizard, I'm wanting to know. Could you warm me up in a blizzard, say 40 below?
I think so.
Your ties are freakish, your knees are weakish. Go to New York pub, stay in the store club. Though you can use me, I certainly can't use you.
And so help me, Eloise, as sure as I'm writing you this letter, in 2 months, Danny had turned the old Churchill place into a dude ranch. Made me into a cowboy. Even had me wearing them fancy chaps. Darn near froze to death until I found out you were supposed to wear pants under them. Then one day, just before the grand opening, a swell-looking dame walked up to me and said,
Well, hello there, handsome. You the boss?
No, he's inside. I'll take you to him.
Say, you don't talk like a Westerner. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
So you like Brooklyn better than Arizona, huh?
Oh, yeah. Things is peppier, and people don't waste words when they talk like they do here.
Waste words?
Yeah. Out here, they say, hi, what's cooking? In Brooklyn, you just walk into a friend's apartment and say, hi. You can smell what's cooking. In here. Hey, Danny, lady to see you.
Okay. Well, what can I do for you, miss?
My name is Frisco Kate. I heard you needed a singer for this place and someone to run the gambling room.
You want the singing job, huh?
And the gambling room.
Hey, that's a new idea. Never thought of women as gamblers.
Why not? We marry men, don't we?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Hey, a lady croupier might be a novelty at that. I'll try it for a week and see what the boys think.
Probably the same thing they always think. But I can take care of myself.
Okay, Kate. Mulligan will show you to a room.
Now, this way, miss. I'll take your bag.
I think I'm gonna like it here.
Well, don't look at me, lady. I'm the answer to a Brooklyn maiden's prayer.
Well, hello, Danny.
Oh, hello, Molly.
Have you heard the news, Danny? They shot another sheriff.
You know, that's beginning to get monotonous. But sit down, Molly. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Our future.
Our future?
Mm-hmm. Got it all arranged. A swell little house in Long Island. A kitchen where you can... Say, can you cook? No, never mind. No use spoiling things before we get started.
Oh, Danny, don't you ever take life seriously? I wonder what would have happened to you if you'd lived when men earned their living by the sweat of their brows.
Well, I'd have sold handkerchiefs. And you're wrong, Molly. I could be serious about you if you'd let me. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa, do. My sweet I've never felt like this about any girl before. Molly, will you marry me?
Oh, now you're just being silly.
No, I'm not. I mean it. Please marry me, Molly. Just this once.
Oh, Danny, embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. In your arms, I find love so delectable. I'm afraid it isn't quite respectable. But hang it, come on, let's glorify love. Ding dang it, you'll shout encore if I don't be a naughty baby. Come to baby, do. My sweet embraceable you.
Before we hear the second act of tonight's show, here's a sound I'm sure you'll recognize. Yes, that's the sound of the locomotive whistle, one of the friendliest, most familiar sounds in all the land. The next time you hear that sound, soft and low across the distance, you might remember that even to blow the whistle costs money. Not much, of course, just a fraction of a cent for each toot of the whistle. But small as the amount is, it costs just about twice as much now as it did before the war. And what's true of even so small a thing as the cost of whistling is true of the cost of almost everything else about running a railroad. Since 1939, wage rates, which railroads pay, and prices of things they buy and use have practically doubled. That's more than twice as much as the increase in railroad rates. The events of the war and of the peace which has followed it have shown us all that the defense of this country and its agriculture, commerce, and industry demand efficient, adequate, dependable rail transportation. Good and adequate transportation depends upon adequate earnings, the sort of earnings which come when revenues are in line with costs. Such earnings will justify and encourage continued investments in improved equipment and facilities, which are the foundation of better service at the most economical cost. back to Girl Crazy, starring Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host, Gordon MacRae, and William Bendix.
Looks like this is going to be a long letter, Eloise. But I got to tell you what that gangster cowboy Lank Sanders did the day before Danny opened his new dude ranch.
Churchill, I want to talk to you alone.
And I'll wait outside, boss.
No, stick around, Jake. Well, speak up, Lank. What's on your mind?
I hear you're opening up a gambling room.
That's right, tomorrow night.
Well, I'm not going to let you get away with it. This place of yours will just about ruin my place in Custerville.
Good.
I suppose you heard the new sheriff was shot?
Yes, I did.
That means there'll be a special election tomorrow. I'm the only man running. And this place of yours won't have a chance after I'm elected.
Well, then I'll get somebody else to run against you.
Why, there ain't a man in this county dares run against me. It's too unhealthy a job to get. Think it over.
Well, sounds like he means business.
Well, that's a good idea you had, getting somebody to run against him, but who?
I don't know. Anybody who'd do it would have to be out of their head. A nincompoop, a dope.
Hi, fellas.
Oh, well, Mulligan. The very man. Mulligan, how'd you like to be a policeman?
Oh, I get it. You want me to be the house detective here. Well, I'm sorry, but I ain't built right for a job like that. I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Well, it ain't that, Mulligan. How'd you like to be sheriff of this county?
Sure. Say, that might be fun.
Good. I'll be your campaign manager. We'll go into town tomorrow, and you can spend the whole day making speeches.
May I have your undivided up attention, please? As you all know, I am running for sheriff today on a reform ticket. And believe me, reform is one subject I'm well schooled in. Crooked politicians have been robbing you fellas long enough. It's time you gave me a chance. Now, I want you folks to get out and vote. Exercise your franchise. Exercise it. Don't be seen walking around town with a flabby franchise. How am I doing, boss?
Oh, you're doing great. Uh-oh. Here comes Lank. Get ready for trouble.
So, Mulligan, you're trying to beat me out of the sheriff's job, huh? Well, I warn you. If you're elected, I'm going to kill you. You still want to be sheriff?
No. On second thought, it don't sound like a steady job.
Well, boys, have you heard the news? Election's over. Let me shake your hand, Sheriff Mulligan.
Sheriff, huh? Now get this, Mulligan, and get it straight. I'll give you just 20 minutes to get out of town. If you don't, the next time I won't be pointing my gun up in the air.
As my friend Chester A. Riley would put it, what a revolting development this is. Well, Eloise, a weaker man than me might have left town, like Lank said. But did I? No, sir. I hid all day. That night I sneaked back for the grand opening of the Dude Ranch. Danny had a big crowd on hand, and that Frisco kid sure knew how to keep them entertained.
Days can be sunny with never a sigh. Don't need what money can buy. Birds in the trees sing their day full of song. Why shouldn't we sing along? I'm chipper all the day, happy with my lot. How do I get that way? Look at what I got. I got rhythm, I got music. I got my man who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Old man Trouble, I don't mind him. You won't find him around my door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams. I got my man who could ask for anything more? Who could ask for anything more?
I got rhythm, I got music, I got my gal, who could ask for anything more? I got daisies in green pastures, I got my gal, who could ask for anything more?
Who could ask for anything more? Who could ask for anything more?
Oh, man, trouble!
I don't mind him. You won't find him hanging around my front or back door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams, I got my man. Who could ask for anything more? Who could ask for anything more?
I got rhythm, who could ask for more?
Well, hiya, Katie. How's the party going?
Mulligan!
Not so loud. I'm wanted for murder.
Who've you killed?
Nobody. Lank wants to murder me. But I had to see how Danny's party was going. Hey, that was some number you just sung. What a voice. You got some sostenuto. And the timbre of your vibrato is allegro fortissimo.
Why, Mulligan, what talk?
What's the matter? Did I say something vulgar?
Well, Kate, how's everything at the table?
Well, I'm raking it in as fast as the suckers can shell it out.
Oh, good. Oh, excuse me, Kate. There's Molly just coming in.
Okay, boss.
Mulligan, you better get out of sight in case Lank shows up. Go someplace where nobody can see you.
No, okay. I'll go in the bar. Everybody in there is half blind.
Hello, Molly. Glad you came tonight.
So am I. It's been most enlightening, Mr. Churchill.
Mr. Churchill. Molly, well, what's the matter?
I've just had the pleasure of meeting an old friend of yours from New York, Mr. Sam Mason.
Sam Mason?
Yes, and he told me some very interesting things about you, Mr. Churchill. Mr. Mason informs me that there's a young lady waiting for you in New York who also expects to occupy that little house on Long Island.
Oh, now, Molly, that's not true. Tess used to be Sam's girl, and I dated her a few times. That's why he's trying to get even with me. Don't you believe me, Molly?
No.
But you must.
And why must I?
Because I love you. For the first time in my life, I know what it means to be really in love. Am I not a man who's normal, my dear? You don't need to be so formal, my dear. There's just one way to cheer me. Come to Danny, do. My sweet embraceable you. What do you say, Molly? Let's get married tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but I won't be here tomorrow.
Why? Where are you going?
To Mexico. Sam's driving me to the races at San Luis.
You can't go to Mexico with Sam Mason. I know his tactics with women.
Well, they don't seem to be much worse than yours. Goodbye, Mr. Churchill.
Molly!
Watch it, Molly! Out of my way, boss. Lank Sanders is after me.
Well, go in the closet in my office and put on an Indian costume you'll find there. Lank will never know you. But hurry, we're driving to San Luis.
Yeah, okay, boss. Thanks.
Oh, Mulligan!
Yeah.
Have you seen Danny? I've taken in over $6,000, and he'd better put it in the safe.
Yeah, well, here, give it to me. I'll be seeing him in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Mulligan.
All right. Now, let's see. Which closet did he mean? Oh, here it is, right here. Blanket, feathers, everything. Oh, better put it on. Oh, those feathers tickle. Oh, no wonder they're supposed to go on my head. Well. There. Say, I look like a genuine Navajo. Uh-oh.
Mulligan! Now, where'd that guy go? Hey, Chief, you seen Sheriff Mulligan?
How?
Oh, can't speak English, huh?
How?
Too bad. Somebody ought to warn Mulligan I know he's here and I'm aiming to ventilate his vest.
And how?
I'll just hide in this closet, and when Mulligan shows up, I'll let him have it.
Everything Everything okay, rain in the face? Go get the car started, will you?
Ugh.
What's the matter with you?
Ugh. Ozzie Clay.
I know you found the suit in the closet. What about it?
Pale face, lanky pale face, and the Ozzie Clay.
Now, look, I haven't time for any more clowning. Kate told me she gave you $6,000 to give me. Where is it? Will you talk English, Mulligan?
That did it.
Oh! Lang!
Look out of my way, Danny! Stop running around that desk, you coward! Why don't you get shot like a man?
This is no time to get reclassified.
Toss me that Tommy Hawk, Mulligan. Go round again.
Okay, here you are, boss.
No.
It was nice going, boss, but what happened?
Your Tommy Hawk. I scalped him. Now let's get my car and get going.
Hey, look. There's Molly. She's getting ready to leave in Sam Mason's car.
Hurry. Molly! Molly, wait! You're not going to Mexico with Sam, Molly. You're going with me.
That's what you think.
That's what I know.
Sorry, but I promised Sam, and I keep my promises. Let's go, Sam.
Molly! Molly! I had to go girl crazy over someone who could not be true. My own embraceable you.
Today you will hear folks talking almost as much about high prices as they do about the weather. And when it comes to having to pay higher prices, railroads are just like other folks. I'll take for one example the one item of cross ties. To a railroad, cross ties are as essential as bread is to your family. More than 40 million of them have to be put into the tracks every year. Before the war, a cross tie and the track cost about $2. Now it costs around $4, just about twice as much. And that's typical of what has happened to the prices railroads must pay all along the line. Increase in prices, whether they're the prices of the things you buy for your family or the prices of the things railroads need, did not start with higher railroad rates. When the war ended, railroad freight rates were no higher than when it began, and in many cases they were lower. Prices had already gone up more than 50% before the first post-war increase was made in railroad freight rates. And the total increase in railroad rates since 1939 has been only one-third as much as the average increase in the prices of all the things you buy. No, railroad freight rates have not led the way to higher prices. Instead, they have lagged behind, way behind. Our nation needs railroads which are strong and healthy. That's the only kind of railroads which can produce adequate transportation at the lowest possible cost in time of peace, and which can meet national needs in time of war. And the only way to have railroads which are strong and healthy is to have railroads whose revenues keep pace with increased costs. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And here's the last act of Girl Crazy, starring Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and William Bendix.
Hang on, Eloise. I'll finish this letter up in a couple of more pages. But I got to tell you about that trip we took to Mexico. When Danny and I arrived at the hotel in San Luis, Frisco Kate met me in the lobby.
Well, Mulligan, I see you got here all right.
Yeah, Kate, but the way Danny drove, it's a miracle. All the way down here, my entire life kept flashing before me.
Were you scared?
No, I was having too much fun looking at the pictures.
Well, Molly had me go with her and Sam to chaperone, and what a ride that was. Sam kept hugging the curves all the way, only they were Molly's. The poor kid's disgusted already, wishes she hadn't come.
Now, what about you?
I think I'm going to have a wonderful time. Just think, Mulligan, we're alone together.
You and I.
Yeah, well, don't try nothing. I know how to protect myself.
Don't be like that. Say something nice to me.
All I got to say to you is hasta luego, adios, auf Wiedersehen, and a slight touch of all reverie.
But all that means goodbye.
Blunt, ain't I?
Look, Mulligan, wouldn't you like to settle down with someone who'd be your constant companion, never leave your side, worship you?
Oh, I got a dog that does all that.
But could your dog cook breakfast for you?
No, but would you bark if there was a burglar in the house? Look, Kate, you don't want me. There's insanity in my family. Yeah, honest. Why, I even got an uncle that thinks he's a racehorse.
Well, just thinking he's a racehorse isn't so bad.
Well, maybe not to you, but the family always bets on him to win, and he keeps coming in second. Now, leave me alone. Go on, scram, beat it.
What a man. Treat me as rough as you like, Mulligan. I love it. Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you dare to handle me with care. I'm no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild. Treat me rough, pinch my cheek. Kiss and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby. Keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you ever dare to handle me with care. I am no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild, baby. Treat me rough, pinch my cheek and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby, so keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you dare to handle me with care. I'm no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild. Treat me rough.
Treat me rough.
Pinch my cheek.
Pinch my cheek.
Kiss and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby, so keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, don't care what you do as long as you treat me rough.
Okay. You don't know where Molly is, do you?
She's in the coffee shop, Danny, trying to quiet her nerves. Shall I tell her you want to see her?
No. She evidently doesn't want to see me, and if that's the way she wants things, it's okay.
Well, you're the boss, but if you ask me, that's not the way she wants things. See you later.
That's the way to treat women, boss. Be tough. Look at me. I got Frisco Kate biting the hand that's feeding her.
Forget it, Mulligan. By the way, you'd better give me that $6,000. I'll have the clerk put it in the hotel safe.
Okay, boss. Here you are. Uh-oh. Here's Molly.
Oh, hello, Danny. I guess you're pretty angry with me, aren't you?
No, I'm not angry. But your boyfriend Sam will be if you leave him flat. Mulligan, I'm going to get our bags out of the car. The whole trouble is, Molly, I took too much for granted.
Oh, Mulligan. Mulligan, what can I do? Now that I found out that I'm really in love with Danny, it's too late.
Well, crying ain't going to help. He won't like you any better with a red nose. Come on, can't you smile a little?
There's nothing to smile about, Mulligan.
They're writing songs of love, but not for me. A lucky star above, but not for me. With love to lead the way, I found more skies of gray than any Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get this way. Hi-ho, alas, and also lack a day. And though I can't dismiss the memory of his kiss,
They say the West is swell, but not for me. It's great for Digger Odell, but not for me. I'm gonna make my will, 'cause back in Custerville, those guys are out to kill a sap like me. It's such a healthy spot, but not for me. This job is much too hot, and not for me. Each sheriff wears a vest of lilies on his chest, and boy, that's not for me.
He's knocking on a door,
but not for me.
They dug a 6x4,
and that's for me.
The climax of a plot should be a marriage knot.
But there's no knot.
Oh, what a spot for me.
Mulligan.
Jake, what are you doing here?
Well, right after you left, Lank got in his car and followed you.
Lank is here? Ooh, I'm going to dig a hole and disguise myself as a gopher.
Molly! Come quickly, everybody. Danny's lying out by the cars. Someone's attacked him. Danny?
Right then, Eloise, I realized what a dumb bunny I am. It was Danny and his 6 grand that Lank had followed, not me. Fine sheriff I turned out to be. I was too ashamed to face him, so I slipped out, headed for the edge of town, and hopped a freight train. I was all set to ride out of town when the train bumped, and I knocked my head against the side of the car. Then I realized the train wasn't going nowhere. It was just hooking on cars. I was about to scram when the car door slid open, and in crawled the last person I wanted to be caught in a boxcar with, Lank Sanders. I tried to be very quiet. Just then, the train bumped again.
Oh! Who's there? I said, who's there?
Moo!
Cow. Bunny, this didn't look like a cattle car.
Moo!
That reminds me, ain't had anything to eat since I left Custerville. Sure could go for some nice fresh milk.
Moo!
Here, bossy. Nice, bossy. Where's that fool critter? I can't see a thing in the dark.
Move any closer and I'll let you have it.
Mulligan, is that you?
Well, it ain't William Bendix.
Well, ain't this chummy? I hated the thought of leaving this town without getting rid of you.
Don't do it, Lank. Think of my poor old white-haired mother.
Stop kissing my hand. I'm letting you go.
Lank, are you hurt? Well, what do you know? He's out cold. It's a good thing he bumped his head against the side of the car. I might have had to get a little tough with him. Please, that's enough. I appreciate all the celebrating in my honor, but let's quiet down. I'll be hoarse for a week.
Oh, Mulligan, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, me too, Kate.
And for capturing Lank and getting back Danny's 6 grand, I'm gonna let you marry me.
What an honor.
I should have known that you'd taken after Lank to recover my money for me, Mulligan. I shouldn't have doubted you. I guess I just couldn't think straight.
Oh, don't worry, darling. From now on, you're gonna have a wife to do your thinking for you.
Oh, Molly.
You got it easy, Molly. Why, I've got to bark if there's a burglar in the house.
Kate!
I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you.
Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa, do. So, Eloise, I'm afraid you lost your boyfriend to Kate. Very truly yours, Skeeter Mulligan.
My
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our guest stars, William Bendix, Doris Day, and Joan Edwards, and to Alan Reed and Jess Kirkpatrick for their fine performances in our production of Girl Crazy by Guy Bolton and Jack McGowan, with lyrics by Ira Gershwin, music by George Gershwin, and adapted for radio by Mr. Bill Demling. Next week, the show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Dinah Shore and Mr. Leon Arrow to join me in bringing you Jerome Kern's Sally.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, good night.
Girl Crazy has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. William Bendix will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Doris Day appeared through the courtesy of Michael Curtiz Productions. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the memorable Victor Herbert operetta, Babes in Toyland, starring Gordon MacRae and his celebrated guest star, Lucille Norman. Our program tonight is dedicated to thousands of young musicians all over the country who are studying tonight's operetta and its composer through the pages of Keyboard Junior, a magazine for young musicians. The current issue also features a story about the Railroad Hour, its stars, cast, and producers. Our choir, as usual, is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what do you know? It's the 1st of December, the beginning of the holiday month. So we're going back to the storybook days, to the days of remember when, days of once upon a time.
When you've grown up, my dears, and are as old as I, you'll often ponder on the years that roll so swiftly by, and of the many lands you will have journeyed through, you'll oft recall the best of all, the land your childhood knew. Your childhood knew. Toyland, dear little girl and boy,
Say, we'd like to have you meet some of the celebrated citizens of Toyland, though they're really probably old friends of yours. Fellow citizens, forward, march! May we present Miss Hood. First name, Red Riding. Lovely child, very devoted to her grandmother. That's our friend Peter over there. That boy has a mad passion for pumpkin pie. And say, there's Simple Simon and Miss Muffet, who doesn't care a bit for spiders. Tom Tom, the piper's son. And Little Boy Blue, boy farmer. Say, grab your trumpet, Mr. Blue, and let's all forward march. Say, who's crying? Why, it's Little Bo Peep. What seems to be the trouble, Bo? Now, you haven't gone and lost those sheep again.
Don't cry, Bo Peep, don't cry. To find your sheep we'll try. We'll seek them far, we'll seek them wide. We'll seek them low and high. Don't cry, Bo Peep, don't cry. To find your sheep we'll try. We'll seek them far, we'll seek them wide. We'll seek them low and high.
So you see, Bo Peep, there's really no use worrying.
Never mind, Bo Peep, we will find your sheep, no matter where they be. So be gay, Bo Peep, go astray your sheep, soon home again you'll see. Give a smile, Bo Peep, for a while your sheep may cruise in pastures new. Never mind, Bo Peep, we will find your sheep and bring them home to you.
Good afternoon, my dear fellow citizens of Toyland.
Mary! Mary!
How are you, Mary?
I'm quite well, thank you, considering I'm so contrary.
Dear Mary, have you had any word from Alan and Jane?
No, Tom. Their wicked Uncle Barnaby says they've both been lost at sea. And if it's true, then I'll never see my beloved Alan again.
Golly, Mary, it looks as if you'll have to spend the rest of your life teaching arithmetic.
And everybody knows what a dreadful thing arithmetic is. It's so everlastingly dull. 2 and 2 just always seem to equal 4. But I'll give it some variety. If a steamship weighed 1,000 tons and sailed 5,000 miles, with a cargo large of overshoes and carving knives and files, if the mates were almost 6 feet high and the bosun near the same, would you subtract or multiply to find the captain's name? Put down 6 and carry 2. Carry 2, carry 2. Gee, but this is hard to do. Hard to do, hard to do. You can think and think and think till your brains are numb. I don't care what teacher says, I can't do that sum. If a pound of prunes cost 13 cents at 1:30 today, and the grocer is so bald he wears $1.05 to pay, and if with every pound of tea he will give 2 cut glass plates, how soon would Willie break his face on his new roller skates? Put down 6 and carry
to that song.
So you see, life goes on. One long arithmetic problem.
Alan. Shh, Jane. Don't give away my disguise. Uncle Barnaby tried to have us killed at sea, remember?
And he won't hesitate to have us killed here.
Do you think he'll recognize me disguised as a gypsy fortune teller?
I don't recognize you, Alan. You're my own brother. Oh, look, a gypsy fortune teller. Perhaps he can tell me about my own true love. Fortune teller,
Yes, my pretty.
what is your name?
Floretto. Floretto who flirts with the future.
Will you tell me my fortune?
Give me your hand. Ah, such a pretty hand. So soft. Ah, yes. I can read the entire future. For I am a Romany Rye, a timorous sprite of the wildwood. I dabble in magic, both comic and tragic, a witch I have been from my childhood. Hey! Great is my mystical might. The blizzard and avalanche mind me. I'm likewise a voodoo at casting a hoodoo, a qualified artist, you'll find me. Floretto, Floretto, the gypsy am I. The past or the future to tell you I'll try. Your fortune I'll read from your palm at a glance. Pray notice I also collect in advance.
Floretto, Floretto, the gypsy is here. Far into the future he quickly can see.
Your fortune I'll read from your palm at a glance. Pray notice I also collect in advance.
I'd be glad to pay you in advance, Senor Floretto. How much will you charge me?
A kiss.
Oh, dear. Now tell me, what do you read in my palm?
Your name begins with an M.
That's right.
It's not Methuselah, or Mehirable, or Marmaduke, or Minnehaha. I have it. It's Mary.
You're wonderful.
I always thought so. Now, let me see. You, Mary, should marry a chap whose name begins with an A.
Alan.
Ah, yes, Alan. He's charming, gifted, and attractive. To know him is to love him.
But he's dead and will never come back to me.
What's happening here?
Barnaby.
I will not have gypsies wandering around giving Toyland a bad name. Shoe?
Now, you better be careful where you put your shoe.
Besides, I have an important announcement to make. I have decided to marry the lovely, though sometimes contrary, Mary.
Oh, no.
Mary?
But, Barnaby, aren't you a little, old for me?
Certainly not.
Besides, Barnaby, I'm in love with somebody else.
With Alan? But he's been lost at sea. He's asleep with the oysters.
Makes me feel like I'm swimming in tartar sauce.
I have positive proof that he will never return.
No, I'm in love with somebody new. With Barney O'Flynn.
Mary? Who is Barney O'Flynn?
Oh, Tom, I can't marry that old ogre Barnaby, so I just made him up. He's a lad from County Clare, it is the wild one comes from there. And be sure it is in his cove you'll see. For the girls he cast a spell, oh, I know that very well. For between us from that spell I am not free. There's no calling in the land could his eloquence withstand. Should he speak to her as he has spoke to me? Me heart and me soul, you're the thief of me soul. Me senses he have taken too. Both Faith, Ryan, Helen, and Venus excelling, they'd ne'er hold a rush lie to you.
forgotten all about me.
Oh, no, Alan, it's not true.
But you heard her. She's fallen in love with some County Clare Casanova named O'Flynn.
What are we going to do, Alan?
You must leave here, dear sister, and never return.
Leave Toyland?
I have nothing more to keep me here. Mary is in love with somebody else. And Uncle Barnaby might try to kill us if he found us here, Jane.
I'll go with you.
Goodbye, Toyland. Goodbye forever.
Mystic Mary Toyland. Once you pass its borders, you can never return
We'll return in a moment with Act Two of Babes in Toyland. We have as our guest tonight the distinguished administrator of the Defense Transport Administration and member of the Interstate Commerce Commission, Mr. James J. Knudsen. And now, Mr. Knudsen.
The effectiveness of the nation's mobilization effort and its ability to meet any future emergency depend on our great productive capacity and our unparalleled transportation system. To achieve a well-balanced national strength, the nation must build up its armed forces, it must build up its productive machine, and it must build up its transportation lifelines. Because the railroads serve every part of the nation, carrying everything movable for anybody, interconnecting every region into an immense productive unit, they are the primary carrier in our transportation network, both in time of peace and in national emergency. As was demonstrated during World War II, the railroads were capable not only of carrying 90% of our billed military freight, but also of moving 70% of our intercity commerce. Now, with our current national emergency threatening to become even more serious, the fact that these essential carriers, the railroads, have been busy at work, expanding and improving every part of their plant is important to all of us. Since the end of World War II, the railroads have spent an average of more than $1 billion a year on improvements. Since the outbreak of fighting in Korea, the railroads have installed thousands of new freight cars, in line with their pledge to increase the supply of these vital cars to a fleet of 1,850,000. This pledge has just been reaffirmed by the nation's railroads. They are making every effort to obtain the allocation of enough steel to build at least 10,000 new cars monthly as soon as it is possible to reach such a production rate. The Defense Transport Administration commends the railroads for their forthright action to increase their transportation capacity to meet the nation's needs and will continue its active effort to help obtain the materials required.
Now here is Act Two of the Lawrence and Lee version of Victor Herbert's musical fairy tale, Babes in Toyland, starring Gordon MacRae as Alan and Lucille Norman as Contrary Mary.
When Jane and I left Toyland, never more to return, we went to a distant land. We found work in a spot that was the closest thing to the real Toyland we loved so much, the shop of the master toy maker. We tried to forget our troubles in the busy preparation for Christmas.
All right, now, hurry, hurry, hurry. Every toy must be ready in time for Christmas. See that all the music boxes play on key. Good, good, good. Now, see that every mama doll says mama. Mama! Good, good.
After all, we wouldn't want a mama doll to say Papa.
Yes, well, I guess just about everything is ready for Christmas.
Yes, sir. And we're all beginning to sing the wonderful Christmas songs of praise.
Hail to Christmas joyous Christmas. Be gay, the day draws near. Hail to Christmas, joyous Christmas. Be gay, the day draws near. Now Kris Kringle, dear Kris Kringle, will bring our King to be. Now Kris Kringle, dear Kris Kringle, will bring our King to be. Here from all toyland, near and far, far and near, all to our fair come to make merry dear. Near from all toyland, near and far, far and near, all to our fair come, to our fair, to our fair, all to our fair come to make merry here at our fair. Hail to Christmas, joyous Christmas, be gay, the day draws near. Hail to Christmas, joyous Christmas, be gay, the day draws near. Now Kris Kringle, dear Kris Kringle, will bring our King to be. Now Kris Kringle, dear Kris Kringle, will bring our King to be.
Very good. That's the spirit, the Christmas spirit, to be exact. I almost forgot to mention. We have a new sales lady, a recent arrival in these parts. Her name is Mary. Mary Q. Contrary.
Jane, did you hear that?
Yes, Alan, but what do you suppose she's doing here?
We must hide until we find out. Hey, you get in that packing box, and I'll just stand here and pretend to be a wooden soldier.
Here comes our new sales lady now. Welcome, Miss Contrary.
Thank you, Master Toymaker.
Now, you are to be in charge of all the dolls. Have a look around at the stock. You'll find quite a variety of them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, how beautiful they all are. Dolls of all nations side by side on the same shelf. What a beautiful world that makes. Hello, little Norwegian doll. Hello, little Dutch doll with the pigtails and the wooden shoes. And this one, a British doll. Do you say Mama, Dolly? Meta! Oh, yes. And here's a French doll. Do you say Mama, too, little one? Oh, if Alan were not lost to me, we might have had such beautiful dolls of our own. And each night I would have sung lullabies to them. Oh, to sleep, slumber dear, little one, oh, sleep while watch I keep. Dream and rest, that is best. Still you hear the morning song from bar and nest. Go to sleep, slumber dear, little one who sleep while watch I Dream and rest, that is best. Still you hear the morning song from bar and nest. But it was never meant to be. Why, what's this? A wooden soldier. He looks just like Alan, but he certainly needs a paint job.
A paint job?
And he ought to have some medals on his chest. I'll just sew some on him. Oh, no, I forgot. He's a wooden soldier. Well, I'll just nail them onto him.
Oh.
Oh, dear, I wish you weren't wooden. I wish you were, Alan, so I could tell you how much I love you, how I ran off from that wicked Barnaby. and how I had to make up a sweetheart named O'Flynn to stay out of the old man's clutches.
You made him up?
He talks.
Mary, it's me, Alan.
Alan! Is it really Alan?
Oh, Mary, I'll never leave you again. But wait, you're sure there's nobody named O'Flynn you love?
Never. Never.
No, my sweetheart, there's one test of true love. The toys.
The toys?
Mm-hmm. Everybody knows that a toy is only worth something when there's a child to love it. Otherwise, it might just as well be wood and cloth and buttons. That's why toys always know when there's love around, especially at Christmas time.
What happens, Alan?
You just close your eyes, and if they feel that love is in the air, they start to march.
My eyes are closed. I'm listening and loving.
Look, they're starting to march. The wooden soldiers, the beautiful dolls, the jacks in the box. Why, they're all falling in line. Forward, march! Oh, this is going to be a wonderful Christmas. Will you make it a Merry Christmas and marry me, Mary?
Oh, yes, dear Alan, but only back in Toyland.
Toyland, Toyland, dear little girl and boyland. While you dwell within it, you are ever happy there. Childhood's joyland, mystic merry Toyland. Once you pass its borders, you can ne'er return
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our lovely guest, Lucille Norman, will be back in just one moment. And meanwhile, our thanks to Sam Edwards, Janet Stewart, Parley Bear, Lou Merrill, and to all the members of our company. Babes in Toyland, with book and lyrics by Glenn McDonough and music by Victor Herbert, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at the same time by the American Railroads. Marvin?
Have you made out your Christmas card list yet? It won't be long now till we're right in the middle of the holiday season, and that busy team of Santa Claus's helpers, your mailman, the post office, America's railroads, and the Railway Express Agency, will be working feverishly to handle the mountains of Christmas packages. Won't you help these hard-working folks and mail or express your packages and Christmas cards early? And when you do, please use Christmas seals as much as possible. By doing so, you help bring the priceless gift of health to fellow Americans suffering from tuberculosis.
Thank you, Marvin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here again is our charming contrary Mary, Lucille Norman.
Thank you, Gordon. That was great fun. Made me feel like going out and buying up a whole new toy shop.
Well, let's do it, Lucy.
What's on the show train next week, Gordon?
Well, we're going to have some thrilling Johann Strauss music. The Gypsy Baron. And Mimi Benzel will be our guest. And we'll be waltzing all over the place.
Well, I'll set my dial at 3/4 time. Good night, Gordon.
Good night, Lucy. You were wonderful.
All aboard.
Well, dear friends, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night, and the Gypsy Baron, this is your friend Gordon MacRae saying goodbye.
Babes in Toyland was presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Fatima. Our choir was under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music was prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Until next week, this is Marvin Miller saying goodnight for the American Railroads. Now stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Tonight, The Voice of Firestone features Thomas L. Thomas on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the great Broadway musical hit, Music in the Air, starring Gordon MacRae and his charming young guest star, Miss Jane Powell. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another top musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we have music by Jerome Kern and a story by Oscar Hammerstein II. And so we're ready for adventure, romance, and music in the air. Our curtain rises on the picturesque mountain village of Edendorf, deep in the Bavarian Alps, where I happen to be a school teacher named Carl Rader. A mighty lucky school teacher, too, because my sweetheart is the petite and charming motion picture star, Janie Powell.
Why, thank you, Carl.
Oh, you're welcome, Sieglinde. That's Janie's name in the story, Sieglinde. But you see, I'm sort of a bashful schoolmaster, more at home with a multiplication table than with a girl. And every time I see the beautiful Sieglinde, I don't know, I get a lump in my throat, so I can't really say the things I feel inside me. I remember one day I was coming up to Sieglinde's house to bring something to her father, Dr. Lessing.
Hello, Carl.
Oh, hello, Sieglinde.
Well, you should have told me you were coming to see me. I'd have been home sooner.
Well, you see, I didn't exactly come to see you.
Oh?
I came to see your father.
Well, if you'd rather see my father than see
no,
me,
Sieglinde, you don't understand. I mean, I always say the wrong thing when I'm close to you.
Oh, Carl. Carl, don't be bashful. Tell me what you're trying to say.
I hear music when I look at you, a beautiful theme of every dream I ever knew. Down deep in my heart, I hear it play. I feel it start and melt away.
I hear music when I touch your hand, a beautiful melody from some enchanted land. Down deep in my heart, I hear it say, is this the day?
I alone have heard this lovely strain.
I alone have heard its glad refrain.
Must it be forever inside of me?
Why can't I let it go?
let you know the song my heart would sing. That beautiful rhapsody of love and youth and spring. The music is sweet. The song is you.
The song is you. The song is you.
Carl, Sieglinde, is that you?
Yes, Father.
I've finished the words, Dr. Lessing.
So soon. That's wonderful.
Carl, did you write words for one of Father's compositions?
Well, I hope what I've written is worthy of the greatest composer in Edendorf.
Oh, Carl, I am the greatest composer in Edendorf because I'm the only composer in Edendorf. Let me hear your lyric, Carl.
I'll be out in the kitchen.
No, Sieglinde, stay. I want you to hear this, too. Because even though you don't know it, you helped me write the words.
Carl, Father, a song like this, it's not right to keep it to ourselves in our own little valley.
She's right, Dr. Lessing. You should have it published.
Oh, I am no businessman.
Look, I'm going to Munich next week with the walking club. And Dr. Lessing, if you came with us...
I should walk to Munich 60 miles? You think I'm a schoolboy?
Oh, we'll take our time. A week or more.
I have not been there for 20 years. My old school friend, Ernst Mahler, is a music publisher in Munich.
Why, then you must come and give him the song. And Sieglinde must come to sing it for you.
Oh, please, Father. Please, huh?
Somehow I feel this is a wrong thing to do. It will bring sadness to us.
Well, how, Dr. Lessing? It can only make you famous.
Oh, it'll be a wonderful holiday for all of us.
There's a hill beyond the hill, beyond the hill, beyond the hill. If you live beyond the song, follow along, follow along. There's a dream beyond the dream, beyond the dream, beyond the dream. If your heart is young and gay. There's a hill beyond the hill, beyond the hill, beyond the hill. If your limbs are young and strong, follow along, follow along. There's a dream beyond the dream, beyond the dream, beyond the dream. If your heart is young and gay. Follow along, follow along, follow along, follow along, away!
Oh, my goodness. What have they done to Munich in the 20 years I've been away?
Oh, goodness, everyone's in such a hurry. And look, everyone looks so mad.
Well, that's the way it is with city life.
Ah, look. There is the sign, Mahler and Company, music publishers.
Well, shall we go in?
I wonder if my old friend Ernst will recognize me. It has been so long.
May I help you?
We'd like to see Mr. Mahler, please.
Well, he's very busy. You'll have to wait.
And you can take your play and your music.
Now, Frida, let's not have another scene.
Who's making a scene?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm leaving you, Mr. Mahler. I'm leaving your wretched little opera company.
May I introduce myself?
Walk out on me, Frida Hutsfield, and you'll never work in musical comedy again.
I have a dozen offers.
Excuse me. Are you really Frida Hutsfeld, the great star?
See, Mr. Mahler, here's a young man who appreciates my talents.
I saw you once in The Chocolate Soldier. You were wonderful.
How sweet of you to say so.
It is not possible. You are Mr. Mahler?
Yes.
You look like Ernst, but you should be older. We went to school together.
You're thinking of my father. He's been dead 10 years.
Ernst is dead.
Yes.
My old friend.
Oh, don't be sad, Father. I'm sure young Mr. Mahler will listen to your composition.
You see, I have written a song, and my daughter has come to sing it for you.
Everyone in the world has written a song and expects me to publish it. I'm sorry, I can't be bothered.
You can't treat my father like this. He's a great composer.
Well, this is a fiery little one, isn't she?
Bruno Mahler.
Oh, run along. I'm going to listen to this little angel sing.
That finishes it. I'm through.
That's right. You're through.
Oh! Young man.
Yes?
How would you like to take me to dinner?
Me? Have dinner with the immortal Frida Hatzfeld?
Oh, what a nice way of putting it. Young man, you should write.
Well, I have done a few lyrics.
Oh? Well, perhaps you'll write something for me. Come, we'll discuss it at dinner. Carl!
Now, Mr. Mahler, about the song.
Oh, yes, the song. Yes, I'll listen to it. And then, Dr. Lessing, perhaps you'll let me have dinner with your daughter.
Are you having a good time, Carl?
Yes. But I can't believe that this is really me having dinner with a famous star.
Oh, Carl, you're refreshing. And I'm very fond of it.
Are you really? Do you know what's been happening to me, Frida, while we walked in the park?
No, tell me, Carl.
I hear music when I look at you. A beautiful theme of every dream I ever knew. Down deep in my heart, I hear it play. I feel it start, then melt away.
Are you having a good time, Sieglinde?
Oh, it's been a glorious evening. And I'm so proud that you're going to publish my father's song.
How could I help it after the way you sang it? I wonder, can I persuade you to take Frida Hatzfeld's place in my opera company? I'll make the theater goers love you as much as I do. Do you think you could be happy working with me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mahler. When we're together, I almost seem to hear music in the air. I alone have heard this lovely strain. I alone have heard this glad refrain.
This is working out all wrong. I always thought that Carl and my Sieglinde, that they should sing their songs to each other, not to strangers. Oh, we never should have come here. We should have stayed in Edendorf.
Why can't I let you know the song my heart would sing?
That beautiful rhapsody of love and youth and spring. The music is sweet, the words are true, the song is
We'll return to the second act of Music in the Air in a moment. But first, safety is the product of many things. It is the product of safe tools and equipment. It is the product of the observance of safe operating rules, whether it be the operation of a kitchen stove at home, or an automobile on the road, or a train on its track. Most important of all, perhaps, safety is the product of education in safe thinking and habits. For the greatest of all safety devices is a safe man. Nearly 40 years ago, the railroads undertook organized cooperative efforts toward the creation of safe habits of thought and action. Other industries and organizations did likewise. The National Safety Council, which this week is holding its 37th annual meeting, was formed as a central agency to work in the whole field. At the same time, industries carry on their own special programs of safety. On the railroads, this work is done both by the individual railroads and by the safety section of the Association of American Railroads. The result is a degree of safety on the railroads undreamed of when the program started. In 1948, fatalities to passengers in proportion to miles traveled were only 1/10 as many as in 1913. and the rate of injuries was only 1/5 what it was then. The number of casualties to employees was only 1/10 as great in proportion to the traffic moved in 1948 as it was 35 years earlier. Such a record, unequaled elsewhere in the transportation world, has been accomplished by years of organized and purposeful attention to safety. But safety is not something that can be achieved and then forgotten. So railroads and railroad men are keeping on with their work for safety through engineering, through enforcement, through education, in safe thinking and safe practice, all to the end that we shall have in the future railroad transportation even safer than it is today. Now here is Act Two of Music in the Air, starring Gordon MacRae as Carl Rader and his guest star Jane Powell as Sieglinde.
It's strange how people who love each other or think they do can suddenly drift apart. Back home at Edendorf, I had dreamed that someday Sieglinde would be mine. But at Munich with the glamorous Frida Hatzfeld at my arm, Sieglinde didn't seem nearly so important. And she was having the time of her life with that pompous impresario, Bruno Mahler, who had actually given her a starring part in his newest operetta.
Quiet now, quiet in the theater.
Oh, do I look all right, Mr. Mahler?
Oh, yes, my child, you look enchanting.
Oh, gosh. I'm so frightened, though, with all the lights and the people.
Do not be frightened. This is merely a dress rehearsal.
See it pretty, my dove. I will be listening.
Well, thank you, Father.
All right, music.
A warm spring night was stirred by a breeze, and love was born. A moon in flight was caught in the trees, and love was born. A lark sang out, and through the field a sigh became a sighing kiss, and two young lips were gently kissed, and two young hearts learned to fly. A shepherd boy awoke from a doze and blew his horn. The sun came up and smiled on a rose, and love was born.
A lark sang out, and through the mist there came a sigh upon a sigh, and two young lips were gently kissed, and two young hearts learned to fly.
A shepherd boy awoke from a doze and blew his horn. The sun came up and smiled on a rose, and
Bravo, bravo, Sieglinde. Didn't she sing that beautifully, Mr. Mahler?
Yes, she sings magnificently. But I'm afraid she won't do.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, it's not enough to be able to sing. A star in musical comedy must know how to move, how to act, how to walk up on a stage as if she owned it.
But Sieglinde is a child. She will learn.
There isn't time enough. Oh, if I could only get Frida Hatzfeld.
I thought you hated her.
I do. I would give my arm not to be dependent upon her. But do you realize what makes her great? She's played every little town in Europe. She's been hissed and booed off stages. She's starved between jobs. But finally, after years of work, she's become Frida Hatzfeld, the famous prima donna. And so, my dear, it was wrong of me to expect you to take her place, a child who never saw a stage until a few weeks ago.
I'm so ashamed.
Sieglinde? Oh, Sieglinde, what's wrong?
Carl. Oh, you tell him, Father.
Schoolmaster, have you seen Frida Hatzfeld? Do you know where she is?
Oh, yes.
Good.
At her hotel. She's packing her bag to go to Vienna.
Oh, I only hope I'm in time to stop her.
I don't understand. What's going on here?
They don't want me to play the part.
There,
They
child.
said I'm not good enough.
I'm sorry, Sieglinde. But we don't belong here. We belong in our own little village in Edendorf.
Now that you're tired of your Frida Hatzfeld, I suppose you want to go home,
Yes, Sieglinde.
Well, I don't know what to do. Oh, come, Father, please. Please, I want to get away from here.
But Sieglinde. Sieglinde.
We belong together, we're happy together, and life is a song. When we are together, we know we are where we belong. We belong together like birds of a feather, together we thrive. Little caring whether the rest of the world is alive. All alone, I'm only a hand, like a joke without any laugh. But when we are together, we're happy together, and life is a song. When we are together, we know we are where we belong. Together, we know where we belong.
On the long, lonesome road back to Edendorf, I thought how much I hated all great cities and all prima donnas of musical comedy, because they had separated me from my Sieglinde. In Edendorf, I found her again, but we were farther apart than ever, until the day Sieglinde came running to her father with a big package wrapped in brown paper.
Father, look what came in the post.
Munich.
What can it be? Oh, your song.
All printed and published. And a letter from Mr. Marler.
Oh,
we are sending this all over the world. We expect to sell thousands of copies.
Oh, Father. Oh, congratulations.
You must not only congratulate me, my child. What about the man who wrote the words to the song?
I don't want to talk to Carl. He doesn't care anything about me.
Nonsense. The whole village is talking about how sad our schoolmaster is because you won't talk to him. He is so gloomy with his lessons, a whole generation is being depressed.
Well, we can't let that happen.
Of course not. Now take this music and show it to your car.
Carl!
Sieglinde.
Look, I have a present for you.
I've told every little star just how grand I think you are.
Why haven't I told you?
Look, it says music by Dr. Walter Lessing. Words by Carl Rader. Oh, it's your song, Carl.
Oh, no, my darling. You were the inspiration, both for your father and for me. Sieglinde, the song is you.
I alone have heard this lovely strain. I alone have heard this glad refrain. Must it be forever inside of me? Why can't I let it go? Why can't I let you know? Why can't I let you know the song my heart could sing? That beautiful rhapsody of love and youth and spring. The music is
We'll be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Gordon MacRae with a word of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Betty Lou Gerson, Jerome Cowan, Gigi Pearson, and Herb Butterfield, who played Dr. Lessing. Music in the Air, composed by Jerome Kern with book and lyrics by Oscar Hammerstein II, was adapted for radio by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. These railroads are your hometown partners. They provide jobs for your neighbors. They buy supplies in your town. And they pay local taxes just as you and I. Thus, the railroads are more than just railroads. They are citizens, and mighty important citizens, in your own hometown. Now, here again is lovely Jane Powell.
Oh, thanks, Gordon. Gee, it was fun making music in the air and music on the air.
Well, it's always fun to peek around a microphone and see you standing there, Janie.
Well, when you peek about a month from now, Gordon, you'll see me again.
That's right. We'll be back in old Heidelberg together for the student prince.
I've already got my passport.
And by the way, don't miss next week's Railroad Hour, Janie. We'll have Kenny Baker and Lucille Norman in one of America's favorite operettas, Blossom Time.
You know what? I'll have my head right inside that radio.
All aboard!
Well, good night, Janie. It looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Music in the Air was presented by special arrangement with Tam's Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae is now being seen in the Warner Brothers Technicolor production, Look for the Silver Lining. Jane Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, and Peter Lawford. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the Association of American Railroads. And now keep tuned to your Monday night of music on NBC.
Christopher Lynch stars on The Voice of Firestone, coming up on NBC.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the romantic operetta Naughty Marietta, based on the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture with Victor Herbert's beloved music, and starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae, bringing up the curtain on one of Victor Herbert's most melodic and popular operettas, Naughty Marietta. In the character of Captain Dick Warrington, I meet and fall in love with Naughty Marietta in New Orleans, when Louisiana was still under the rule of Louis XV of France. But the story of Marietta begins much before that, and no one is more familiar with it than that lady herself. So may I introduce her to you in the person of our lovely and charming guest star this evening, known and loved by all as the Naughty Marietta of the screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I heard that melody one night in a dream and lived with the memory of it ever after. I remembered only the beginning of that unexplained song, And somehow I felt that if I could complete it, I could find the answer. Not only to the mystery of life, but to the mystery of my own unhappiness as well. It was spring in the court at Versailles, and my royal uncle had informed me that the King of France had commanded that I marry a fat, elderly member of the royal house of Spain named Don Carlos. The thought was intolerable to me, so I arranged to take the place of one of the maids in the castle, a Marietta Franini, on a bride ship bound for New Orleans. And that very night I stole away from the castle and set sail on the adventure of my life.
Oh, Marietta, isn't the sea beautiful? I wish we weren't landing tomorrow.
Why, Julie, I thought you were looking forward to this brand new world and the fine, handsome young cavalier who would claim you as his wife.
Well, suppose it isn't a fine, handsome cavalier. Suppose it's a fat, ugly one.
Well, you don't have to accept him. You'll have the pick of all the men in New Orleans.
What kind of a husband do you want, Marietta?
I don't intend to marry.
Oh, but you have to. You accepted the king's dowry. A casket of gold and a grant of land to each girl who will go to the colonies and marry.
Well, the king can keep his grant and his casket.
Then why did you come on the bride ship?
Oh, for many reasons, but mainly because of a song.
A song?
Yes, a melody that's become a sort of challenge to me.
Oh, it's beautiful, Marietta. Oh, please finish it.
Oh, I can't, Julie. Perhaps I never will be able to finish it.
Well, when you sing, it makes me forget how frightened I am, Marietta.
Well, then I'm afraid it'll have to be another song, Julie. Oh, there's a little prayer I learned as a child. Will that do?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, then. One song for one smile. Is that a bargain?
Oh, yes, Marietta.
King of the earth and sky and sea, guide us upon our way. Gladly we place our trust in thee, day by day. Father in heaven, forever with thee. Father of all who guide our children across the sea. Dear Father in heaven, oh Father of all, guide us here by thee. Ruler of all, we fervently call thy name. Father in heaven, forever with thee. Show us the way, O heavenly
Thank you, Marietta. I feel ever so much better now.
To your stations, men. There's a pirate ship approaching from starboard.
Oh, pirates!
Straight across the stern. Return fire.
All right, my little pigeon, stop that sniffling. You've been captured by pirates. You might as well make the best of it. We'll camp here on the shore for the night. In the morning, we'll figure out what's to be done about you.
In the name of the King of France, I demand that you set us free.
Well, do you now, my pretty?
Now, don't you dare come a step closer to me.
I like redheads. The more peppery they are, the better I like them.
Why, you...
Well, I'll have a kiss for that slap, my lady. What's that?
That's the song of the governor's men, Captain. They must be looking for some word of the bride ship.
Captain Dick Warrington's men, huh? Well, no point in fighting two battles today unless we have to. John, out with that campfire.
Yes, sir.
All right, now you women get down on your faces and keep quiet. Ah, good. Good, they're passing by.
Help! Help! Soldiers, help! Pirates! Help!
Come on, men. We found them.
Captain Warrington, I certainly want to thank you, your men.
Careful. You're tipping the canoe.
If you hadn't come along just when you did, I don't know what might have happened to us.
Well, that's what the governor of Louisiana pays us for. Personally, I never approved of you women being shipped over here in the first place. The minute women arrive any place, there's trouble. Why, look at my men. Even in the moonlight, you can see the silly expressions on their faces. They're not used to having women in their canoes.
Judging from your manners, I wouldn't say you were either.
Huh? Well, my manners were all right when I was saving your life.
Didn't you say you get paid for that sort of thing?
Well, I'll wager my next month's salary that you weren't any poor little milkmaid on a farm.
Oh, would you?
You don't have the manner born, my lady. Whoever your mistress was, she taught you to put on too many airs. Blue eyes.
My eyes are green, and my name is Marietta.
Nevertheless, I'll call you Blue Eyes. So you had to come all the way to New Orleans to catch a husband, eh? Well, don't look at me.
You fancy yourself quite a lady killer, don't you?
Oh, I am. I don't know whether it's my looks or my voice. By the way, what did you think of my voice, Blue Eyes?
When I heard it, my mind wasn't exactly on musical matters, Captain Warrington.
That's right. Too bad. It's a nice voice. Care to hear it again?
No, thank you. Might spoil the effect of that lovely moon up there.
Oh, on the contrary, it'll help it. Why, I'll sing you a song about our southern moon if you like.
Fine. I'm a little bit tired anyway, so if you don't mind, I'll just take a little nap while you're singing.
Careful. You might...
It was the furthest thing from my mind.
Captain, there are the lights of New Orleans up ahead.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, that's right, Blue Eyes. With your new husband waiting for you on the dock. Come on, men. Let's give him our song and have the whole town turn out to greet us. Let's see that these ladies get a rousing welcome from New Orleans. Tramp, tramp, tramp along the highway. Tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway. Courrier de bois are we. Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dixon Infantry, Captain Dixon Infantry.
Tramp, tramp along the highway, tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway, Courrier de bois are we.
Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dixon Infantry, Captain Dixon Infantry.
You came here to get married. You signed the agreement.
But, mademoiselle, you must marry someone. It is the law.
It says in your credentials.
No, I don't want to marry anyone.
Here. What's the meaning of this, young woman? I'm told you are refusing to marry.
Very true, monsieur. And who are you?
I am the governor of Louisiana.
Oh, well, then will you please tell these gentlemen that I don't have to marry them?
Oh, but you do, mademoiselle. It says in your credentials...
Then I shall tear up my credentials.
Stop that immediately. Young woman, what is your name?
Marietta Franini.
Well, Marietta Franini, something has to be done about you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I don't want to have to put you in jail.
Governor!
Oh, Captain Warrington. Dick, my dear boy.
I couldn't help hearing your conversation with this young woman. I feel a sort of responsibility for her myself. After all, it's my fault in a way that she's here, and I'm willing that you put her in my custody for the time being. I'll see that she has lodgings.
Well, an excellent suggestion, Dick. And if she doesn't get some sense in her head, we'll just have to ship her home to France.
Come along, Blue Eyes.
Where are you taking me?
You are now about to enter one of the main thoroughfares of New Orleans. Charming, isn't it?
What brought about this sudden interest in my future, Captain Warrington?
Well, I feel sorry for you.
You feel sorry for me?
Yes. You're so beautiful and so dumb.
Oh, am I? Well, let me tell you something. You may not be as smart as you think you are, and I may not be as dumb as I look. Well, I mean, as you think I look. Now, kindly conduct me to wherever I'm supposed to find residence, and then...
Then I'll say au revoir.
Not au revoir, Captain Warrington. Just say a lasting goodbye.
Well, look ahead there. My friend Rudolfo, who runs the Marionette Theater. Hey, Rudolfo! Rudolfo!
Capitano Dick! Hello, my friend. Hello,
Rudolfo. Say, where's that plump daughter of yours?
The one who's a sing?
Yeah.
She got married. But Monsieur, my Suzette, she sings it too. Come, Suzette, sing it for the gentlemen.
Well, it seems like everybody's getting married this day. Must be the season.
Perhaps.
Ah, nice voice, hasn't she, little ice lady? It's too bad you can't sing.
Really?
Yes, it gives a woman added charm. You might take some lessons, but of course, I'd never expect you to sing as well as Suzette.
Oh, that, monsieur, that's a matter of opinion. The mandolin is playing sweet, the gentle song of dancing feet. Oh, could I return, oh, joy complete? Nobody,
Mademoiselle, your voice is beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Rodolfo.
Oh, if such a singer would only come to me, it would mean a new days for my marionette theater.
This lady is a prisoner, Rodolfo, and she isn't interested in helping you or anyone.
Oh, but that isn't true. Rodolfo, the governor has placed me in this gentleman's custody. But if he'll permit me, I'd be very happy to sing at your theater.
Oh, gracias, gracias.
You will see that she has lodgings and take good care of her?
I will. Hey, there's your man, Captain Dick.
Are you coming, Captain?
I'll be right there. Well, farewell, my lady.
Oh, no. No, please wait.
What? You realize what you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. For a moment, well, it was when you turned away from me. That moment, I thought I heard...
Come on, Dick.
Take good care of her, Rodolfo. Goodbye, Mamselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Did you say au revoir?
Yes, I did.
Then au revoir it is.
Tramp, 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 roll and roll.
It's interesting to think of the way people lived in America in the time of naughty Marietta. Here was this vast continent with every natural resource it has today, and yet it could barely support 2 or 3 million persons. Now, a nation of nearly 150 million persons living on the same area produces not only enough for its own needs, but enough to aid half the world besides. What makes the difference? Well, for one thing, there was born in this land a new sort of freedom. It was not merely political freedom, but was the freedom of every man to use his native ability to make the most of every opportunity to better himself. Without that sort of freedom, political freedom could not long be maintained. And in that atmosphere of freedom, there blossomed mighty inventions, creating the machinery which multiplies many-fold man's power of production. And there developed a new sort of transportation, continent-wide transportation, binding the nation into a unit, low-cost, dependable transportation, which makes high-volume production possible, and also makes possible the widespread distribution and high-level consumption, without which large-scale production would be useless. This essential transportation is performed on the railroads, in trains of cars on tracks. These railroads handle goods on a scale undreamed of elsewhere, and they do it at rates which, in comparison with prices and wages, are lower than anywhere else in the world. And they are lower now in comparison than they were before the war, even here in America. And so it is that a continent which could barely support a mere handful of people has become the home of nearly 150 million who produce more and live better than any other people on the face of the earth. Now back to Naughty Marietta with your host, Gordon MacRae, and Jeanette MacDonald as his guest star.
For one fleeting moment, I had felt as though I knew what my dream melody meant to say. That moment when Dick Warrington smiled at me and said goodbye. And yet I considered Dick an arrogant, conceited, egotistical, impossible boor. I thought it was because he was the only man I knew in New Orleans that I was glad to see him when he arrived at the puppet show the next night.
Good show, Blue Eyes. Say, you can sing.
Thank you.
Come on, let's take a walk in the moonlight. I want to talk to you.
Haven't you anything better to do?
Well, if I had, I'd be doing it. Here, put this cape around you.
But it's warm out.
And put the hood up over your hair.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's too hot to look at red hair.
Now, if you're going to be insulting, I'm not going with you.
Oh, yes, you are. You're coming with me, and you're going to ride in my canoe out along the edges of the bayou, completely out of earshot of anyone on land. And then you're going to tell me why the governor has today offered a reward of 250,000 louis for the apprehension of one Marietta Frenini.
250,000 louis for me.
The governor sent for me this morning and asked me if I knew where you were. I told him you had gotten away from me.
Well, did he tell you why they sent for me?
No, but you're going to tell me as soon as we get in that boat.
Well, will it be safe to talk there?
Yes. My men are all through the bayou right now. It's the safest place in New Orleans for the moment. And this is the most dangerous. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, I've never given an order to a woman before.
No, I've never taken an order from a man.
Well, let's talk that over when we have time, Marietta.
Yes, when we have time, Dick.
You do trust me now, don't you?
Well, if I can't trust you, then I have no one.
Come on.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, could I but find thee. The words repeated themselves within me, urgently, over and over, as I followed Dick through the streets of New Orleans. And when he helped me into the boat and we drifted out on the moonlit water, it fairly thundered in my ears. But what the rest of the song was, or what it meant, I still didn't know.
Now tell me, Blue Eyes, why should they offer a reward of 250,000 louis for a giddy little redhead from Marseille?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it now. All this will end soon enough.
Blue Eyes, you're in trouble. I want to help you. The governor has all the troops in New Orleans out hunting for you. What did you do?
I ran away. Away from a man I didn't want to marry.
Who are you?
Oh, just someone.
Someone, huh?
Someone from somewhere.
Well, you know, I have a very strange feeling about someone.
No pain, I hope.
No. I have a very strange feeling I never felt before.
You're coming down with something, all right.
a grind of depression.
I wonder if it's catching.
I hope so. My heart's acting strangely. It feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression.
My pulses leap madly without any cause. Believe
if someone did love you?
Oh, Marietta.
I said if. Would you care what her past had been? Would you marry her without questions?
If you say you love me, that's the only question I would ask. And the only answer I am interested in.
Oh, I know now what it means.
Sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. At last I know the secret of it all. The longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the
Captain Warrington!
Yes, Major?
Bring that boat into shore. My men will fire on you if you don't.
Oh, please, Dick, do as he asks.
But Marietta.
Oh, please.
All right, Marietta, whatever you say.
Captain Warrington, I have a warrant for this lady. She's to be returned to the palace of the governor at once.
Why? What has she done?
It isn't what she's done, it's who she is. She is the Princess Marie d'Altena, a fugitive from France against His Majesty's wishes.
Princess? You a princess, Marietta?
Yes, Dick. I hoped you'd never know.
Permit me to help you from the boat, Your Highness.
Thank you.
The governor awaits you at his palace.
If you don't wish to go, Blue Eyes, I've a sword here that will see that you stay.
Men, advance and fall to.
Oh, no, please.
I have men of my own in this bayou. I have only to call out and they will be at your service.
No, I've put you in enough danger already. I'll go with you, Major. Shall I see you again, Captain Warrington?
There is only one answer to that, which I believe you know.
Company, march!
Come in.
Good evening, Your Highness. How charming you look. All dressed for the ball in your honor, I see.
Well, I'm afraid the last thing I want is to be presented to New Orleans society, Governor.
His Majesty is most provoked with you, Your Highness. As a matter of fact, another order just arrived, which I should like to read to you. And she shall be found and returned immediately under the custody of her uncle on his arrival. Anyone aiding or abetting her further escape shall be considered in treason to me and shall be given the extreme penalty. Signed, Louis XV.
How would you like to marry an old, fat Spanish don that creaks every time he walks?
I should be honored.
Well, then you marry him.
Oh, no, my dear. Oh, I could hardly do that. We'd better go down to the ball. You take my arm, Princess?
Thank you.
Oh, Princess, I thought you might be interested to know that I have ordered Captain Warrington and his men to start for Barataria today. He's a good soldier, and I should not like to be forced to carry out His Majesty's orders. But if he should attempt to help you escape...
I understand, Governor.
What's that singing?
Oh, Governor, I promise you I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, only please don't let anyone else suffer. I'll return to Versailles.
Very well. That, of course, makes my position much easier. Your ship sails at dawn.
I shall be aboard. I had known the secret, the answer to the mystery of my life and of my song for almost a full day. But as I walked down and took my place in the ballroom, I realized that to know the song and its meaning and to deny that meaning was almost unbearable. And yet it had to be denied forever. And then, late in the evening, I went out into the garden for a moment, and suddenly, there he was before me.
Your Highness.
Dick, you must go at once. You're in great danger here.
Danger? Do you think I'm afraid of danger?
Oh, but I can't really talk to you tonight with all these people here. The moment they find I'm gone, they'll be searching for me.
Out on the bayou, you started to sing a song for me. I'd like to hear it now.
Oh, please, this ball is in honor of my sailing. I should be back there.
Sailing?
You know.
What have they said about sailing?
Sailing?
Yes. When are they going to try to take you away?
Oh, the day after tomorrow. I mean the day after that. Friday, I think.
Friday? Then I'll be back to hear your song right here tomorrow night. We'll be camped only about 20 miles from here.
Captain Warrington!
Governor.
Well,
Good evening, Your Excellency.
Didn't you receive my orders?
Oh, yes, of course he did. Oh, don't magnify something very silly, Governor. This officer saved my life, and I asked him to come here to say goodbye. Thank you again, Captain, and goodbye.
Princess?
Good night.
Good night.
Your Highness, everyone is pleading for you to sing for them. Would you do it? Would you honor us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I will sing for you. I knew I'd never see Dick again, and I had to let him hear my song. I went into the ballroom and saw Dick at the head of the stairway, just about to leave, so I sang my song.
Blue Eyes.
Oh, Dick.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee.
Who is that?
It's Captain Warrington.
There he is, up on the balcony. He's coming down the stairway. Look.
Listen.
Oh, the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the joy and idle tears that fall. For 'tis love and love alone the world is seeking. And 'tis love and love alone I've waited for. And my heart has heard the answer to its calling. For it is love that rules forevermore.
Blue Eyes.
Dick, please go quickly.
Au revoir, my princess.
Goodbye. Oh, my darling. Goodbye.
A few minutes ago, we were talking about what freedom and invention and transportation have done in this country in making the way we live in America the marvel of the world. Let's pay a little more attention to the third of these mighty forces, transportation, and especially the backbone of our transportation system, our railroads. Production as we know it would not be possible without railroads to assemble the materials used, the fertilizers and farm implements, for example, for the kind of agriculture which is practiced in America, or the raw materials, the fuel, and the machinery used in industry. And not only would production on the American scale be impossible without railroads, it would also be useless without the widespread distribution and the high consumption of goods which railroad transportation makes possible. America finds use for other forms of transportation, but no one of them, nor all of them together, could take the place of railroads in furnishing the low-cost, continental-wide season service, which is fundamental to the way we make things and the way we use them here in America. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Act 3 of Naughty Marietta with your host Gordon MacRae and his guest star Jeanette MacDonald.
And now I had sung my dream melody, and I'd pledged my love with it. and at the same time said farewell to that love forever. I ran upstairs after I finished singing and stood at the window, listening to his men march through the empty moonlit streets. And I stood there thinking, he is with them, and they are marching away from me. Yes?
I just wanted to say good night, Princess. I hope you'll be quite comfortable.
Well, it doesn't matter now, Governor. Nothing matters. I'm going back to marry Don Carlos as the king commanded.
Sometimes it's very sad to be of royal blood, Princess. But life establishes the rules of our conduct by how we are born. And we must obey those rules.
Well, I hoped this was a new country where all those out-of-date precepts could be forgotten.
It's too bad, Princess, that we cannot make of the world what we dream it should be. Good night.
Dick!
Did you call me, Blue Eyes?
Oh, Dick! Oh, why did you come back?
I came for you. You wouldn't have sung that song to me if you'd ever expected to see me again, would you?
No.
When are you really sailing?
At dawn.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, if you'd known, you never would have gone, and I'd have seen them lead you away to be...
What have I to live for without you?
Oh, what are we to do?
Get a cloak. My men are waiting at the edge of town. Now, hurry.
Oh, but we can't. The palace is surrounded.
I got in. I'll get out.
But, Dick, wherever we'd go, they'd only find us again.
Oh, not where we're going. We're heading west, Blue Eyes, into a new country, a new life, together. Will you come with me?
Oh, of course I will.
Then quick, hurry now.
Princess! Princess!
Quick, out on the balcony. Hurry.
Guard! Call the guard! Something's wrong! Warn the guard!
First, I'll jump over the balcony.
Are you all right?
Yes. Now jump. I'll catch you. Oh, there you are.
Halt where you are. Up with your hand.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Hold those two. We have them, Governor.
Bring them to my rooms. Don't let them escape.
They won't escape from us, Your Excellency.
Good.
Well, shall we march, gentlemen?
Oh, Dick, I knew it would all be for nothing.
We know quite a long way to the governor's office, Captain.
Yes, sir, through the woods. Kind of pretty.
Uh-huh.
Now you follow us. Right out through the castle gates.
Dick.
Shh. We're not safe yet.
But these soldiers, they're your men.
Of course.
Oh, my darling. How on earth did you manage that?
Easily. They changed places with some of the palace guards, who were very glad to get a night off.
The horses are just ahead. The men are waiting.
Well, here we are, Your Highness.
No more, Your Highness. From this moment, there are no titles left in the world.
Oh, yes, there are. Your new one.
What's that?
Why, Mrs. Warrington, naturally. Here, let me help you up. We have a long ride ahead of us, but there's a ship waiting, and a whole new country.
And a new life.
Ah, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, at last I know the secret of it all. All the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the idle hope and joys, the burning tears that fall.
The roadway, room, 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 the world is free.
But it's love and love alone the world is seeking. And it's love and love alone I've waited for. And my heart has heard the answer to its call. For it is love that rules
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Earl Ross, Alan Reed, Sheila Stevens, Paul Frees, Parley Bear, and Bill Demling for their fine performances in Naughty Marietta, with book and lyrics by Rita Johnson Young, music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald again.
I just want to say how greatly I enjoyed appearing for the Association of American Railroads in this production of Naughty Marietta, one of my favorite roles.
We were honored to have you, Jeanette, and very happy, too, that you were to join us again very soon.
Oh, yes, the week after next, as a matter of fact, in another of my favorites, Noel Coward's Bittersweet.
And I'm certain that your fans will all be listening.
Oh, by the way, what are you doing next week?
Well, next week, the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Patrice Menzel, and Mr. Kenny Baker will join me in presenting one of America's most beloved operettas, Blossom Time.
Oh, I'll certainly be listening to that myself. And I'll see you all again week after next in Bittersweet.
Au revoir, Marietta.
Au revoir, Captain Dick.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Naughty Marietta has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald's new motion picture is The Sun Comes Up, produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose current hit is Words and Music. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a great musical hit, The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On stage tonight is one of the happiest shows that ever hit Broadway. It's The Red Mill, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert. David Montgomery and Fred Stone were starred when The Red Mill first started spinning, and audiences cheered the same show last season when it was brought back to Broadway with great success. For the 1949 radio version, however, Montgomery and Stone become Kelly and MacRae. The Kelly, of course, is one of Hollywood's most popular screen personalities, Mr. Gene Kelly.
Thank you. Yep. Just for tonight, Gordy and I are going to slip on a couple of checkered vests and straw hats.
And we'll be sporting two of the corniest names that ever bounced off a balcony.
What do they call you, boy?
Why, I'm Kid Connor.
What a coincidence. I'm Con Kidder. Pretty grim, huh?
Say, wait till you meet Lucille Norman and Alan Reed.
Yeah?
They play a couple of Dutch characters in Katwijk aan Zee.
Katwijk on Come Again?
Well, you'll be there in a minute. So, shall we ring up the curtain, Mr. Kidder?
I'm in favor of it, Mr. Connor. Okay. Here's Act One of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill. Mr. Conductor, if you please.
In old New York, crops always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in court the queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Oh, Con, what do you want to go to Europe for?
Romance, boy. Have you got any romance in your soul?
Sure I have, but what's so romantic about Europe?
Why, we can visit all the ancient capitals, gaze on the enchanting scenery, drink in the grandeur of Europe's historic majesty. Besides, we might even meet some good-looking babes.
Well, I'm for that.
Not that there aren't plenty of them right here in America. If a spare afternoon you should happen to have, and you start on a leisurely stroll up Fifth Avenue, there is where, with haughty air, you'll see them as they walk, with velvets and laces and sables enfolding them. Really, you'll nearly drop dead on beholding them. Lucky's the Earl who can marry a girl from Fifth Avenue, New York. In old New York, in old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in Cork the queens you'll meet on any street in old New York. Just the same, kid, I want to make the trip.
Well, you could go to Paris and marry a French countess.
Or go to Holland, marry a Dutch duchess.
When there's a boat sail.
Tomorrow.
Let's go. Goodbye, New York. Goodbye, New York. We're sailing on our way. Farewell to Queens and Bowling Greens and Brooklyn and Battery Bay.
We'll make our home in Nice and Rome and Rotterdam and Cork.
A kiss for each
and every peach.
Goodbye, New York. So this is Holland.
Hi, Holland.
I wonder what kind of money they use here. Francs, marks?
Whatever it is, we haven't got any.
Hey, what about using those bottle caps, huh?
How do you think I tipped the porter at the railroad station?
Well, we got to find a place to sleep tonight.
And it's got to be cheap sleep.
Hey, let's ask that little Fräulein over there.
Okay. Hey, Mabel.
Yes?
Miss, we can't afford a hotel room. Any idea where we could sleep tonight?
Well, I don't know.
How about that Red Mill? We can just sneak inside and sleep there. I'll bet it'd be real warm and comfortable.
Yes, very cozy. Just the three of you.
Three?
You two and the ghost.
Oh.
That mill is haunted?
Every night at midnight, the ghost of a poor, unhappy bride rises up and walks to the Red Mill, searching for her lost lover, Henry.
Thank you, and good night, Red Mill.
Say, tell me, miss, how do you know about all this?
Well, I live in this town. I'm the daughter of the burgomaster.
Oh, what's your name?
Gretchen. What's yours?
Connor. But they call me Kid.
Mine's Kidder, but they call me Cod.
Oh, American. Yes, you are rich American.
We are Americans, yes. We are rich, no.
Oh, how sad. I am rich, yet I too am sad.
Girl, don't be silly. How could anybody be rich and sad at the same time?
Well, tomorrow is my wedding day. Tomorrow, by this time, I shall be the wife of the fat old governor of Zealand.
If you don't love him, why marry him?
I'm just like the ghost in the Red Mill. My father is forcing me into this marriage.
Now, look, a pretty girl like you shouldn't worry. Everything will work out.
Gretch, you've got nothing to worry about. The Rover boys are here.
I used to be happy. I used to sing all the time.
Well, why stop now?
When you're pretty and the world is fair, why be bothered by a thought or a care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance dance and sing and play and be happy while we may. Life was made for love and laughter. And the world is fair. Why be bothered by a thought or care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play, we'll dance and sing and play, be happy while we December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play, we'll dance and sing and play, be happy while we
Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Gretchen can't marry the governor of Zealand tomorrow if she marries somebody else today.
But who would marry me on such short notice?
Boy, anybody in his right mind. I'll marry you right now.
Why, you hardly know me.
You think of a better way to get acquainted?
You see, in America, we do things fast. Why, I'm falling in love with you at 80 miles an hour.
And wait till he shifts into second gear.
Oh, boys, you take my breath away. I don't understand how this happened so fast.
You haven't seen very many musical comedies, have you, girl?
Well, I can give you a pretty simple explanation. Love is a strange little elfin sprite, blessed with the deadliest aim, shooting his arrows to left and right, bagging the rarest game, filling our hearts with a glad surprise, almost too good to be true.
And still, can you tell me, why do you love me?
Only because you are you, dear.
Not that I am
Not that you are fair.
Hey, Gretch, where do people go in this country when they want to get married?
To the burgomaster.
Hmm?
Oh, but my father's the burgomaster here, so we'll have to go to the next town.
Come with us, Con. You can be the best man and give the bride away.
Just one moment, my fine young friend.
Father!
Have you forgotten, my dear Gretchen? The ceremony is to be tomorrow, not tonight. It is to be held here, not in the next town. And the bridegroom, not this silly young American, but His Excellency, the Governor of Zealand.
Hey, you're pretty high-handed, Mr. Burgomaster. A girl can marry anyone she chooses back where we come from in little old New York.
Well, this is little old Cotwick on Z. And we do things differently here. Gretchen, since you seem to be so fond of this old red mill, I think I shall lock you up here overnight.
No!
And here you shall stay until the governor arrives to lead you to the altar.
Oh, Father!
In you go.
You can't lock her up. You can't do this. You can't force her to. You can't. I guess you can.
Good day, gentlemen. I trust your stay in our village will be both enjoyable and brief. Ha ha. Ha ha.
You know, I think I've seen that guy someplace before.
Yeah, on a beer mug.
Gretchen, are you all right?
It's so dark in here. I'm frightened.
Have you seen the ghost?
No, not yet.
Or when you see her, ask her if she's got a friend. A live one.
Listen, Gretchen, you stay right there.
Well, she'll do that all right.
We'll find some way to get you out. And if you get scared, why just sing. That's the best way to keep your spirits up. And I'll sing along with you outside the mill. When we ask a reason,
Before the start of the second act of the Red Mill, let's do what most everybody else is doing and talk about high prices. We've all felt them, and that goes for the railroads just the same as it does for anyone else. Let's look at it this way. You buy groceries and fuel and maybe a new car. Well, the railroads also buy groceries and fuel and new cars and locomotives and 100,000 different things that it takes to keep the trains running. Yes, sir, the railroads feel higher prices, too, and are just as concerned about them as folks in general.
Yes, I know. But I've heard it said that higher railroad rates have had a lot to do with the rise in prices.
No, the fact is it's just the other way. Higher prices came first, long before there was any increase in railroad rates, and they made higher rates necessary. Between 1939 and the middle of 1946, the level of wholesale prices of all kinds of things had gone up an average of 43%.
43%?
Yes, and it was only then, on the 1st of July, 1946, that the first post-war railroad rate increase of 6.5% went into effect. Now, you wouldn't say that rising railroad rates caused that rise in prices, would you? For rates hadn't increased.
All right, but how about today?
The latest government figures show that the prices of commodities at wholesale are 107% higher than they were in 1939.
And railroad freight rates, how much higher?
As of tomorrow, when new rates go into effect, railroad freight rates will have increased 52% above 1939, less than half as much as the increase in prices generally.
What about the prices railroads have to pay for things they buy and use?
Well, the biggest item in railroad expenses is wages, and wage levels are up 83% above 1939. The next biggest is materials, supplies, and fuel, and they're up 118%. The fact is, increased freight rates are the effect of rising prices and wages, not their cause. We're ready for the second act of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The night was still, the ghost like the mill kept waving its spectral arm, and those around heard mystical sounds which thrilled them with vague alarm.
It's awfully quiet.
Yeah, I never heard so much silence. Hey, what are those voices?
Just the wind.
What's that?
Just the old mill turning. Looks just like a person, doesn't it? Waving his arms in the moonlight, crying out for help.
I want to go home. The Empire State Building never affected me like this.
But the girl I love is inside there.
But the boy I love is outside here.
Gretchen! Gretchen! Are you all right? Gretchen! She's gone.
She's smart. Lets us go, too.
No, wait a minute. You don't suppose the ghost has kidnapped her?
I don't know, but there's a figure up there in the tower of the mill, all white in the moonlight.
Is it Gretchen or the ghost?
Well, I can't tell from here, but it begins with a G.
Listen.
And the birds have softened nest. The shadows fall in a darkening hall, and the weary world at rest. The stars are awakening one by one. The whispering breezes are still. The moon shining bright with a radiant light is silvering valley on hill.
Gretchen, is that you?
Who else would it be?
Gretch, how'd you get way up there?
I climbed up the stairs inside the mill.
Well, how are we going to get you out?
I don't think anybody will ever get me out.
Oh, I can't see your face in the moonlight, but I know you're as lovely as the moonbeams themselves. Moonbeams shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be true.
Fate may part us, years may pass, future all unknown. Till my love shall prove faithful to him alone. Fate may part them, years may pass, future all unknown.
Till my love shall ever be
Faithful to
Hendrik.
Who's Hendrik?
Well, that's the name of the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone.
Ghost. Moonbeams shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be true.
Fate may part us, years may pass, future all unknown.
You're the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone.
Con, we've got to get Gretchen out of there. We can't let her marry the old governor of Zealand. I'm in love with her.
A fine thing. Millions of girls in this world, and you have to fall in love with one who's locked up in a mill. This boy always does things the hard way.
Now, wait a minute, Con. Didn't you ever fall in love?
Sure, 365 times a year.
Every day?
Sure.
With a different girl?
I don't eat the same egg every morning for breakfast. Oh, every day is ladies' day with me. I'm quite at their disposal all the while. And my pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is ladies' day with me. Now it's a frightful thing to think of all the hearts that I have broken, though each one fell in love with me without the slightest token. Among my vulgar creditors, I'm fearfully in debt, because I have afforded anything that I could get. But I must say that I've enjoyed the best of what there is in life. I've been lucky in my love affairs. I've never had a wife. And I don't begrudge the little dears those necklaces of pearls. All the money that I've ever saved is what I've spent on girls. For every day is ladies' day with me.
Every day is ladies' day with
I'm quite at their disposal all the while. My pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is ladies' day with me.
Every day is ladies' day.
Hey, every day is ladies' day with me.
Okay. So you want to play the field, go ahead. But how are we going to get Gretchen out of the mill?
I wonder whose side the ghost is on.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Watch the blades in the mill.
Uh-huh.
Now, suppose you grabbed hold of one of the wings when it sweeps close to the ground.
Uh-huh.
Hang on to it, swing on up, and over the top.
Uh-huh.
And rescue Gretchen out of the tower window on the way down.
Uh-uh.
Oh, now, come on, Con. Go ahead and do it. I'll stay right here and direct the whole maneuver.
Great idea. Great. There's only one little change I'd like to suggest.
What's that?
You do it. I'll stay down here.
Okay. She's my girl. I'll do anything for her. Gretchen, can you hear me?
Yes?
Look, I'm going to try to rescue you. Climb up the stairs on the inside of the mill all the way up to the tower window.
All right, but what are you going to do?
I'm going to swing up in one of the arms of the mill and rescue you.
Oh, be careful.
Be careful, she said.
Well, good luck, kid. Hey, be sure you get the right one.
Right one? What do you mean?
Well, don't get the ghost by mistake.
Well, how will I make sure it's Gretchen?
As soon as you grab her, kiss her. She tastes like an ice cube. You've got the wrong girl.
Okay, here I go.
So long, kid. Au voyage.
Oh! Gretchen, lean out.
I'm leaning.
Farther. Lean out all over.
Ready, set,
Grab. Oh,
this is the ground. All out.
Are you all right, Gretchen?
Fine.
Now nobody can say you two haven't been going around together.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for getting me out of that awful mill.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, now we've got to get away from your father.
Where'll we go?
Oh, any place. Just so it doesn't have a burgomaster. And it does have you.
In the beautiful isle of our dreams,
a sorrow or pain. Every trouble and care quickly vanishes there, and all is made happy again. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's quite warm, it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in the isle of our dreams. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's pure as it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in
Well, so long, kids. Have fun.
Well, aren't you coming with us, Count?
Ah, three's a crowd on that island you're talking about. Besides, I want to stay here and see the look on the burgomaster's face tomorrow morning when he unlocks the door of the Red Mill and finds a great, big, beautiful nothing. Ah, good morning, Mr. Burgomaster.
Master.
Master Burgomaster.
Mr. Burgomaster. Good morning, good morning.
That doesn't matter. What brings you out to the mill so early, Mr. Burgomaster?
Just checking up on my daughter.
Too late. She's already checked out.
What? Where is she? Gretchen, are you in there? Gretchen! What became of her? Where did she go? Well, wake up the townspeople. Gather round here, everybody. My daughter. I'll find out who kidnapped my daughter, and if it happened to be a couple of Americans, I'll make them wish they never set foot in Katwijk-on-Zee.
Gretchen is gone! Gretchen is
Tomorrow there will be a small rise in railroad freight rates, and you might hear it said that higher freight rates have a lot to do with higher prices. As we said a little while ago, it's the other way round. At the end of the war, railroad freight rates were no higher than they were when war began. In fact, the prices of commodities generally and the operating costs of railroads had already gone up more than 40% before there was any post-war increase in railroad freight rates. Even with the new rates, which go into effect tomorrow, the percentage of increase in rail freight rates will be less than half as great as the increase in price levels generally. One more thing to remember. Since the war, railroad freight charges have amounted on the average to a smaller fraction of the price of things you buy than they did either during or before the war. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now for Act 3 of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae.
Why the silence? Was there violence? Was there violence? Or did lovely Gretchen simply up and run away? If not really, very clearly, Very clearly they should stop the silly gossiping without delay. What to handle, such a scandal, puts the burgomaster in a very sorry plight. You'll discover, she'd a lover, and she secretly eloped with him last night.
Oh, quiet!
We'll discover.
Stop all this noise and gossiping. Quiet, all of you, quiet. I suppose all of you know that my daughter has disappeared, and I intend to find her, and she will marry the governor of Zealand according to plan.
How are we going to find her, Mr. Burgomaster?
I have just learned that the two greatest detectives in the world are visiting Holland, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Yes, they are just a few miles from here, and I'm sending them a telegraph message to come at once and find my daughter. I shall spare no expense. Money is no object.
Money is no object?
None.
Is that the telegram you have there in your hand?
It is.
Do you want me to send it for you, Mr. Burgomaster?
Well, that's very kind of you, my boy. But let me warn all of you, if the culprit happens to be within earshot, he may as well give himself up now, for Sherlock Holmes will run him down.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Connor.
We aren't Mr. and Mrs. yet.
No, he didn't get married.
Why not?
No money.
Boy, have I got the cure for that.
Huh?
Look at this telegram.
Oh,
This is awful.
Sherlock Holmes will be sure to find it.
I don't think he's that good. You see, he never got the telegram. Kid, your new name is Dr. Watson. Shake hands with Sherlock Holmes.
Huh? Oh, I'm beginning to get it.
Sure, it's as simple as going around on a windmill. We masquerade as the detectives and make enough money to get you married.
Swell.
There's only one trouble. You've never really asked me to marry you.
Haven't I? Well, I guess we better make this official. He'll tell you all the magic of those little words we two. I'll teach you how to say, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but don't forget to see
that he correctly learns to say, I want you to marry me.
Well, I guess I ought to say it. Con, help me out, will you? How do you say a thing like this?
Why, it's simple. You just take in your arms. You look into your eyes and you say, baby, here I am, your dream man. Don't fight it. How can you resist me?
Well, I'm afraid that's a little too modest for me. It's got to be something tender. Gretchen,
Yes?
I want you to marry me. Will you do it?
Oh, yeah.
Is that yes?
It's Dutch for yes, but it's just as good.
We'll tell you all the magic of those little words we do, and sing a song that says, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but I'll be sure to see
that I correctly learned to say, I want you to marry
All right, already, all right. You can stop being Romeo and start being Dr. Watson. We've got some plain and fancy Sherlocking to do. Well, Dr. Watson, how do I look?
Oh, very Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Am I wearing my deer stalker cap correctly?
Well, I don't think you're supposed to wear it sideways.
What if you're stalking deer sideways?
Careful. Here comes the burgomaster.
Gentlemen,
Oh, here we go now. Aha! You are the burgomaster of Catwick-on-Sea.
Why, that's amazing. How did you know me, Mr. Holmes?
Elementary, my dear burgomaster, but far beyond your powers of deduction. I want you to meet my assistant and eminent colleague, the celebrated Dr. Watson.
Yes, I'm delighted to make yourself so
Well, from the way he talks, he must be British.
If he were any more British, he couldn't talk at all.
Just a moment. You two look awfully familiar to me.
We do?
Why, shouldn't our faces be familiar to you? Our pictures have blazoned the front pages of every newspaper in England and the continent. Dr. Watson, your beard is slipping.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Now, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, about my daughter.
Her name is Gretchen.
How did you know?
It's obvious.
Yes, it's obvious.
What did you say, Dr. Watson?
Mr. Burgomaster, I am the only man living who can understand Dr. Watson.
I see. Now, how much will you charge, Mr. Holmes, to recover my daughter?
I'm glad you brought that up. Our price depends on the difficulty of the job. Is your daughter young?
Yes.
Beautiful?
Quite beautiful.
Then it will be very expensive. Because, as everybody knows, beautiful young girls are very hard to find these days. How much do we charge, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says... Dr. Watson says, and I quote, 555 guilders.
555 guilders? That's a great deal of money.
Now, when did she disappear?
Oh, about midnight.
As long ago as that, or makes it much more difficult. How much, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says, and again I quote, 5,555 guilders.
Oh, dear.
Now, where did she disappear from?
From the old Mill Mill.
Oh, from the old Red Mill. Where?
The Red Mill.
Oh! Those mighty beautiful young girls who have disappeared at midnight from old Red Mill falls in our highest price bracket. Dr. Watson, what is our highest price bracket?
Dr.
Watson says 55,550. 5.
As much as that?
Well, remember, we got to pay our agents 10%.
Very well, it's a deal. I'll pay you the minute you deliver my daughter.
We must have the money in advance.
Why?
Well, we have enormous expenses, you know. Magnifying glasses, houndstooth jackets, bloodhounds, all that.
I see. Very well. I'll pay you the money. Good. But I demand that you bring my daughter to this very spot no later than 4 o'clock this afternoon, in time for her wedding to the governor of Zealand.
My, where did you get all that money?
The burgomaster just paid off like a slot machine. Look, kid, Gretchen, take this money, go to the next town, and get married. I'll stay here and stall a burgomaster until you get back, okay? Look, you can stop talking like that now, Dr. Watson. And look, another thing, you better give Gretchen your beard. I'd hate to have anybody recognize her on the street.
Oh, are we really going to get married?
Beginning to look like it. Oh, Gretchen, I love you. And do you know why?
Not that I am pretty, not that I am true, not my golden
not your golden
not my eyes of blue,
not your eyes of blue.
When we ask the
Okay, we know you love each other. Now, look, sweetie, we got all this money for finding you. Now, get lost.
Mr. Holmes, in 1 minute and 15 seconds will be 4 o'clock. And if you don't produce my daughter by then, I'll have you thrown in jail.
Mr. Burgomaster, I don't think you like me.
Like you? I abhor you. I think you're an imposter. I don't think you're Sherlock Holmes at all.
Of course I'm Sherlock Holmes. Why, here's the telegram I received from you.
Let me see that. Why, this telegram is in my own handwriting.
What better proof do you want?
Your time is up, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. My daughter isn't here, and I want my money back, you swindler.
Just a minute. Listen.
What is that?
Sounds like a duet.
Is that my daughter?
You believe in the ghost in the old red mill?
Certainly not.
Well, then that's your daughter.
Gretchen! Gretchen, come in here. You're just in time for your wedding to the governor.
There's been a little change in plans, Mr. Burgomaster.
I can't marry the governor.
Oh, yes, you can.
But I'm already married to Mr. Connor.
I don't...
I think the burgomaster has just blown a gasket.
Gretchen, let's get away from here. Where'll we go?
To the Isle of our dreams.
I can recommend a better island.
Where?
Manhattan.
Could someone from Holland be happy there?
Well, Peter Stuyvesant likes it. In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine.
We'll see things you cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in Cork. The queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Mill was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Next week, our show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Jeanette MacDonald to join me in bringing you one of the greatest screen successes, Naughty Marietta. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
The Red Mill has been presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gene Kelly is currently starred in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 130... Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And from Hollywood, here comes the star-studded Show Train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present the charming operetta The Cat and the Fiddle. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae, two famous guest stars, Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Adolphe Manjou, and a great cast of Hollywood featured players. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the entire production is set to the music of Carmen Dragon's orchestra, and brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and the things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical comedy successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour Show Train presents The Cat and the Fiddle, a musical love story by Jerome Kern and Otto Harbach. As our first guest tonight, we are extremely happy to present one of the most charming ladies of the Metropolitan Opera, Miss Risa Stevens, whose lovely voice will be heard in one of the songs she is supposed to have written in her role as Shirley Sheridan, a young American composer.
Try to forget who you have meant to me, all I have meant to you too.
My role this evening is that of Victor Florescu, also a composer. But my music is of the more serious type, as you will hear when I sing, "One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant rain." Also on our guest list is the popular Hollywood motion picture star, Mr. Adolphe Menjou. Mr. Menjou plays a producer of musical shows who seems to prefer Shirley's music to mine when he says,
"That man should be put away, preferably behind bars, where I won't be able to wring his neck."
Our story opens in Paris in the spring. It is dusk, and the setting sun is reflected in the River Seine, which flows by the Quai Voltaire. Here, vendors are busy selling their flowers, their vegetables, their old books and maps. Along the street comes Pompano, a vendor of music selling songs of love. Many are the lovers whose lips have met as Pompano strolled by singing, "La nuit est pour l'amour. La nuit est pour l'amour."
Bravo, bravo, monsieur. Votre chanson est très jolie.
Oh, merci, mademoiselle. Voulez-vous acheter une coupée?
Ah, mon monsieur, non pas aujourd'hui.
Ah, mademoiselle is American, hein?
Is my accent that bad?
Oh, Pompino tells not only by the accent, mademoiselle. He tells by the look in the eye.
The look in the eye?
Certainement. Americans in Paris always have the look of hope that something will happen.
Something?
Oh, but yes, romance.
And don't Frenchmen have a look of hope?
Mademoiselle, Frenchmen do not hope. They know it will happen. Breathe the air, look around you. Romance is everywhere. And while you sit here on your bench waiting, I have the charming American song for you. Here, I sing it. She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she didn't say stay, she didn't say go.
She only knew that he'd find her there, and then she knew he sat beside her there.
Mademoiselle knows it.
Mademoiselle wrote it.
Mais no.
Mais yes.
Oh.
See, right there, words and music by Shirley Sheridan. That's me.
Incredible.
Well, take the music away. I'll show you. She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she didn't say stay, she didn't say go. She only knew that he'd spied her there, and then she knew he sat beside her there. At first there was heard not one little word, then coyly she took one sly little look, and something awoke and smiled inside. Her heart had started beating wild inside. So what did she do? I leave it to you. She did just what you do too.
She didn't say yes,
She didn't say no,
she didn't say stay,
she didn't say go.
she only knew that he spied her there.
And then she knew he sat beside her there.
At first there was heard not one little word, and finally she took one sly little look, and something awoke and smiled inside. Her heart began beating wild inside.
So what did she do? I leave it to you.
She did just what you do too.
She didn't say yes, she didn't say no.
Pardon, mamselle, for my intrusion, but I just heard that song you sang. You have a fine talent for music.
Thank you.
But what a pity you choose to cheapen it with such a vulgar commercial style.
Well, really?
But your voice, the way you looked. Oh, I'm sorry. I know I'm a perfect stranger.
No, but you're not. You're Victor Florescu, the prize student in composition at the conservatory.
Oh, you study there, too?
No, I had to stop. I guess you'd call it a lack of women's tuition.
Was I not right, mademoiselle? In Paris in the spring, it always happens. And now Pompino goes. La nuit est pour l'amour. La nuit est pour l'amour. But I did not go far. This was the first romance of the new spring season for Pompino, and it was still too young to trust without a guiding hand. I leaned against a nearby street lamp to see if I could be of further help.
I'm afraid our friend Pompano was a little too deep for me. What did he mean? It always happens.
Oh, just something silly, Mr. Florescu. I'm glad I met you because I heard your symphony. It was very impressive.
Impressive? Nothing more?
Well, it was very sad and unhappy.
You see, I tried to make it true to life, just as I'm trying in the new operetta I'm composing.
But life isn't always sad. It can be thrilling and exciting and wonderful.
Oh, it is when I look at you. Only twice before have I ever felt like this. The first time I heard Beethoven's Ninth, and then once in the Alps when I saw a sunrise, and now tonight, when I first saw you smile.
Mr. Florescu, back home, that would be called a line.
You're afraid of life, aren't you?
Oh, no, just cautious. For all I know, you may get a feeling like the sunrise over the Alps every afternoon, only with a different girl.
Oh, you know that isn't true. Come have dinner with me.
Oh, you seize opportunity quickly, don't you? It hasn't had a chance to knock even once as yet.
Is that so bad?
Well, I suppose not. For a modern man.
And aren't you a modern girl?
I try to think I am.
Then let me see you to your hotel.
No.
That's not very modern. I know. We'll have dinner at my house.
Now you're getting futuristic. And even from 3,000 miles away, I can hear my Aunt Hester in Boston going...
Very well, then. If you insist on propriety, I'll do the most proper thing I know. In place of a proper introduction, I'll write to you. I'll bombard you with letters until you say I may call. Could anything be more proper?
Well, write to me if you wish. But you must send your letters to the American Express office.
My, you are cautious.
No, just practical. I can stay at my present address just 2 more weeks, then I must find new quarters.
You can write me your address later when you answer my letters. You will answer, won't you?
Perhaps. But if you lose interest, just stop writing. I'll understand.
Lose interest? Oh, that would be like losing interest in life itself. In fact, I shall go now and write the first letter. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Aunt Hester. But you didn't see the look in his eyes.
Pompino, you lovable romantic rascal. You've done it again. However, the young man went away without learning the young lady's name. Luckily, Pompino knew that Monsieur Victor Florescu lived at La Petite Maison. So, leaving my lamppost quickly, I approached Miss Shirley and said, pardon, mademoiselle, you are looking for living quarters.
How did you know?
Oh, you just told Monsieur Victor.
But that was just between him and me and the lamppost.
I was the lamppost.
Oh.
Pompino, the greatest guide in all Paris, knows just the charming pension for you. La Petite Maison. Flowers, birds, sunshine, a place beloved by artists and musicians, and most reasonable.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, but I can't move there for 2 weeks.
So, Pompino arranges that rooms be held for you. Here is the card with the address on it.
Oh, you're very kind.
My pleasure, mademoiselle.
Oh, this has been such a wonderful day. Good night, and thank you, Pompino.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. Do not forget La Petite Maison.
I won't.
Now Pompino has truly brought the lovers together. In 2 short weeks, they will be living across the court from each other in La Petite Maison. Just as I was about to give myself a hearty pat on the back, I saw Monsieur Victor returning.
I beg your pardon, mademoiselle, Oh, it's you.
My apologies, monsieur. You have forgotten something, perhaps?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. I neglected to ask the young lady her name.
Pompino can tell you that, monsieur. It is Sheridan. Miss Shirley Sheridan.
Shirley. Oh, very lovely. It fits her. But the Sheridan part, I think she should consider as just temporary. I wonder if she has ever thought of changing it.
Oh, monsieur, a girl does not think of changing her name every 1,000 miles as if it were motor oil.
Perhaps. But I have a feeling I will change it for her one day. That is, if I ever see her again.
You shall, never fear. Just leave everything to Pompino.
Oh, Pompino, how can I thank you?
You can buy a song from me, one I have written myself. See.
Composers in Paris must be a dime a dozen.
Oh, sing it.
I would rather watch the other fellow strolling down Lover's Lane. Watch him getting soft and mellow with love life on the brain. But how nice, cool as ice, with a sweet bonbon, just to dawdle and wisely smile while I look on. Watch the love parade
parade gaily going by. Naughty man and willing maid, mischief in her eye. I see him squeeze her arm, press her little knee, buzzing round each rare fair charm like a busy bee. But when the march is ended and they part, when fears and tears are blended in each heart, I'm very glad I stayed sitting high and dry, looking on the love parade gaily going by.
Why, Pompano, that's a very charming melody, but aren't the words a bit sardonic?
That is my philosophy. Let the others fall in love, while I sit back, footloose and fancy-free, watching the parade.
We're the love parade, gaily going by. Naughty man and willing maid, mischief in her eye.
I watch her closely cling to his manly side, thinking thoughts that well might bring blushes to a bride.
But when the march is ended and we part, when tears and fears are blended in each heart,
I'm very glad I stayed sitting high and dry, looking on the love parade, gaily going by.
Watch the love parade, gaily going by, gaily going by.
We'll return to the Cat and the Fiddle in just a moment. But first, here is a bit of information that will interest you. No man is better known for results in the field of research than Charles F. Kettering of General Motors. Speaking of railroads and the research that goes into them, Mr. Kettering said, and I quote, "No matter what other forms of transportation do or what new ones come into being, the railroads will remain the backbone of transportation." And he added, "The amazing progress made by the railroads in their first century is only a promise of what they will do." End of quotation. The progress of which Mr. Kettering spoke is the product of research, carried on not only in the laboratory, but out of the great proving ground of the railroads themselves, plus the investment of billions of dollars in the better cars and engines, tracks and signals, and all the other improvements which research and invention have devised. And right now, to realize the promise of the future to which Mr. Kettering referred, the railroads are carrying forward an ever-increasing and expanding research program.
And now back to The Cat and the Fiddle, starring Reza Stevens, Adolphe Manjou, and yours truly, Gordon MacRae. And here is Pompino to continue our story.
In 2 weeks, just as I had planned, Shirley and Victor were living across the court from each other at La Petite Maison. Before they had a chance to realize it, Victor had callers, Monsieur Jules Daudet, the great theatrical producer, and Odette, the famous prima donna. I happened to be under Victor's window, just listening to the music, of course, as he played one of his new compositions.
Ah, glorious Victor, n'est-ce pas, Jules?
Well, frankly, Odette... Frankly what, Monsieur Daudet? I'm anxious to hear your smallest criticism.
Oh, Victor, darling, please.
I'll be happy to give you my criticism, Florescu. Very happy.
Jules, be calm.
Why should I be calm? I'm a producer. And in my meager experience of some 20 years in the theater, I have discovered that for some reason, audiences do not pay money to listen to funeral music.
As I've told you before, I write only what I feel.
Then feel better. You've got to lighten that score with some brighter numbers.
The score stands exactly as I have planned it.
Victor, darling, Jules, this can all be worked out, and we'll have a wonderful show. Victor, chérie, go back to the piano and play that number you wrote for me in the third act, eh? I'll play too, on my fiddle.
Very well.
Oh, Jules, listen to me.
Victor will do better, I'm sure. Oh, he's just in a mood. 2 weeks ago, he met some little American girl, and instead of working, he began writing long letters to her. So, when she finally answered one, I simply destroyed it before he saw it. Soon he will forget all about her. You know composers.
Yes, too many of them.
Sing the words, Victor, darling, while I play.
Very well. The breeze kissed your hair, knowing you were fair, and all the night seemed to woo. I wanted to, but I did not dare. You filled me with despair. One moment there I sat with you, then vanished from your view. One moment alone, that's all we have known, and yet it seemed paradise had opened its golden portal there in your lovely eyes. One moment alone, 'twas then I was shown a glimpse of an angel fair, too much for a lowly mortal. That's why it ended there. One word or two tenderly spoken, gay little laugh, sad little sigh, then all old dreams suddenly broken, everything changed under the sky. One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant rare, life fashioned her one perfection. That's why it ended
Well, Victor, there's no denying it has beauty, but such somberness can only induce mass melancholia.
Listen to that. That's all I need. New neighbors with a passion for trash. Is that the sort of thing you want, Monsieur Daudet?
Not bad. In fact, just the sort of thing I want.
Then you're in the wrong studio.
Very possibly. Au revoir, Odette.
As Monsieur Daudet left Victor's room, the spot where I had been lolling under his window grew suddenly quite uncomfortable. So I followed Daudet across the court because I noticed a bench outside of Shirley's window that would be a much better place for me. To rest, of course. I settled myself just as Daudet knocked on Shirley's door.
Come in.
May I? My name is Jules Daudet.
The producer?
Yes, but don't hold it against me.
Oh, I should say not. I'm Shirley Sheridan.
You are quite as lovely as the tune you were playing. Did you compose it, Miss Sheridan?
I'm afraid I'm the guilty party.
I'm looking for some songs like that for a new operetta I'm producing. Would you mind playing it again?
Well, I'd be happy to. Try to forget, won't you? All you have meant to me. All I have meant to you, too. I'm sending back to you the things you said to me. Your daydreams, your gay dreams, your glad
I know just the spot in the play for that number. I'll fill the stage with dancers in Latin American costumes. As they dance, they'll sing.
Try to forget, won't you, all you have meant to me, and all I've meant to you too. I'm sending back to you the things you sent to me. Your daydreams, your gay dreams, your glad dreams, your mad dreams.
Yeah, don't forget, will you, that memories haunt me too. Is what they want me to do. Just doing my best to forget.
Marvelous, marvelous. That's just the spirit that needs to be injected into the score that headstrong young composer has written.
Injected? But I couldn't do that, Monsieur Daudet. I know how a composer would feel having someone else alter his score.
There goes the happiness boy across the court again. That's the composer whose operetta I'm considering, Victor Florescu.
Florescu?
Yes, he has loads of talent, but egotistical. Thinks no one composes anything good but himself. You should have heard what he said about your composition.
He didn't like it?
He called it trash, but no matter. His show will not be produced without lighter music. He'll argue, but Odette is used to calming him.
Odette?
Yes, the star of the show. And of course, she has a personal interest in him, very personal.
And he has a personal interest in her?
Definitely. Although it's apparent he dabbles elsewhere from time to time.
Oh, he dabbles, does he? Well, Monsieur Daudet, I'll write as many songs for Victor Florescu's operetta as you can use. I'm something of a dabbler myself.
Lesser genius than Pompino would have given up hope to see his favorite romance fall so far asunder. I did not know how, but I was sure that someday, somehow, I would bring those two together in happiness in spite of themselves. So, on the night that Shirley was to play her music for Victor at Daudet's apartment, I, quite coincidentally, was standing near his window, enjoying the view of the lovely Bois.
Oh, Jules, I'm so nervous about tonight.
But you needn't be, my dear. When Victor hears your songs, well, not even that mad genius could resist your charm. Ah, Shirley, my dear, if I was sure that no one else had a claim on your heart, I would... that will be Odette and Victor. You can depend on him for bad timing. Now, don't worry. If Victor won't permit your numbers in the show, there will be no show.
Ah, bonjour, Jules, mon cher.
Well, Odette, come in. And Victor, how are you?
Well, where's this composer? Let's get it over with. I promised I'd listen, so... Shirley.
Good evening, Victor.
Ah, you two know each other? Well, that makes it all the better.
Yes, it gets better and better all the time.
Now, what's the matter with him?
Jules, please, no quarreling tonight.
Oh, Shirley, this is Mademoiselle Odette, Miss Sheridan.
Ah, how do you do, Mademoiselle Sheridan? I'm always interested in Jules' protégés. He's so generous with them.
I'm sure you speak from experience, mademoiselle.
I wish somebody would tell me what's wrong with everybody.
Oh, nothing's wrong, Jules, darling. Should I begin my additions to the score?
Of course. Sit down, Odette. Victor?
I'll stand.
Naturally.
This is not my own composition, Mr. Florescu, but a rewrite of one of yours.
I'm sure it's a great improvement.
Oh, I tried to make it a little happier, more optimistic.
As I remember, you thought life is wonderful and exciting. I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
Florescu, would you mind letting her get on with the thing? All right, Shirley, my dear.
Perhaps Mr. Florescu would join me.
I'd be
Victor!
charmed.
Thank you, Mr. Florescu. One moment alone, that's all we have known, and yet it seems paradise had opened its golden portal One moment alone, 'twas then I was shown a glimpse of an angel fair. Too much for immortal, that's why it ended there. One word or two, tenderly spoken, gay little laugh, sad little sigh. Then all our dreams suddenly broken, everything changed under the sky.
One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant there, my passion, her one perfection, that's why it ended there.
Bravo. Now wait till you hear the next one.
Well, I, for one, intend to hear no more. Victor's beautiful music ruined.
Oh, Dad.
I will listen to no more. If you wish to see me, I will be in my apartment.
And what do you think, Victor?
Unfortunately, Monsieur Daudet, that is also my opinion. Easy commercialized emotion sickens me. Good night.
That man should be put away. Preferably behind bars, where I won't be able to wring his neck.
Victor, please.
Oh, forget Victor, my dear. Frankly, I'm not at all sorry they've left us. Come, my dove, I have a bottle of Napoleon brandy I've been saving for just such an occasion. What does the most beautiful composer in all Paris say to that?
What does she say, Jules? Da-da-da-dee-dee, da-dee-dee-dee-dee.
I don't quite understand.
She wanted to stay, but thought she should go. She wasn't so sure that he'd be good. She wasn't even sure that she'd be good. She wanted to rest, all cuddled and pressed, a popular part of somebody's heart. She loved to be on rapport with him, but not behind a folded door with him. So what did she do? I leave it to you. She did just what I'll do too. Good night, Jules.
Shirley, come back, my dove.
I'm not a dove. I'm a homing pigeon.
Mademoiselle Sheridan.
Pompino.
When Pompino decides to watch over someone, he watches. Come, I'll take you home, my pigeon. My bicycle is here.
Bicycle?
A tandem, with room for two. Have you never bicycled through the bois in the moonlight?
There's always a first time. Let's go.
Mademoiselle, you are comfortable?
Yes, but not very happy.
You and that young composer, you're having trouble, huh?
Oh, Pompano, I don't understand it. I fixed his music and did all I could for him. And did he appreciate it? No. He laughed at it and left with Odette. That cat with her fiddle.
You must not jump to conclusions. Perhaps there is a reason, a very simple one. If you will but go to him and give him a chance to explain.
Well, I...
Oh, but of course, if Mademoiselle insists on being stubborn, I...
No, Pompano, no. Take me to him. Take me as quickly as you can. Nothing matters except love. The night was made for love. The night was made for love. The day has eyes for sweet, delicate charms. But nighttime sighs for soft, hungry arms. To
we are, mademoiselle. And there is Victor's door. Go quickly, quickly, up the stairs with you.
Victor, are you there? Victor, it's Shirley. Please let me in.
What goes on in here? Oh, it is you, Mademoiselle Sheridan. Your studio is on the other side of the court.
Madame, has Monsieur Florescu come in yet?
Oh, mais oui. In like a storm and then right out again like a hurricane. Bag and baggage.
Bag and baggage? He's gone?
He say he's through with Paris for life. And if any mail come for him, tear it up. I go back to bed now. Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Bonsoir, madame. Oh, Victor, I loved you so.
Here's a bit of news which means something to everybody who uses transportation. And in this country, that's all of us. The other day, the Association of American Railroads completed arrangements to build a new railroad research laboratory. It's going to be located on the campus of the Illinois Institute of Technology at Chicago. From this laboratory, much of the widespread engineering and mechanical research of the industry will be directed. This new development is completely in line with the long-time practice of the railroad industry. For many years, research has been carried on by and for the railroads in the laboratories of universities and technological institutions, and manufacturers of railroad supplies and equipment. Research has been carried on, too, on the railroads, which, in addition, have served as the proving grounds for the testing and trial of ideas, no matter where developed. There are two things we should keep in mind about all railroad research. One is that railroads don't make things to sell. They buy things, all sorts of things, from manufacturers and use them to produce transportation service. As a service industry, therefore, railroads receive the benefits of research done by almost every manufacturing industry in the country. And another thing to remember is that the railroads which serve you can never shut down to retool for next year's models. So everything new that is introduced on a railroad must work right along with what is already there during a necessary period of transition. That's why progress on the railroads is and must be an evolution, a growth, not a revolution. This new research laboratory to be built by the Association of American Railroads on the Illinois Technology campus is another forward step in a long-continued cooperative program that is going forward today more actively and on a broader front than ever before. You will see its results more and more in the new equipment coming into service on the railroads in ever-increasing numbers, just as one part of what Mr. Kettering called the amazing progress of the railroads. The show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification.
Now back to The Cat and the Fiddle, starring Reza Stevens, Adolphe Manjou, and yours truly, Gordon MacRae. And here's Pompano continuing the story.
For days I searched all Paris, but I could find not one trace of Victor. Then one day, as I was passing Shirley's window, I heard her talking to Dode.
No, Jules, my mind is made up. I'm sailing for America on the first boat I can get, and I won't allow any of my songs to be used in Victor's score.
You're throwing away your big chance, my dear.
I'm sorry, Jules, but that's final. Come in.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, what is it, Pompano?
Mademoiselle, you must give up this thought of going to America.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pompano, but there's no reason for me to stay now.
Just because your composer has vanished. All you have to do is get him back.
Well, he'll never come back.
But of course he will. He composed this operetta, no?
Yes.
And Monsieur Daudet wants to produce it if some of your songs are used, no?
Of course I do.
Then let it be produced.
Pompino, what are you talking about?
Mademoiselle, angry lions could not keep a composer away from hearing the opening night of his first operetta.
Oh, Pompino, I think you might be right. You're a genius.
Naturellement, the greatest genius in all Paris.
Shirley, I'll give it the most brilliant opening this town has ever seen.
For once it appeared that Pompino, the greatest student of human nature in all Paris, was wrong. At the opening of the operetta, Shirley and I stood in the lobby, watching every member of the audience. But nowhere did we see Victor. Patiently, we waited all through the show.
Oh, Pompino, what a pity Victor can't hear how everyone loves his music.
Mademoiselle is too generous. They like your music, too.
But listen, they're going to do the finale now, and I didn't touch one note of it. It's all Victor.
Calling for you, mademoiselle.
No, it's for Victor. Victor isn't here.
Look. Monsieur Daudet is out on the stage.
Messieurs, mesdames, I thank you for the manner in which you have received tonight's operetta. You have called for the author. Actually, there are two of them, but I can only guarantee producing one.
I won't go up there.
This one is standing in the wing, where he has been standing all evening. Monsieur Victor Flores.
Victor, Pompino, did you hear?
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed tonight's production, it was because of my collaborator. For it was she who supplied the happiness that is in it. And if she is in the audience, I beg her to come up here and stand beside me where she belongs. Are you out there, Shirley?
Yes, Victor, yes, here I am.
Run, go up there.
Yes, Pompino.
Shirley, my darling, are you coming?
Yes, Victor, yes.
Here, my dear, right up those steps.
Oh, thank you, George.
I've lost you, but what hits I'll get out of you and Victor.
Shirley, my darling, kiss me.
No, in front of this whole audience?
Why, even your Aunt Hester would approve this time. I'm asking you to marry me.
Oh, Victor.
Give us a song! Say!
All right, you two. Save that clinch till later. Sing.
The nighttime sighs for soft hungry arms. The night was made for love.
So we decide, I, Pompino, the greatest romantic genius in all Paris, slipped out of the theater. Mission completed. So very glad to be sitting high and dry, looking on night was made for love. The night was made for love.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our guest stars this evening, Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Adolphe Monjou, and to the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performances in our production of The Cat and the Fiddle, which was adapted for radio by Mr. Don Ettlinger. Next week, our star-studded show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time. On board will be the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Dorothy Kirsten, and Kenny Baker to join me in bringing you the famous Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Student Prince, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye. And remember, during the coming week, as always, the American railroads will provide for you the dependable, low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living.
The Cat and the Fiddle has been presented by special arrangement with Cam's Whitmark Music Library. Mr. Monjou will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture My Dream Is Yours. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the Association of American Railroads.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads brings you a popular version of Faust's immortal opera, The Bohemian Girl, starring Gordon MacRae and his celebrated guest from the Metropolitan Opera, Dorothy Kirsten. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another thrilling musical drama is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I shall be Thaddeus, and Dorothy Kirsten is Arlene, in our Railroad Hour impression of the Bohemian Girl. The wind that blows through the pine tops of the Austrian forests also fans the campfires of the wandering gypsies. There are no marble halls in the mountain wilds, and only the boughs of the forest make a roof over our heads. But a man or a woman can be happy serving in the band of the Gypsy King.
In a gypsy's life you read the life that all would like to lead. In a gypsy's life you read the life that all would like to lead. Sometimes under moon and sometimes from where the wild makes his lair, where the wolf makes his lair, where
my love.
Do you ever dream?
All the time. When I'm with you, Arlene, I dream of everything lovely in the world. And I don't even have to close my eyes.
Sometimes this gypsy life we lead seems to be a vision. And the dream I have over and over again and again, my dream seems to be reality.
What have you dreamt, my love? Tell me.
I dreamt that I dwelt in marble halls with vassals and serfs at my side, and of all who assembled within those walls, that I was the hope and the pride. I had riches too great to count, could boast of a high ancestral name. But I also dreamt, which pleased me more, that you love me still the same, that you love me still the same, that you love me
And do you love me still?
My love is as deep as deepness, bright as brilliance, eternal as eternity.
Yet there is a mystery which mars our happiness. Who am I? Where did I come from? Am I worthy of you?
Oh, my love,
This mark on my arm, I have seen you looking at it many times. And on your face there is a touch of memory, a distant pain. Tell me, Thaddeus, help me solve this mystery.
I will tell you.
The wound upon thine arm, whose mark through life will be, in saving thee from greater harm, was there transfixed by me. Ere on thy gentle head thy sixth sun had its radiance shed, while deed who had lain at bay pursued by hunters crossed the way. By slaying him I rescued thee, and in his death throes agony thy gentle form by his antler gold, this humble arm to thy home restored.
Strange things move his breast, it never knew before, and bid me hear him for that you reveal the rest.
The secret of her birth to me is only known. The secret of a life whose worth I prize beyond mine own, beyond mine own.
The secret of my birth to you only known. The secret of a life whose worth greater than thee will disown. Speak, tell me, is my fortune home? Speak, secret, if you are good, if you are good.
I will tell thee, although I lose thee forever.
Tell me,
Wait!
Devil's Roof.
As king of this gypsy tribe, I order you both to join in the village of Arnheim.
But he was going to tell me.
My child, it is sometimes better not to know too much. The village fair is to start, and they expect us to dance and sing for them.
My love.
Come, take my hand.
You have long been betrothed according to the customs of the gypsies. Why not make this fair day your wedding day?
I will not force Arlene until she is satisfied in her mind.
I owe you my life. And long ago I gave you my love. Take my hand. Or do you not wish a gypsy bride?
Arlene.
Oh, the gypsy bride, and we fare to the fair. Come, amazing dance, with the hours and chance. Oh, the gypsy bride, and we fare to the fair. Come, amazing dance, with the hours and chance. Come with the gypsy bride, we'll so the life beside. Life can give nothing beyond when heart you know will be fond. Will be cause and by the peace content can supply. Where freezing heart cannot buy, the peace content can supply. And rank in its soul cannot find the calm of the happy mind. And rank in its soul cannot find the calm of a happy mind. Come with the gypsy bride, and we pay to the fair. We'll on a dance, with the hours and chance. Come with the gypsy bride, and we pay to the fair. We'll on a dance, with the hours and chance.
You're all invited to our wedding.
An excellent performance. Gypsy Chief.
Yes, Count Anna.
Tell me, who is the beautiful child who dances so exuberantly?
That, Your Excellency, is our bride. Within the hour, she will be married.
Bring her here. I should like to wish her happiness.
Yes, Your Excellency. Arlene, go speak with the Count, but only for a moment, I pray you. We do not wish to delay the wedding ceremony.
Of course. Your Excellency.
My child, I wish you much joy in your lifetime. Long ago, I had a daughter. But now the marble halls of my castle are empty, and I am a lonely old man.
What happened to her, sire?
Stolen from her room many years ago. She was only a child of 6.
Sire.
Someday, perhaps, I shall find her. But do not let me spoil the happiness of your wedding day.
Sire, tell me, would you know your daughter if you saw her again?
Only by a mark.
A mark?
On her arm.
Was it a mark like this?
What? My child. My daughter.
Oh, Father. It is the man who saved my life many years ago who is to become my husband today. Thaddeus. Where has he gone? Thaddeus!
Do not leave me, my child, on the day of our reunion.
I must find Thaddeus! Thaddeus! Oh, Thaddeus, where are you going?
Into the forest, where gypsies live. You must go where you belong, Arlene. To the marble halls you dreamt about. I cannot go with you.
No?
But I only ask and hope that you will think of me and remember. Please remember.
When other lips and other hearts their tales of love shall tell, in language whose excess imparts the power they feel so well, there may perhaps in such a scene some recollection be of days that have as happy been
Goodbye, my love.
Daddy.
We'll return for the second act of The Bohemian Girl in just a moment. If you were asked what it is that makes possible the world's highest standard of living here in the United States, you would find it pretty difficult to single out any one thing that contributes more than any other to the production and distribution of America's vast wealth of goods. For really, it takes a combination of our rich natural resources, our unparalleled agricultural production and industrial capacity, and the freedom of enterprise of our people to turn out all the things we need and use in our daily lives and must have for our defense. And essential to this combination is our continent-wide mass transportation system, whose backbone is the nation's railroads. Day in and day out in all seasons and in all parts of the country, trains are ever rolling, carrying raw materials and finished goods, the products of farm, forest, and mine, of mill and factory. These trains are doing the nation's big transportation job, supplying the basic service that this big country must have. For our railroads produce more intercity freight transportation service than all other forms of transportation combined. And only railroads can do a job like this, and do it with an overall economy in the use of fuel, materials, and manpower, which no other form of transportation offering general services even approaches. Without this basic, all-commodity and low-cost moving job being done by railroads, we could not produce and live as we do. That's why it's so important to all of us that these essential railroads be allowed to keep themselves strong, ready to go on meeting the big needs of our big commerce and the growing demands of national defense. To be able to do this, railroads must be permitted to charge freight rates, which will produce revenues adequate to meet their cost of operation and yield earnings that will attract the capital investment necessary to continue their large-scale program of improving their service for the nation and for you. And now Act Two of the Lawrence and Lee version of The Bohemian Girl, starring Gordon MacRae as Thaddeus and Dorothy Kirsten as Arlene.
How empty the forest is. Go to her. Claim her. I cannot. I am her father's enemy. Listen. Everywhere I turn, I hear her voice. Oh, my boy, you are listening to the wind and the trees and the sound of your own heart. No, Joseph. Listen, there. Again. It is only the wind and the sound of memory.
The mind will in its first stare still ponder the past. A moment of delight that were to beauty's old to last, that were too
I will never see her again.
How many years have we been friends, Thaddeus? Since you escaped from your pursuers, the soldiers of Austria.
Yes, and you gave me refuge here in your green forest.
I shall not stand by and see you hurt again. When you saved that child from death and her father was not grateful, I stole her from her room. Say the word and I shall steal her again.
Oh, my friend, Arlene is no longer a child. She's a woman now. Her home is within the marble halls of Arnhem Castle.
Then go to the castle, stand before them, and fly your banners in the face of your enemy.
I will do it, Devilsville. For what good is it to live if you die each minute? I shall go to Arnhem Castle.
You are not serious, Gypsy. The daughter of a count cannot marry a forest vagabond.
Father!
It is better to die as my comrades on the field of battle have died than to stand before you hearing such words. Call in your soldiers. They will wish to capture me, to kill me, when I tell you who I am.
When the fair land of Poland was plowed by the hoof of the ruthless invader, when might with steel to the bosom and flame to the roof completed her triumph for right. In that moment of danger, when freedom invoked all the fearless sons of her pride, in a phalanx as dauntless as freedom e'er yoked, I fought and I fled by her side. My birth is noble, unstained, my crest as is thine own. Let this attest, my birth is noble, unstained, my crest as is thine own, as is thine own. Let this attest.
Here are my papers. I am a captain in the army of Poland.
Oh, just
your army, Captain Arnhem, the enemy of Austria. But in the forests of the gypsies, your daughter and I were not enemies.
My boy, in your gypsy camp, you have not heard the news from the battlefield. The war is over. We are now at peace, your country and mine. Today, the fair land of Austria clasps the hand of the fair land of Poland.
Thaddeus.
I give you my blessing and the belated thanks of an old man who thought he had lost a daughter, but who has gained a son.
Arlene, oh, my love, it seems as if a great storm has been raging about us. And now, look, suddenly the sun shines and the whole world is beautiful. And you're in my arms.
Let not our poor sorrow be, with which the bosom has ceased to heave. Let us not think of the shepherd's heart, if we reach our haven at last. Let not our poor sorrow be, with which the bosom has ceased to heave. If we reach our haven at last, if we reach our haven at last, at last,
Father, I wish to be a gypsy bride, with the costume of the gypsies, and the trees of the forest as my wedding canopy.
Very well, my child.
Oh, Arlene, we shall be always together.
In marble halls and green forests.
Do you remember your dream, my love?
It is very easy to remember a dream, especially when it comes true. I dreamt that you had caught my hand, that night upon bended knee, and without no maiden heart could withstand, they pledged their faith to me. When I dreamt that one of that noble host came forth my hand to claim.
But I also dreamt
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our Bohemian girl, Dorothy Kirsten, will be back in just a moment. And meanwhile, our thanks to Herb Butterfield, who was the Count, to Bill Conrad, who was Devil's Hoof, and to our entire company. Bob's Bohemian Girl was prepared for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. Only railroads can produce the mass transportation this nation must have to live as it does and defend itself. For this reason, our railroads must be kept healthy and strong at all times. And this can be accomplished only if they are allowed to earn adequate revenues. And revenues will not be adequate unless the railroads are permitted to charge freight rates which are in keeping with today's levels of wages, taxes, and prices. And now here again is our lovely guest star, Miss Dorothy Kirsten.
It was a real joy singing with you tonight, Gordon.
Well, Dorothy, we ought to do it again sometime, like maybe next week.
All right, Gordy. What shall we sing about?
More Marble Halls, Dottie, but very different music. You're going to be a princess, and I'm going to be your brother, the prince, in Cole Porter's delightful Jubilee.
I can hardly wait to begin the beguine.
And not only that, we're going to take a trip to the moon on Gossamer Wings.
That sounds like a fabulous night. See you next week, Gordy.
All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next Monday night, and Cole Porter's Jubilee, this is Gordon MacRae saying good night.
The Bohemian Girl was presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae can soon be seen in Warner Brothers' Starlit. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Preceding was transcribed. Next, it's Nelson Eddy on the telephone hour on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a memorable musical hit, Victor Herbert's Sweethearts, starring Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, along with all the Valentines you may have received today, you can add one more. For the Association of American Railroads. It's a great Broadway show with a great musical by Victor Herbert. And we call it Sweethearts. If you've ever been in love, we're sure you'll enjoy tonight's show. For musical comedies are like fairy tales that everybody wishes could come true. The prince is always handsomer than any movie star, and the princess is just as lovely as, well, even Jane Powell, if that's possible. Jane's with us tonight in the role of Sylvia, and we have one of the favorite comics of Broadway and radio, Mr. Walter O'Keefe. He plays Mikel in Sweethearts. I'll be Franz. And Verna Felton is the owner of the Laundry of the White Geese. Just about the most romantic laundry that ever ripped a button off his shirt.
The whole thing through is iron, 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 iron. There are things we'd rather do, but we must iron, iron, iron. When we finish what we've got to iron, 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 iron. Someone brings another lot, and then we iron, iron, iron. It becomes an awful bore to simply iron, iron, iron. But I suppose that's what we're for, to eat and iron, iron, iron. Oh.
Girls, get to work. This is the laundry, not a singing society. Iron!
Yes, Mama. Oh, I never saw so many
many clothes to be ironed.
Ooh, how I hate to iron shirts.
Oh, I don't mind. If it's a military shirt like this one.
Oh, don't iron that shirt. Not yet.
Well, why not, Sylvia?
Well, that shirt belongs to Franz. And if we get his laundry all ready for him, then he won't be in again for a whole week.
Oh, I think our little Sylvia's got a crush on a certain officer named Franz.
Well, I think he's very nice.
Are you in love with him or his uniform?
I'm in love with his uniform when he's in it. And when he's marching with his company,
Here they come now.
Long parade at the pretty maid loves a military band. But I'm afraid without gold braid, they are much like all the rest. While on parade, every pretty maid loves a military band. But I'm afraid without gold braid, they are much like all the rest.
Hello, you little white geese. Is my laundry ready?
Name, please.
Oh, come on, Sylvia. You know my name by this time. I've been coming in to get my laundry 3 times a day, just so I can talk to you.
Rule number 2, don't flirt with the customers.
What's rule number 1?
Don't let the customers flirt with you. I'm sorry, Franz. Your laundry isn't ready yet.
Good. I'll wait.
But it might not be ready until tomorrow.
Well, that's even better. I'm used to waiting for things. And by the way, how long do you think I'll have to wait for you to fall in love with me?
Well, it takes longer to fall in love than it does to start your collar.
Oh, sweetie, you're wrong. You can fall in love as fast as you can scorch a shirt. Only this time, I'm the shirt. When love would have stood as my master, when love would have led me a pace, my heart never beat any faster, and I only laughed in his face. Girls fair as the rarest of flowers, girls all very charming to see. I've wooed in the fairest of bowers, still you find me happily free. For every lover must meet his fate, so for that hour my heart will wait, as all surrender would defy to tempting kisses tender, so will
Well, you know I like you, Franz. I like you very much, but...
No buts. I'll settle for a maybe.
All right, maybe.
For every lover must meet her fate, so for that hour my heart will wait, as all surrender you must agree.
Tempting kisses tender,
So
And is this the way you get the ironing ironing done?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother.
Get back to work, and don't let me catch you chit-chatting with the uniform.
Yes, Mother.
My dear madam, what do you have against a uniform?
Nothing, except I married one.
A handsome, dashing chap who won your girlish heart, no doubt.
Huh. Not so handsome. Here, I have his picture in this locket. Take a look if you can stand it.
Oh, my goodness. This is your husband?
Was, thank goodness.
Well, what happened to him?
He was a soldier of fortune, with very little fortune. And he ran off and left me with $7, the bum. Now, go away, I've got work to do.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
I beg your pardon, sir. Can you direct me to the laundry of the White Goose?
Geese.
Goose. It all comes out in the wash. I just want... Why, Your Highness.
Shh. Nobody around here knows I'm the Crown Prince of Zelania. Mikhail.
Shh. Nobody around here knows I'm the Prime Minister of Zelania. I'm in disguise.
As what?
As the Prime Minister of Zelania.
What kind of a disguise is that?
Look, I ask you, what Prime Minister would be dumb enough to disguise himself as a Prime Minister? It's foolproof.
Mikhail, what are you doing here in Belgium?
I lost control of the government.
But I heard you'd regained control.
That was yesterday.
Oh, Mikhail, all these revolutions. My poor native land.
You've got no idea how poor it is. Don't forget I was also Secretary of the Treasury. Your Highness, how would you like to be restored to the throne?
Oh, Mikhail, to see my native country again. The rolling hills, the rippling streams.
Prince.
The magnificent landscapes.
Prince, chum, tourists we can kid, but you and I, we've been to Zelania. Let's face it, it's a gopher hole. But, Your Highness, if you say the word, I can put you back on the throne of Zelania. Like that.
Are you sure my people want me?
We'll have an election, and I'll count the votes myself.
Mikhail, I won't have anything to do with your crooked plans.
Look, Sam, you aren't the only heir to the throne of Zelania.
But the other royal house died out.
I wouldn't be too sure, laddie. When the monarchy was overthrown by the first revolution, I slipped out of the country with a babe.
Well,
a little babe. Only a few months old. And I left her right here beside this laundry 20 years ago. Now, if there's a pretty young girl in here, in her early 20s...
Oh, brother, have you got a surprise coming?
What do you mean?
We'll go out in the laundry, find out for yourself.
All right, I will. Is there a pretty girl in here in her early 20s?
Oh, yes, indeed.
I never had astigmatism so good. Feel like the janitor in the YWCA. Tell me, do you all belong to one family?
Why, yes. They call us little white geese.
Well, quack, quack. Look, is one of you an adopted daughter?
Yes, but Mother never told us which one was adopted.
Well, I guess I'll have to hang around here until I find out. Girls. Look, please keep your hands out of my hair. Oh, the television will be better, you know. The torture I go through for Zelania. None of you girls are married, I hope.
Oh, no, we can't get married because we wear wooden shoes.
Naturally, wooden shoes. Can't get married, wooden shoes. There must be something my father didn't tell me.
I guess you don't know the legend of Jeanette and her wooden shoes.
Enlighten me, child. I'm listening all over.
The lively Jeanette, a sprightly coquette,
who lived just for jollity,
had plenty of suitors, had only to choose, and being a Dutch girl, she wore wooden shoes. When she stole out at night, all the town knew the news, when they heard the pit-patter of her wooden shoes. Then the lads half asleep, oh, how jealous they get, and they'd say to themselves, who is out with Jeanette?
Jeanette, who is out with Jeanette?
Clippity-clop, clop, clippity-clop, clop, over the tiles. Her feet were petite, but you heard her for miles. With her pitter-pitter-patter, clip-clop, clop, gossip pursued. The secrets betrayed
All that kid needed was a pair of sneakers.
Oh, and she really got into trouble when she eloped with the prince.
Oh?
It was in the middle of winter.
Yes.
And the king sent out his guards to bring back the two lovers.
Don't tell me. I can see it coming.
Clip-clop, there in the snow. Her feet so petite showed them which way to go.
With her pitter-patter, clip-clop, they found the clue. And Jeanette lost her French crew, a prince of her shoes.
It's enough to make a girl spend the rest of her life barefooted.
Iron! Do you hear me? Iron!
Oh, Mother's coming. We'll have to get back to work.
Well, hide me someplace. Where can I hide?
Quick, jump in this hamper of dirty clothes.
Don't forget I'm in here. And when you're sorting this, remember, I'm the one without the laundry mark.
Quick, get in here. Here comes Mama.
Now, that's right, girls. Iron.
Yes, Mama.
Didn't I hear a man's voice in here?
Oh, no, Mama.
That clothes hamper looks a little bulgy. Is anybody hiding in that clothes hamper?
Nobody in here except us bloomers.
Well, that's good. Get to work, girls. Iron.
Girls, do you know who I think that man is in the clothes hamper? Who do you think it is? Papa.
Papa? What makes you think so?
Well, it must be Papa. Why else would he want to hide from Mama? And besides, he looks just like the picture in Mama's locket.
Hey, Sylvia.
Are you back again, Franz? Your laundry isn't ready yet.
Well, I'm looking for something you can't wrap up in a package and tie with a string.
Well, what's that? As if I didn't know.
It's something you can never find by looking for it. And all of a sudden you glance around and there it is. Right out of your own back window.
You're right, Franz.
If you ask when love is found, the sort of love that's fond and true, I will bid you look around. It may be very near to you.
Sometimes love is very trying, but you really must not mind it. If it comes not to your sighing, there is always one place you can find it.
Seek the dwelling of two happy sweethearts. You will find it there.
Sweethearts make love their very own. Sweethearts can live on love alone.
When love light opens the gates to paradise.
All other love is doomed to fade. It is like sunshine veiled in the shade. Sunrise of life as love imparts are all of them yours. All other love is doomed to fade. It is like sunshine veiled in the shade. Sunrise of light as love imparts are all of them yours.
In his inaugural address on January 20th, President Truman spoke of the value to the peoples of the world of what he described as America's imponderable resources in technical knowledge. Agreeing with what the president said and commenting upon it, the New York Times cited a tremendous upsurge of wartime production in America as an example of what has been accomplished by this know-how of our people. But, the Times went on to say, and I quote, "It did not require war to demonstrate American supremacy in the field of applied technology and mechanical skill. A classic example is furnished by comparing the development of railroading in this country with that of other nations. Such a comparison reveals that American railroads excel in virtually every respect, ranging from wages paid to efficiency of operation and freedom from accidents." End of quotation. Continuing its comment, the Times emphasized what it called, and again I quote, "the fundamental reason for our superiority in this sphere. For it is no accident of history or geography. It reflects the fact that where the railroads of most countries are state-owned and managed, ours are privately owned and operate in competition not only among themselves, but with other forms of transportation." End of quotation. The efficiency of which the New York Times spoke reached a record high on American railroads in 1948. To mention just one example, in the year just closed, the average freight train turned out more transportation service per hour. That is, it hauled more tons of freight more miles than ever before. And that record is typical of the year's performance of what the Times rightly calls the most efficient railroads in the world. We're ready for the second act of Victor Herbert's Sweetheart, starring Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae.
Are you still in there? Are you still in the clothes hamper? Are you all right?
I didn't mind hiding in there, but you didn't have to leave the lid down all through the commercial.
You know, we know who you are.
You do? Well, quick, tell me.
Welcome home, Papa.
Papa?
Now, there's no use trying to deny it. We all knew you're our father.
I'm the father of 7 girls?
Yes.
Cantor'll never speak to me. Well, gooselings, or I should say geeslings, why don't you all line up and each one give Papa a big hug and a squeeze to welcome him home? Kiss me, my little daffodil.
Welcome home, Papa.
Oh, Daddy. Now bust me, my little buttercup. Now you, my little daisy. Is there a dandelion in the house?
Here.
Hooray for dandelion.
Hey, this is a fine way to run a laundry.
When you figure out a better way, let me know.
How does a customer get some service around here?
This kind of service we don't waste on the customers.
Mikel, what's going on here?
Girls, go wash clothes. Papa has to explain to the gentleman.
Oh.
Papa?
Sure, Papa. You see, I had to figure out a way to stick around here. I've got to find out which one of these daughters is an heir to the throne of Zelania.
Well, which one do you think it is?
The prettiest one, naturally.
Well, how are you going to tell which one's the prettiest, Mikel? You know, powder and paint makes a girl what she ain't.
Who's complaining?
By the way, Sylvia, is my laundry ready yet?
No, don't be silly.
Come back later.
Well, you bet I will, Mikel. And by the way, Daddy, while you're bouncing back and forth between the buttercups and the daisies, don't be too fatherly with this orchid.
All right, wet wash, go hang yourself up to dry.
I'll remember, Mikel. No tricks.
Oh, you got to be nicer to him, Papa.
Why? You're not in love with him, are you?
Well, I might be.
You don't act very lovey-dovey.
Oh, you must never do that. Remember, if you want to catch a husband, you've got to be very cold to him until he proposes.
I'll remember that if I'm ever a girl.
Papa, tell me, where have you been all these years?
I have been in and out of Zelania.
Zelania? What's that?
It's a little country here in Europe. Don't you know where it is?
No. How do you find it?
Well, it's right there on the map, as big as life. Well, not quite as big as life. It's more the size of Newsweek.
Oh. Well, it must be Must be a very, very small place.
It is so small, dear. Look, I'll tell you. Whenever the prince went out back of the palace to wash his hands, he had to clear customs.
Oh, Papa, you're so clever.
When you come right down to it, you know I am. My wit is so keen and so clever my ways that I am much sought as a guest. The things that I say keep me laughing for days. Ha! Ha! For instance, here's one of my best. This one is going to assassinate you. I went to the circus one day with a crowd, and I sat me outside in the fence. When asked why I did so, I said right out loud, because the heat in the tents is intense.
Exceedingly amusing.
I thought so. Oh, I don't know how I do it, but I do. I don't know how I've said it when it's said. As a melancholia killer, I'm a genuine Joe Miller. I really knock 'em dead. I don't know how I say the things I say. I don't know how I've said them when they're said. I only am aware that all the people stare and ardently declare, what a head! What a head! What a head! I'm a panic.
You're a panic, all right. What's the idea of turning up after all these years?
Sylvia, is this big laundry bag Mama?
Well, don't you recognize her?
Of course, Mama. I'm home. Kiss me.
I'd rather have a nerve killed.
Mama, you're not a widow any longer.
No, I knew it was too good to last. Well, if you expect me to support you, you've got to do some work. Lift that laundry bag, tote that bale of dirty clothes.
Yes, Snookums.
And iron. Everybody iron!
Hello. Guess what I want?
Your laundry isn't ready yet.
As a matter of fact, it is.
Oh, heck.
Here it is, Franz.
Thanks, Sylvia. Hey, just a minute. I brought in 4 handkerchiefs and a shirt, and now there are 5 handkerchiefs.
Look again. One of those handkerchiefs has a sleeve. Now, get out of here. We've got work to do, Your Highness.
Your Highness?
I mean...
He means...
What do you mean? Franz, I thought you were just an ordinary soldier. Why would he call you Your Highness?
Well, Sylvia, you may as well know the truth. I'm really the Crown Prince of Zeleny.
Oh, Franz. Oh, I mean, Your Highness.
Well, what's the matter, Sylvia? What difference does it make?
Well, a plain girl in a laundry, she can't marry a prince.
Marry? Would you marry me? Would you, really?
I can never marry you now.
Sylvia, come back. Sylvia!
The Angelus. Well, at least I can kneel here and pray. Maybe I'll find out what I should do.
So
Sylvia.
Oh, please, Your Highness, go away.
When you love somebody, what does it matter who you are? Oh, Sylvia, listen to me. For every lover must meet his fate. My father has all surrendered. Who would defy to tempting kisses tender? So
One way to measure the efficiency of our railroads is to do what the New York Times did in the editorial we were talking about a few minutes ago. That is, to compare their operations with those of the railroads of other countries. But there is another and a tougher standard by which to measure them, and that is to compare the post-war operations of American railroads with their own records in the peak pre-war year of 1939. In the year 1948, the average freight car carried the highest load of any peacetime year. Each day, this average freight car produced transportation service equivalent to moving more than 1,020 tons of freight 1 mile, as against less than 600 ton miles in 1939. And here's a striking fact about fuel efficiency. Last year, freight locomotives moved a ton of freight 1 mile on only 2 ounces of coal, or a tablespoonful of oil when burned in a steam engine, or on a teaspoonful of oil when used in a diesel locomotive. That's a lot of figures about railroad performance, and there are many more in the records. But they all add up to just this, that the American railroads are turning out transportation service for the people of this country not only more efficiently than any other transportation system in the world, but also more efficiently than their own previous records. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now for Act 3 of Victor Herbert's Sweetheart, starring Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Yes, Snookums. A fine business. The leading politician of Zelania pressing ruffles in a petticoat.
Iron!
Yes, Mama, Papa is ironing. Why? Come to think of it, why is Papa ironing? I'm not even Papa. I'm crazy.
Iron!
Iron your own petticoats. I'm getting sick and tired of this laundry.
All right, then get out.
All right, I will. On one condition.
Anything.
Tell me, Mama, which one of our daughters is adopted?
You're their father. You ought to know.
You know she's got a point there? You have a point there, Duchess, but I confess I am not your husband.
Thank heaven. Well, then, who are you?
I'm the guy who left that little baby in your tulip garden 20 years ago. And now I want her back again. She's the heir to the throne of Zelania.
My little Sylvia, a princess.
Well, this ought to make our gal Sylvia pretty happy. She won't have to ask the question, can a young girl from a laundry in Belgium find happiness married to Zelania's most famous crown prince?
Oh, what a surprise this is. Sylvia, Franz, come in.
Yeah, come on in, kids. We got some good news for you.
Oh, what kind of good news?
What is it, Papa?
Don't call this old windbag Papa. He isn't your father.
He isn't.
No, Sylvia, you were adopted.
Why, then Sylvia must be the other heir to the throne of Zelania.
Yep. Ain't it convenient how these things work out here?
Then you won't have to worry about marrying a prince, because you're a princess.
Well, I just can't believe it.
Hey, kids, Your Highness. When the two of you get restored to the throne of Zelania, I happen to know of an unemployed prime minister who is between engagements. Has wardrobe, will travel, doubles in brass.
Oh, no. Not a chance, Mikkel. You'll never get a job in my government.
No. Our government, darling.
Oh, yes. Of course, my sweet.
I really think we ought to be able to find some kind of a position for a man who used to be my father.
Well, all right. We'll make him third assistant secretary of agriculture, in charge of corn.
Now, that's gratitude for you.
Franz.
Yes, my princess?
Sometimes I'm an awfully moody person. Do you think you can love me, whatever mood I'm in?
Oh, of course, darling. For I'll make love to you to suit your mood. The game of love has so many plays. Whenever you are pursuing, you must adapt your ways to the mood of the girl you are wooing.
For instance, if I play a coquette?
Then this is what you'll get. You little flirt, you're too good to be true. Trifle with me if you dare. Give me one kiss or I'll take it from you. What's that? You dare me? Well, there. But when she strikes the romantic mood, mid-sentimental environs, she must be gently wooed with the sonnets you've copied from Byron's. A moonlight night, a wandering breeze, and some such words as these. Come, lovely maid, to some heavenly glade, neath the cerulean skies. There we will live on the love that is in the depths of your eyes. But suppose I find you're a martial maid whose cheers are ever so merry, following each parade with your heart on the gay military. Then I would don a uniform gay and court you in this way. As I go marching, my heart fills with joy. When my own sweetheart I see, a man surrender to your soldier boy and march away here with me.
As I go marching, my heart fills with joy. When my sweetheart I see, a man surrender to your soldier boy and march away here with me.
Do we have to wait till we're king and queen to get married?
No. Let's get married tomorrow.
Tonight.
Right now. Oh, I love you, my darling.
Oh, my sweetheart.
How do you like that for the ending of a fairy tale? Hans Christian Andersen, the Grimm brothers, even St. Valentine. I'll give them cards and spades if they can top this one.
Sweethearts make love their very own. Sweethearts can live on love alone.
When love light night opens the gates to paradise.
All other love is doomed to fade. It is like sunshine veiled in shade.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. This is Gordon MacRae saying thank you to Jane Powell, Walter O'Keefe, and Verna Felton for joining me in Sweethearts, with book by Harry B. Smith, lyrics by Robert B. Smith, and music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Lawrence and Lee. Say, Walter, we never did get to visit Zelania, did we?
Gordon, did you ever try to get a round-trip ticket to a mythical kingdom?
Well, it's tough, you know.
What's next week, Gordon?
A great old favorite, Janie, Lady Be Good, starring Groucho Marx, complete with mustache and eyeglasses. And the week following, the first air performance of the Song of Norway, with Marina Koschetz and members of the cast of the original operetta.
We'll be listening, Gordon.
Oh, at our house, we always listen to the Railroad Hour. Just like having a big Broadway show in your own living room.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Sweethearts has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jane Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Sun Comes Up, starring Jeanette MacDonald, Lloyd Nolan, Claude Jarman Jr., and Lassie. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. Here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents one of your all-time operetta favorites, The Firefly, starring Gordon MacRae and his celebrated guest, Dorothy Kirsten. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marvin Miller, and a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's operetta, my name is Jack Travers, and Dorothy Kirsten is Nina, a street singer known as the Firefly. I first saw Nina in the colorful section of New York City known as Little Italy. While my fiancée, Geraldine Van Dare, was shopping, I wandered over to a crowd gathered on the opposite corner. And there was Nina.
Ladies fair, if you can hear me, delight the wedding steps to take. Dangle not clearly, the stars hang on the way. Gentlemen, be you then wary, if a flower comes to view.
Well, you have a beautiful voice, young lady.
Thank you. You're very kind. I've never seen you in our neighborhood before.
Well, I've never been here before. I must come again.
I wish you would.
Well, it'll be some time, though. I'm sailing for Bermuda this evening.
Oh?
Yes, on my fiancé's yacht.
I see.
Oh, here you are. Hurry along, Jack. We're sailing in an hour.
Geraldine, have you heard this girl sing? She has a wonderful voice. What's your name, Miss?
Really, Jack?
Names are hardly a consequence between you and me, senor. I am called the Firefly. Goodbye.
She ran away and disappeared around the corner. I returned to the yacht with Geraldine. But I had looked into the eyes, for a moment touched the hand, and glimpsed the promise in the fleeting smile of the Firefly. I told myself that somehow, somewhere, someday I would see her again.
The promise in a woman's smile, who can explain? A prophecy of trust or guile or harbinger of pain. As well a mortal might surmise the secret of the rose, an opening flower of paradise. For sorrow's born,
She smiled on you, a taunting smile, as fleeting as the light. Through quivering leaves that dies the while it flashes on the side.
But in that little moment's fate, my will seemed glorified, as though the God of heaven's gate had left it open wide.
The promise in a woman's heart.
Who can explain a prophecy of trust or guile or harbinger of pain? As well a mortal might surmise the secret of the rose, an opening flower of paradise. For sorrow's born, who
We sailed for Bermuda that same evening, Geraldine and her parents and I, on the Van Dare family yacht. Just before we put out to sea, the cabin boy signed on, a tiny, lively little urchin named Tony. And I couldn't sleep that first night out, and neither could the cabin boy, I guess. We met on the top deck. He was leaning against the mast, his eyes were on the stars, and he was singing an impudent little song.
When a maid comes knocking at your heart, there's no use in talk, bidding her depart. For the only laugh that's proof against her charm is the old lock, is the golden lock. It's the lock that
You're quite a singer, Tony.
Oh, Signora Jack.
Tell me, what in the world does a youngster like you know about what to do when a maid comes knocking at your heart?
Oh, in Italy, even the children love to sing love songs. And of course, I'm a pretty smart young fellow.
Yeah, you sure are. Tell you, Tony, give me some more advice about love, all right? Is there anything more important than love?
Oh, nothing is more important than love, Signora. To find it is to enter into heaven. To marry without it is to die. If I loved a lady, I'd know just what to say to her.
In my
You know, Signor Jack, this is the first time I have ever been on the sea.
It is. How did you happen to sign out here as cabin boy?
Well, the boy who was once supposed to come, well, he decided not to. His name is Tony, too. So I just came in his place.
Tony, you're from the Italian quarter. You must know the Firefly.
Oh, maybe I do. What is she like, Signora Jack?
Oh, I saw her only once. She's wonderful.
Perhaps you'll find her again. Eh, Signora?
I'm afraid not, Tony. But I'll remember her as long as I live.
Love is like a firefly that glimmers by and dies while it is gleaming.
Therefore, when you see it fly, you must be very spry. Never fly, never shy.
When within her twinkling eye you see the tender love that I beginning, search and try and embrace her while you may, or you will say, embrace her now, or she will say,
We'll return for the second act of The Firefly in just a moment. Listen to this. That's the kind of roar a guided missile makes as it builds up its tremendous driving force and zooms skyward, soon disappearing from view. For traveling at supersonic speed, a guided missile accelerates up to 3,500 miles per hour. In a matter of minutes, it has passed the outer limits of Earth's atmosphere and has reached the very gates of outer space. Already these fantastic weapons have indicated their worth to national defense, and their peacetime use stands as a real challenge to science. Back of these guided missiles is a lot of research and engineering know-how. Also back of each is a lot of railroad transportation. For to make the steel that goes into the missile, it takes tremendous quantities of iron ore, coal, and limestone coming from many sections of the country, converging at America's big steel-producing centers. To carry these varied materials to mills and then carry the finished steel to the missile manufacturer, dependable railroad transportation is essential. Then there are electronic circuits required to launch, steer, and explode the missile. The manganese catalyst, the hydrogen peroxide, the pyrotechnic flares, the liquid oxygen and alcohol, all needed to power the missile's flight. And these, too, are assembled by the railroads. Finally, the delivery of the finished missile itself is a railroad job. Yes, whether it is in moving a guided missile or any of the other thousands of things needed for America's defense, only the railroads can do the big and complete transportation job that is required. To meet expanding transportation demands of national defense and our civilian commerce, the railroads are improving their facilities in every way. If they are able to obtain adequate materials and earn the money they must have, the railroads will be able to do a still better job of meeting America's transportation needs. And now here is the second act of The Firefly, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest, Dorothy Kirsten.
Love is like a firefly that glimmers by and dies while it is gleaming.
During those days in my fiancée's yacht, I was dreaming. I was trying to keep my mind on reality and Geraldine, and I kept thinking of another girl, a girl I'd seen for only a few moments. the Firefly.
Jack, what's the matter with you?
What do you mean, Geraldine?
Well, you've hardly spoken to me the entire voyage.
I'm sorry.
Are you angry about something?
No, of course not.
Have I done anything to upset you?
No.
Then what is wrong?
I told you nothing's wrong.
Jack, it isn't necessary to raise your voice.
I told you nothing was wrong, but you keep harping on it.
Harping? Well, I certainly won't harp any longer. If you're determined to be in a bad humor, go ahead and be in one. When you're ready to apologize, I shall be in my cabin.
All right, Tony, what's so funny?
You are, Senor Jack. If you could see your face.
Oh, get along, Tony, will you? Go sweep the deck or whatever cabin boys are supposed to do.
You're being very naughty.
Has someone been such a naughty boy? Rob your poor heart of its peace and joy. Dry up those dewdrops and look at me. What you're in need of is sympathy.
I need sympathy, just sympathy.
I won't think you are free. I will not scold or say you are bold when you treat me tenderly.
Don't blame me, for you know I'm but showing I will not scold or say you are bold when you treat me tenderly. Don't blame me, for you know I'm but
A woman who loves a man should show sympathy for him, Senora Jack.
Really, Tony, it isn't Geraldine's fault. I've been impossible the last few days.
Well, maybe when we get to Bermuda. Oh, look, Senora Jack. That beautiful isle on the horizon.
That's where we're going, Tony. That's Bermuda.
Oh, it's lovely. I think everything's going to be all right for you now.
Well, maybe it will, Tony. I hope so.
Haul away that line. Haul away that line. All aboard. All aboard. Away for a lovely ocean cruise. Give by the gentle breezes. How it teases, gently pleases all. A trip to Bermuda, who'd refuse? The land of the mermaid powers. Sunshine showers, wondrous flowers. Let's away. We hate delay. Away to Bermuda, Isle of Flowers, where Bermuda, Isle of
But things weren't any better in Bermuda. I began to feel more and more that I couldn't marry Geraldine. I moped around the island, actually trying to avoid her. And then
Jack. Oh, thank heavens I found you. Something terrible has happened. That cabin boy, that Tony, he's wanted in New York for being a pickpocket.
Our Tony? I don't believe it. Must be the other Tony, the one whose place he took.
Well, it doesn't matter because that isn't half of it. Tony isn't a boy at all. He's a girl, and he isn't Tony.
Wait a minute. I'm a little confused, Geraldine. Say that over again.
Tony isn't Tony. He's a girl dressed up like a boy, an Italian street singer.
An Italian street singer?
Yes, I think it's that girl we saw in New York, the one they call the Firefly.
The Firefly? Where is he now, Geraldine? I mean she, the Firefly.
Well, I imagine she's down on the wharf trying to get passage home. Naturally, we dismissed her at once.
May I beg the same favor, Geraldine?
What favor?
Dismissal?
Jack! Where are you going?
I'm going down to the harbor to see if there is a day when your ship comes in. Down at the harbor, there was the girl whose songs and whose smile had changed my whole life. She was dressed like a boy, sitting on the wharf, just looking out to sea. Hello, Tony.
The name is Nina, in case you really want to know.
The name is Giannina Mia. Mine.
What are you doing down here, Signora Jack?
And at last, someone told me where I could find the Firefly. And now that I've found you, we're going home to New York. And I'm never going to let you out of my sight again.
Oh, how are we going to get back? I have no money for passage.
Well, maybe I haven't either, but a little thing like that shouldn't stop a street singer. Just watch me. Hey, everybody. Gather round, gather round.
Who are we serenading?
Why, that mule, of course. Give a listen, Senor Donkey, and help us make some money.
There's a song in the air, but the fair senorita doesn't seem to care for the song in the air.
So I'll sing to the mule if you're sure she won't think that I am just a fool serenading a mule.
Amigo mio, does she not have a daily brain?
She listens carefully to each little song you play.
La bella senorita,
Mi si mi muchachita,
she loves to sing it too if only she knew the way. She made in her voice a song, and all that the lady can say. There they are in the air, but the fair senorita doesn't seem to care for the song in the air. But cry as she may, her voice is a song, and all that the lady can say.
The passage home.
But what about Geraldine?
Well, remember what you said. Nothing is more important than love. To find it is to enter heaven. To marry without it is to die. You told me what you'd say if you loved a lady. Now, Nina, I want to say it to you.